could clear your doubts. You could call yourself, for your power is a mount, reaching higher to the clouds. Do you abide by laws? Do you write your laws? Do you abide by laws? Do you write yours? Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Took some night to build up walls, shatter pride. Take some night build up walls, shatter pride. Do you abide by laws? Do you write your laws? Do you abide by laws? Do you write yours? Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on.
Be the anomaly, the aberration, the glitch, the inconvenient, the divergent, the string of junk code, the stubborn apple that falls nowhere near the tree or the forest. Be the fool, the bonehead, the idiot in the room. Let them shake their groupthink heads at you. Let them be ashamed of you, embarrassed of you, pissed off at you. They will call you names, and you must let them. Let them jeer, let them point, let them laugh. Be resistant to their mockery. Be the fodder for their jokes. Be a magnificent failure in their eyes. A tiger does not lose sleep over the opinion of sheep. Go ahead, be the scar tissue of their worldview, their normality. They will loathe you. They will fear you. They'll wish they were you.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Icke.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's like the comedian Peter Kay said, you know, don't peak too early like your dad, you know, said to me. So I've got to follow that for the next 10 hours. Thank you very much. That's great. Well, it's great to be back at Wembley. Isn't it amazing to say back at Wembley when you were a nutter 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago? And there'll be some media people here who'll come with the impression that I still am. But we're going to talk about that which is beyond the norm, which, of course, will challenge much of the mainstream media, if not all of it. And we're going to talk about awakening. And what is awakening? Awakening is realizing that we've been living a fake self-identity and sussing the nature of the true self-identity. And through the day, there's going to be one heck of a lot of challenging information because we need to know what we face with before we can do anything about it. But I don't want people to freeze or think, oh, it's hopeless, what can we do? Because in our true state, in our awakened state, we have the power to change anything. We have got into this situation by realizing or not realizing the power we have, by not realizing the true nature of who we are. And we can and we will paint another picture in this generations and generations to come. We will paint another picture. Because that other picture is just a change of perception of self and reality. I am love, you are love, we are infinite consciousness, eternal, all that has been, ever can be. That is as bad as it can get. But from that, I am love. Yeah. You are love. Yeah. We are infinite consciousness. Yeah. The next question comes, what the bloody hell happened? What happened? How did infinite awareness get so confused that it becomes entrapped in this? Quick, honey, he's just said on the news that Osama bin Laden has reincarnated and he's dropping Ebola from a flying saucer. Quick, honey. What will Simon Cowell think? How did we get here? Well, it's a big story and it's a long story, but it's a story that if we know it, we can get out of this nonsense. How do we get into a situation, infinite awareness, all that is, has been, ever can be, where in some supermarkets in America, they put up 3 hands to tell you that's what 15 means at the checkout? How do we get there? And then there's this guy. How do we become ruled by people who say wind is a finite resource and harnessing it would slow down the winds down, which would cause the temperature to go up? Someone voted for him. And then we have a president of the United States for which it would be quite right to say, I would challenge you to a battle of wits, but I see you are unarmed. I mean, I get the feeling in me water that there's something not quite right here, that this can happen. What's gone on? If ignorance is bliss, there must be shitloads of people in paradise. But ignorance is bliss, but only for a while, until they knock on your door and ask for your papers. This is a great line. Mark Twain, never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience. And we've all bloody been there. You have the right to remain stupid. Everything you do not know can and will be used against you, most likely for profit. You can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. And that's the whole point of today. A nation of sheep will soon have a government of wolves. And when you look around the world, that is what we have overwhelmingly, virtually everywhere. So how do we go from this to this? Like I say, it's a fantastic story, it's a long story, and an amazing story. And we went there because what we call stupid equals asleep. What we call asleep is hypnotized, and what we call hypnotized is unconscious. We have been systematically put into a state of unconsciousness so that we cannot see what we are part of and what we are experiencing, though that is changing and changing fast. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. All the time, the subconscious, which we're not aware of, is dictating the behavior and responses of the conscious. And if we don't understand the unconscious, then the conscious will just be a pawn in a game it doesn't understand. Ignorance. The most violent element of society is ignorance. Ignorance is the key to everything because everything comes from ignorance. What we will challenge, what we will accept, what we will respond to, what we will ignore, all comes from ignorance. What we will support and what we won't. And the idea from cradle to grave is to keep us in that state of ignorance. State schooling is stage one. Actually, it's stage two. Parents putting their programming onto their children before school is stage one if their parents are in that state of mind. But this is the first major program. State schooling decoded. It seems so complex, but all it means is that we're here to program your perceptions throughout your formative years so the state controls your mind for the rest of your life. End of story. And we call it education and learning about the world. No, it's learning about the world that in power wishes us to believe in. And here we go from school and we go into this free society. I'm free, I can do what I like. Go to work, get married, have children, act normal, walk on the pavement, watch TV, obey the law, save for your old age, then repeat after me, I am free. And we keep having to say we're free, and in America they keep having to tell the people they're free every 5 minutes because they might otherwise suss that they're not. Slavery was never abolished. It was only extended to include everyone. And yet people go so out of their way to convince themselves they're not in a state of slavery. This is slavery. But this could be an office where you have to be every morning at 9 o'clock. Otherwise you don't earn the money to survive another month. I mean, spot the bloody difference. Apart from the fact the chickens can't go home at night and watch Simon Bloody Cow, I don't see a lot. Slavery, it works better when you don't tell them. Because then you get no response to the fact that they're slaves because they don't think they are. First stage of disconnecting from slavery, realize you're in a state of slavery. Then you know what to disconnect from. This is great, George Carlin. Oh, you hate your job? Why do you say so? There's a support group for that. It's called Everybody, and they meet at the bar. And that's not true of everybody, but the vast majority of people every morning around the world get up out of bed, if they have one, and go to do something they'd really rather not do, but they got to pay the rent, so they got to do it. They're pissing on us, and we say it's raining. No, we're free. We're free. I've got to vote every 4 years. To vote for different masks on the same face. It's ever so free. Oh, Leonardo da Vinci. There are 3 classes of people. Those who see when they are shown, those who do not see. And this system we call life is designed, again from cradle to grave, to make sure as many people do not see. And that's what I call the perception deception. I call my last book Perception Deception. I can't think of 2 words together that sum up our situation more than that. Because when there's a few controlling the many, you can't do it physically. You can do it physically in a small area. You can't do it physically across the world. You have to program the perception of the people so that they see the world the way that suits you. And from perception, again, comes everything. What I will challenge, what I will support, all of it. What I will see as good, bad, moral, immoral, all of it comes from perception, the point of perception. And that is the stadium on which the control of humanity is played out minute by minute. And it's even in their own quotes. These are 3 major CIA people. William Casey, CIA director, We'll know when our disinformation program is complete, when everything the American public believes is false. The CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media. William Coley, CIA director. Deception is a state of mind and the mind of the state. James Angleton, infamous CIA operative. It's all a mind game. And if we don't fall for it, we don't fall into the trap of seeing that we are slaves while thinking we're free. And here he is, the personification of frickin' evil. Decade after decade after decade after decade. If he went to jail for his crimes against humanity, they would have to throw the key mid-Atlantic, not worth keeping it, and he would have to reincarnate many times to complete the frickin' sentence. It's not a matter of what is true that counts, but what is perceived to be true. Exactly. And if we believe official sources, we are believing what they want to perceive us to be true. And they don't, oh, it's gone off. It'll go on in a minute. They don't call it television programming for nothing. Television programming. Fear Ebola, fear ISIS, fear today, fear tomorrow, fear each other, fear Russia, fear for your kids, fear climate change, fear, 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 fear. Fear everything and then give us your power so we can save you from what we've manipulated you to fear. It's going on day after day after day across the great spectrum of society. It tells you what to wear, what to eat, what to think, what to love, what to fear, who to ridicule, who to condemn. And it makes stupid people famous. What is that? What is it? I mean, what is it? You know, my mother always used to get words wrong. She talked about defective inspectors and snatcher dispel. Satcher Distel for anyone younger than me. And she'd look at that, she'd say, hey, up, Dave, she's twerping. Yes, mother, because she's a frickin' twerp. George Orwell, 1984. Football, beer, and above all gambling filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. And note that, if you watch sport in this country, he wrote that all that time ago, 1948 that book came out. Above all gambling. The television sport coverage is awash with gambling. Who's that bloke? Ray Winston? Have a bang on that? Nah. I'm a man of the people, me. So lose your money? Nah. God, what bollocks we put up with. Imagine if everyone was this passionate about things that actually matter. What a world we would live in. Ah, jeez. I love football, but Mike, it's a game. They're kicking a bag of wind about. Some very skillfully, some not very skillfully, but it's a bag of frickin' wind. It's a game. They sell us our dreams to keep us asleep. They tell us what success is, so we pursue their version of success, which is more things and more things and more things. You are feeling sleepy. Just watch the watch and live your life as we tell you to live it. And all this together is what the great cosmologist and thinker Carl Sagan called the bamboozle. One of the saddest lessons of history is this. If we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. Almost never. But we're fricking going to. But that's what it is. It's a bamboozle. It's a mind program. And this state of being, this state of denial, is absolutely crucial to it. This is cognitive dissonance. This is a definition of it. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they're presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It would create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable called cognitive dissonance. And because it is so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize ignore and even deny anything that doesn't fit in with the core belief. And that's why people that stand out and say things that are different to the norm invariably get attacked, ridiculed, condemned, and all the rest of it, because you're challenging so many. Oh my God, how many core beliefs are going to be challenged today? My goodness me, getting the Guinness Book of Records for the days out. Mark Twain, it's easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled. Why? Because they don't, understandably, want to realize they've been fooled. But it's a wonderful thing to realize you've been fooled. It's a great gift, because from that point you will not be fooled any longer. It's a wonderful gift. People are embarrassed by it. This is another fundamental aspect of the bamboozle. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological phenomenon in which hostages express empathy and have positive feelings towards their captors, sometimes to the point of defending them. And this scene from the first Matrix movie captured the Stockholm Syndrome so perfectly. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. And so you have people in uniform who are part of what people term the 99%, actually probably 99.9 if you really get to it, and yet they're defending the 1% or the 0.1% from the rest. As Plato said, ancient Greek philosopher, those who are able to see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed by the masses, because the program is so strong. But we are starting to break it up. And so throughout history, the lights have been destroyed and dismissed with by the candles, all the way through history. And decades, sometimes hundreds of years later, people look back and they go, they killed him, but he were right, wouldn't he? And what do? The same thing in their time frame as they did to them, just in a different way. And they think they're different. Jonathan Swift, when a true genius appears, you can know him by this sign, that all the dunces are in confederacy against him. And that's because anyone who is any way enlightened is seeing through the program, and that which is still controlled by the program will therefore be in confederacy against him or her. And this great man, Giordano Bruno, died at the stake, thanks to the Roman Catholic Church, in 1600, for saying things that all this time later we know to be true. It is proof of a base and low mind for one to wish to think with the masses or the majority, merely because the majority is the majority. Truth does not change because it is or is not believed by a majority of the people. Great, great quote. So true. When you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. Why? Because history shows us that invariably the majority are always following a cul-de-sac or a dead end. Mahatma Gandhi, many people, especially ignorant people, want to punish you for speaking the truth, for being correct, for being you. Never apologize for being correct or being years ahead of your time. If you're right and you know it, speak your mind, speak your mind. Even if you are in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. And I would suggest that in our reality, this is the truth. We live in a freaking lunatic asylum, all right? Now imagine that you are born into a madhouse. You grow up in the madhouse. Your parents are from the madhouse. Your teachers are from the madhouse. Your scientists and your academics are from the madhouse. Your doctors are from the madhouse. All of them. The journalists are from the madhouse. Doesn't necessarily need to scan very, very far for that, does it? But what then happens is someone who's not grown up in that situation comes along and says, this is a freaking madhouse. But to you, the madhouse is normal because it's all you've ever known. And thus, to you, someone saying the madhouse is mad is themselves mad. It's one of the great examples of human inversion, this inverted society. And as this man said, brilliant, birds born in a cage think flying is an illness. What you've been brought up with is your normal, however bloody mad it may be. It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And that sums up the madhouse. That sums up the madhouse. People who have become well adjusted to a profoundly sick society to the point where they think it's normal. And who runs the institutions of this world? People like that, because of the system that puts them there. It's great. An idiot is a genius to another idiot, because that's their perception of what a genius is. So, let's look at this madhouse and what is considered normal. We kill people who kill people because killing people is wrong. I mean, I was that high, and I always said to me, Dad, we're still hanging people in Britain then. They're like, oh, what are they hanging them for? They say killing's wrong. What are they doing? Couldn't work it out. It's madness. Oh, no, an eye for an eye. Yeah, it makes the whole world blind. Yeah, gotcha. Here you go. I heard you throw bombs on people who throw bombs at you because you are throwing bombs at them, so they will stop throwing bombs at you. Just wanted to ask how it was working so far. Wow. Jeez. Here we go, a bit of madness. Numbers of people murdered by governments from 1900 to 1999 alone, 262 million. That's the only ones I know about. What it took to develop this fighter jet would have given every homeless person in the US a $600,000 home. Always money for war, not for peace and people. And there's a reason for that, which we'll come to later. $1,735 billion spent on war in 2012. It would take an estimated $175 billion a year to eradicate poverty. Some say a bit more, but certainly not even close to that. Why? Inversion. It's not something that's a crisis that's natural. It's a scam. There is no need for one single person on this planet to be hungry and to be homeless. No reason whatsoever. It's there because it's made to be there for all the reasons I'm going to explain today. And here we go. Here's a bit of madness. No, it's sanity. It's sanity. What we do is we put poison on the food and then we frickin' eat it. And that's considered sane. And you get these people, they say, what do you mean organic food's better than the food with poison on it? That's crazy. What? That's what they say. Don't dance then. And then we borrow money that doesn't exist called credit and then pay interest on it. And we give all the things that are worth anything to the bankers for lending us money that doesn't exist called credit. Hey, it's a crazy world. No, it's not sane. And this is all going on now. This is all going on more and more day after day. Well, you've got to protect us from terrorists. The people putting them up are the terrorists. Think while it's still legal. Now, people might think that's a bit of a joke. It's not. No. Psychiatrists now say nonconformity is a mental illness. Only the sheeple are sane. They've got a name for it. They've always got a name. Oppositional defiant disorder. What? Apparently I'm a terminal case. For which I'm delighted. Now, pulling this all together, what we're looking at is what I call bubble people. Bubble people. They live in a bubble of perception and reject anything outside of that perception. Thus, they stay in the bubble. And so all these institutions are programming beliefs and perceptions in the bubble. And unless you break out of it, they're the only perceptions you ever come across. I mean, I love this one. experts. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have an expert with us. And normally what follows after, and here's an expert, is a clueless prat. That's what I find myself. Clueless at what they're talking about. Scientists talking about reality when they haven't got a clue what reality is. So, and then the arrogance of the bubble. Because the bubble thinks that anything outside its bubble has got to be crazy and must not be believed, and you must ridicule those that are outside the bubble. They can't be credible, they'll be inside the bubble with me. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance, said Einstein. And my goodness me, this reality is awash with it. Here's a wonderful example. Professor Richard Dawkins at Oxford University, who ridicules and attacks anything that's kind of different, and the arrogance of ignorance. Do you know something that's absolutely unquestionable? There's no doubt whatsoever, cannot be challenged. We don't know everything. At any point, we think we know up to a point, but there's always more, vast more to know. The arrogance of ignorance says, I know what I need to know already. And that's what they say to you. Look, mate, I live in, you've had that, haven't you? Look, mate, I live in the real world, me. All right, I've got that real world. Go to work, get married, have children, get normal, I am free. That's the real world they're talking about. The real world of human slavery masquerading as freedom. Wisdom tends to grow in proportion to one's awareness of one's own ignorance. Crucial. Or as Socrates said in ancient Greece, wisdom is knowing how little we know. And that opens the mind to all possibility, knowing that whatever we know, it's a fraction of what there is to know. What if all you ever knew was a lie? What if all we ever knew was a lie? That's extraordinary when you see the tidal wave of information that comes at us by the day. Well, William Casey, CIA director, will know when our disinformation program is complete, when everything that Americans believe is false. Their goal is that everything we believe is a lie, and they're bloody close. Truth is truth even if no one believes it. A lie is a lie even if everyone believes it. Truth doesn't look at numbers, it looks at what is. And I love that line. You see that on news programs. They're talking about a story. They'll say, well, what we know is, and then they'll cut to tell you what the government has put out in a statement. That's what we know. No, that's what they bloody said. And what we know, well, what do we know at any point? Until 1929, scientists thought there was only one galaxy in the universe, the Milky Way. Today, they estimate minimum 100 billion. I've seen figures twice that, 3 times that, in estimates by other people. From 1 in 1929. And at that point, they would have said, what we know is. First step to awakening to true self. We know shit. From that starting point, we got a chance of knowing more than shit. Re-examine all you have been told. Dismiss what insults your soul, and that includes every word I say today if it insults your soul. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. I love the way he sings that, Bob Marley. None but ourselves can free our minds. So true. It's our mind. Only we can free it. And people think about enlightenment as it's some kind of, trotting down country lanes with violins and little butterflies flying around with beautiful colors. Actually, it is this, brilliantly set out. Make no mistake about it. Enlightenment is a destructive process. Enlightenment is the crumbling away of untruth. It's seeing through the facade of pretense. It's the complete eradication of everything we imagine to be true. Blank sheet of paper, starting again. What goes on that blank sheet of paper has now got to convince me. And I don't care if you got letters after your bloody name or letters before your name. I couldn't give a damn. I'm deciding my sense of reality, not the system. And John Lennon said, the more real you get, the more unreal the world gets. Why? Because the more real, awakened you become, the more you see the madhouse. And it's been going on for centuries. This is Leonardo da Vinci. I awoke only to see that the rest of the world was still asleep. But only when you awaken do you see the world's asleep, because you were asleep with all of them before. This is what we need to transform human reality. We need the end of bloody normal. This is a great line. Normal is getting dressed in clothes that you buy for work and driving through the traffic in a car you're still paying for. In order to get to the job, you need to pay for the clothes and the car and the house you leave vacant all day so you can afford to live in it. Brilliant. And when one person suffers from delusions, we call it mental illness. When a society suffers from them, we call it normal. Because who decides normal? That which controls the information within the society. There you go. I've just been called normal. I've never been so insulted. Here, do you know they've said I'm not normal? I can't bloody believe it. Someone told me the other day. Ike is mad. He's not normal. You know my response to that? My response has always been, thank bloody God for that, right? What a relief. A world that's insane thinks I'm mad. Thank you, God. Phew. History shows us that the people who end up changing the world are always nuts until they're right, and then they're geniuses. History is alive with it. As I said in a book years ago, today's mighty oak is just yesterday's nut that held its ground. Long enough for perceptions to change. Can you remember who you were before the world told you what you should be? Can any of us remember that? When we're born into a world and from day one we're told who we are, what we should do, what reality is, what we should aspire to, what we should oppose, all of it. Just a program. This is my space. I'll decide what comes into it. And I don't care if you're a parent or a school teacher or a bloody politician, a scientist, an academic. I decide what comes into my space and my reality, not you. And when we do that, we can start to change. If you sense more, there is more. Yes. It's people get stuck in the mode of thinking. And when we feel something, what does it feel? You can say, well, it feels right. It shouldn't, but it does. This is the true self. This is the programmed self. Know the truth by the way it feels. And that's all I can say today. Because my goodness me, there's so much information coming. But know it by how it feels. And let it run, even if you're incredibly skeptical, which you have every right to be. Let it run and let's see the pieces go and then make a decision at the end. But how does it feel? Not how does it perceive from my belief system. Awaken, awaken, awaken. Awaken from the program. And what's the first stage of that? The very first stage. Leonardo da Vinci had it. All great acts of genius began with the same consideration. Do not be constrained by your present reality. Because if we're constrained by a present reality, we're going, yeah, truth, academic school, work, yes, death, I'm out of here now. I'm going round and round and round and round. That's all you can do unless you cease to be constrained by your reality and break out of that circle and look elsewhere. When you can see through the illusion, you are the solution. Because then the illusion ceases to have power over you and your perception of self and reality. Is this real life or is this fantasy? It is fantasy because it's all an illusion on a scale that we would beg a belief if we didn't see the evidence to back it up. But this is crucial. I'm going to be talking as the day goes on about how this world's manipulated and to what end. Deep, deep, deep in the rabbit hole. And when I started on this journey, it was a very lonely place. There were very few people walking on it anywhere in the world. Long time ago, 25 years. And there are now very large numbers of people, fantastic, great, wonderful, putting this information out about the manipulation, but on certain levels. I would just say to them that we're never going to, A, find the true nature of what's happening, or the answer to bringing it to an end, unless we appreciate the nature of reality itself, because at the inner core of those who are manipulating this world, they understand what reality is and thus how to manipulate it, while they keep us in ignorance of that same information. Illusion comes from illusio, ludere, to play, to mock. And it plays and it mocks with us if we don't realize it's an illusion. And of course, it's all real. Consider that you see less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum and hear less than 1% of the acoustic spectrum. As you read this, you are traveling at 220 kilometers a second across the galaxy. 90% of your cells in your body carry their own microbial DNA and are not you. The atoms in your body are 99.9999% empty. I say 100% personally. Space, and none of them are the ones you were born with. Human beings have 46 chromosomes, 2 less than a potato. The existence of the rainbow depends on the conical photoreceptors in your eyes. To animals without cones, the rainbows do not exist. So you don't just look at a rainbow, you create it. This is pretty amazing, especially considering that all the beautiful colors you see represent less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. And then there's this. Every second, 11 million sensations crackle along the brain pathways. The brain is confronted with an alarming array of images, sounds, and smells, which it rigorously filters down until it's left with a manageable list of around 40 from 11 million. Thus, 40 sensations per second make up what we perceive as reality. Okay, we have an expert. What we know is shit. Then we can get somewhere. And think on this. All the institutions that run this world and dictate its direction and dictate its sense of reality are all founded on the fact that this world is not an illusion, that it's really bloody solid, and all that quantum physics and the rest of it is irrelevant. And thus, bollocks begets bollocks. That's one of my laws, that. Bollocks begets bollocks. If you hit a piece of glass in the center with a hammer, it doesn't just smack where it hits. It goes off, distortions, inversions in every direction. And if the very basis that you found society on is a fundamental misunderstanding of reality itself, then that flaw, that fundamental flaw, must infest every area of human life. No wonder it's a bloody madhouse. Here you go. The bamboozle, establishment, science, education, media. Just sticking its head up its arse, thinking it knows it all. Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a persistent one. Albert Einstein. And there's a reason why it's persistent. I would suggest, after 25 years of putting this together, we live in a virtual reality universe. And is that really so hard to imagine anymore? When you see the scale of reality that we see in these video games and stuff now, and movies, where it looks increasingly like the very reality that we're decoding. Even faces, people are looking more and more like each other in virtual reality. This one. And they're now using virtual reality in burns units to change the dressings because the reality being piped to the eyes takes over, hijacks the brain's perception to the point where it doesn't feel the pain as it would normally. When you look at virtual reality in its developed sense, its more developed sense, they've got the gloves on, they've got the goggles on. And all that is doing is hacking in to the way the body decodes reality anyway. Hacking in to the 5 senses. Technologically, going to be very, very significant as we go through section 2 today. And it can be so incredibly real. And all it is a fake reality being fed to us technologically. And it's an interactive, wireless cosmos that we are experiencing. You know, when you go out with a computer and they've got this Wi-Fi stuff every bloody where now. You're sitting in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a town, wherever, and you sit there, and from the unseen, you are downloading or decoding onto that computer an entire global reality that can be picked up anywhere in the world that it's available. A wireless internet, and I call it the wireless cosmos, and the brain is massively part of the decoding system of this wireless cosmos. This is a projection or a simulation, if you like, of what Wi-Fi looks like in the unseen. And it's just information in an energetic form. And the computer tunes into that, decodes it onto the screen as the internet. We do not have empty space between us. We have energy. We have electromagnetic energy. And we have, in that energy, information. And from that, what I call the biological computer decodes that information into a sense of reality that we think is solid, but simply cannot be. I'll go deeper into this as we go through here. The base form of our reality is waveform, energetic waveform, which can carry extraordinary amounts of information. I call it the metaphysical universe. It's the universe from which this one that we see, or think we do, comes. So, you have the information field, the cosmic internet, if you like, and we decode it through from that, through the digital, I'll get into all this as we go along, through to what is an illusion of physicality called holographic. I'll come to that quite shortly. And now we have mainstream scientists saying this reality could be just a hologram, exactly what it is. And the most dense of things, rocks, mountains, however kind of they may be indestructible, they are at their base form an energetic information field. The more dense the energy, the lower the frequency, the denser and more solid the form appears to be. And Nikola Tesla, the genius from which so much came, one of the great scientific geniuses of modern times, who in effect gave us the electrical system. He gave us radar because it was stolen from him. And he could see beyond the physical that we perceive. And he said, the day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of our existence. Why? Because you go to the source of the reality instead of the decoded expression of that reality. You go to the source, not the expression of the source. So we live in this cosmic internet. On one level, it operates on an electromagnetic level. Of course, the brain is working electrically as it interacts with it. And the reason that animals can be so sensitive to things that humans can't be, because they read the newspapers and watch Simon Cowell, but is because they have not gone through this system of programming. So they are naturally sensitive to these information fields and can pick up changes in it, which is why animals can feel earthquakes coming before they come. So what is the internet? People say, well, it's like pictures and text and colors on a screen. Well, yes, it is, but only on the screen. Everywhere else, it's electronic circuits and all that gadgetry. What is television? Well, it's pictures on a screen. Yes, it is, but only on the screen. Everywhere else, television, in the analog sense, is frequency fields or the electrical kit that they do now with digital. And our body, mind, the body mind as I call it, is like a computer system which allows us to experience this reality. And that is just like sitting in an office. The person at the desk that can see the big picture is consciousness beyond the program, consciousness beyond mind, consciousness beyond the reality that we perceive, and that is experiencing the reality we perceive. If you cut that from that and isolate that in and of itself, which is what the program's designed to do, you detach people from their true self and their true perception of self. That's the thinker, the brain, the thinker, working it out. That's the knower. And if you detach the thinker from the knower, then the thinker is left helpless to have its thinking programmed by that which has been responsible for the disconnection of the isolation. So, if you program that level of self that's directly experiencing this reality, body, mind, with all this programming, you disconnect it from this, and that's how infinite consciousness can become an idiot. The brain is not who we are. It is a processor of information and a communicator of information. As this man rightly said, looking for consciousness in the brain is like looking inside a radio for the announcer. The radio is just decoding information. That's what the brain body is doing. We are conscious in a very narrow band we call conscious. That's what we perceive and think we're awake. But beyond that is the unconscious, the subconscious, which goes on and on into infinity. And the idea is to isolate the conscious from the greater self. So what we are in this reality is simply a point of attention, which the body focuses into a tiny range of frequencies we call the world. I'll get into that in a second. A point of attention. But if we get caught in the program, that point of attention is so focused on here that we lose connection with the greater self and all the other insight, knowledge, awareness that is open to us when we connect with it. Not some guy in a spaceship, our greater self, our greater consciousness. Consciousness is, what I call consciousness, is like the ocean. Whereas mind is the same substance, but it is far more limited. Like ice is the same substance as water, but it's in a completely different and more limited state. And if we get caught in that and disconnected from that, big trouble. And when you look at the oceans, they say it's the South China Sea, they say it's the South Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, the North Atlantic, same bloody water. Same water. But what we do is we give our water, our infinite self, names, like Ethel Jones and Arthur Smith. And we give them identities without realizing that we are just points of attention within one infinite, eternal consciousness. We are like the white waves in an ocean. They look different to the rest of the ocean, but they're just a different expression of the ocean. This is a fantastic picture. This sums up humanity. We are expressing our point of attention as a uniqueness, which is wonderful. A unique personality, a unique person, a unique perspective, a unique point of attention. But at that time, we are connected to all the other points of attention in infinite awareness, which in the end are all us, and they are and we are all them. And so, when we go to war, we go to conflict, we are fighting ourselves. You hit yourself around the head with a baseball bat, they put you away. But we're doing that all the time because we've got caught in the illusion of the fact that we have space, empty space between us, and we're all individual to the point where we're not connected. The ocean is the droplet is the ocean. Drop the droplet in the ocean. Where does the droplet end and the ocean start? The idea of the conspiracy is to keep that droplet disconnected from the ocean. And when they do that, we have the world that we live in. Great line, Leonard Cohen. If you don't become the ocean, you'll be seasick all your life. And so many people feel this ache, this sense of disconnection, this sense of longing that they can't put words to, because one part of them, one level of them knows that we're all one. Everything is all one. Leonardo da Vinci learned how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else. It's an ocean. We are a point of attention, but we are the ocean. My God, that's what we are. We're the freaking ocean of infinite consciousness. What a job they've done to persuade us we're Ethel from the store. Near-death experiences have experienced this. So often, the common themes of what they say is incredible. How they leave the body and suddenly past, present, and future are all happening at the same time, in the same moment. How they have multiple levels of awareness at the same time. In the body, they had one level of awareness, because the body focuses us in these frequencies, locks us in like a computer. From one of my books, The Fear of Death comes from the ignorance of life. There is no death. There's just a removal from the vehicle into consciousness, in awareness of itself again. But you get people frightened of death, and they'll give their power away to doctors and chemo freaking therapy and all of it, because they want to stay alive, because they fear death. There is no death. There's just a change of point of attention. That's all it is. Point of attention, point of attention. I'm terrified. If people say to me, don't you frighten, they'll kill you. Well, so they kill me, all right? I'll leave the body, and I go, oh God, I'm terrified. Oh my goodness, it's such a nightmare, becoming all that is, has been, and never can be, and full awareness of itself. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it really is, infinite. This guy was, from the 18th century, William Blake. I mean, this is universal knowledge through history. So we have a visible universe, that which we can see and bring into some kind of form, and we have an invisible universe, which is everything else. And the visible universe is so tiny, it is funny. This is mainstream science. They talk about dark energy, dark matter. I see that slightly differently, but the principle's the same, what you can see and what you can't see. So you have this massive area of stuff they say exists in this universe, which we can't see. You then have light, electromagnetic spectrum, etc., which is 0.005% of what they say exists in this universe. And visible light, which is the only frequency band that we can decode into a visual reality, is a fraction of the 0.005%. We have an expert. What we know is, what? Madness. So this is the visible spectrum within the electromagnetic spectrum. Look at it, it's tiny. And that's all that we can see in what we call the world. You say to most people, can you see everything in the space you're looking at? Oh yeah, mate. You can't see that much of it. So we are in a frequency band. We call it the world, we call it reality, but there are other frequency bands interpenetrating this one, like radio stations and television stations, sharing the same space. And what you perceive is what you can decode, what you are decoding. And so through the body we perceive in a visual sense what the body can decode, which is this little band of frequencies. You go outside the body, now you're perceiving much greater frequencies, and thus your reality changes. If you wish to understand the universe, said Tesla, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. Exactly. So, our point of attention holds us in this reality unless we're open to consciousness. Because what happens is if you come into this reality, this visible light reality, and you hold that connection to consciousness beyond this reality, you have everything you need. You have the information coming through the senses to give you a fix on what's happening around you, but you have the big picture that's outside of this reality, that's not programmed by its perceptions and its sense of limitation, which can then feed you insight, inspiration, intuition, to give you insight beyond that which you are directly experiencing. But you get disconnected from that, big problem. You're now trying to get your entire fix on reality from the reality you are in. And if a network controls that reality and that information that's coming at you, they are going to program your sense of reality for life. What time is Simon Cowell on? All that stuff. So, most people, and it is changing, hallelujah, brother and sister, but it's still the vast majority are caught in the program which they think is real and they think is all there is to see. And so in this world, there are people in the program who are only getting that sense of reality, and then there are people who've opened their minds and opened their hearts, can come to that big time, who are accessing another sense of reality, and these people call these people mad and crazy and dangerous. Yes, they are. They're dangerous to the prevailing program. So what is the universe? It is information. And what is the universe? It is information decoding information. When you put a disk in a computer, it's information. The computer is information. It decodes the information. One part of information is encoded to be decoded. One information source is encoded to decode. And that's exactly how our reality works, except the body is decoding and also encoding. So we have what I call the body computer, a biological computer. Biological in the sense that instead of like a desktop computer, you put information in and you press enter, and as programmed it responds. A biological computer has the ability to assess information and make decisions about it, which is what the immune system is doing all the time, 24/7, without any input from us. So the reason that they're able now to connect the brain directly to computers is because they're connecting two computers, one fantastically more advanced than the other, but still basically two computers. And form is in formation. Our base state is awareness, doesn't have form, it's just awareness. But we come into the realms of form, and form is created from information. And so if you look at the body, it's just like a computer in its basic sense. You know, when a computer don't work anymore, won't switch on, what do you say? My computer's dead. It goes into sleep mode to save energy. It has an antivirus system. That's our immune system. Best antivirus system ever. The brain is the central processing unit. And then you have DNA, which is basically the hard drive. And the senses are decoding systems, decoding information into a form that the brain can decode. So the senses are taking waveform information, vibrational information, they're turning into electrical information, they are communicating it to the brain, which then decodes that into a sense of reality we call the world we live in. So the world that we think we're living in exists there. And worth thinking on this, if you can manipulate the sense of reality of that and the way that decodes that information, you are dictating the experienced reality of the target population. And that's what's happening all the time. And when we realize that, we can stop it happening, which is the whole point of me doing it and standing here, really. So you look at the motherboard of the body. That is the system of meridian lines of energy used in acupuncture, which take information around the body. You know, when information is passing around the computer too slowly, things start to malfunction. And what do we say? My computer's so slow today. Yes, because the information is not passing around at optimum level. When the information is not passing around these chakra systems and meridian line systems, then the computer malfunctions. We call it dis-ease, disharmony. And so what acupuncture is doing, okay, you know, dogma bloody Dawkins, acupuncture load of rubbish. No, mate, you just don't understand what reality is. Perfectly logical. What the acupuncturist is doing is using these needles and other techniques to make sure the flow of energy, information around the meridian system is optimum. This is why in ancient China they used to pay the acupuncturist when they were well, but not when they were ill, because his job was to make sure they never got ill. Another thing, for people who are skeptical of this stuff, people say, you know, you see this in the media, he's saying you put a needle in your toe and you cure a headache. That's crazy. Well, it's not crazy, it's perfectly logical. If the problem with the head is that one of these meridian lines of information is blocked in the toe that goes through the head, then it's no good putting it in the head if the blockage is not in the head. You put it in the toe and that clears the meridian, which takes away the pain from the head. It's very simple. The brain is dark but sees light. How is that possible? How can my brain be totally dark and I see this light? Because that light in its prime form, like everything else, is just an information source. And I'm decoding that information source in here into the visual reality of light, because that's what the information contains. Thus, that's what it manifests when I decode it. A real great open-minded man, you might call him some kind of mystic kind of man, the late Alan Watts. He really kind of had a lot of good things to say. And he said this: without the brain, the world is devoid of light, heat, weight, solidity, motion, space, time, or any other imaginable feature. All these phenomena are interactions of transactions of vibrations with a certain arrangement of neurons. We have an expert. What we know is, so this is right. There is no spoon. It's not the spoon that bends, it is only yourself. Because that spoon only exists in that form when you decode it from energetic information. People say it can't be done. I've seen it done. People walking across fantastically hot coals that should burn their feet off. But it doesn't. Why? Because if they go through the coals with the perception, here we go again, that they'll get burned because that perception will lead to the decoding of the perception. Call an ambulance. But when you go into another level of consciousness that is not decoding reality like that, you walk through coals and not get burnt, because an illusion can only burn an illusion if you think it's real. God, this world is so fantastic, and we live such a fraction of it. Information is encoded in what we call light. White light contains all the colors of the spectrum. Isaac Newton called the rainbow a spectrum because out of the Latin word for apparition or phantom, that's where we get the word spectre from. And colors are frequencies. Illusion, colors are frequencies. They're just different frequencies, and when we decode them, we see that color. And we think those flowers are red and yellow. They're not. Nothing has any color. The color is decided in our perception of it by whether it reflects certain frequencies or whether it absorbs certain frequencies. We're only seeing light that reflects. Thus, we're only seeing that color which is reflected by the object. Therefore, it seems to be that color. This is the scale of the illusion that we think is real. And even, some of these various things that you come across in science, hydrogen and carbon and nitrogen. You break them down on one level and they look like barcodes because this is a virtual reality universe. And light radiation is information, and the frequency or wavelength vibration is its delivery system. The information dictates the frequency. So, I'm delivering information. I love you, and I mean it. That's the frequency. I hate you, and I mean it. That's the frequency. And thus, the information is being delivered, and as it's being delivered, it travels through light on a particular frequency relating to its nature. And so, the more hate we put out into the world, the more hateful world we have as we interact with the virtual reality universe, because we post information and we receive information. And this is why music, vibration, has such an impact upon us. Oh, God, I'm hoping in my heart sings to that music. Oh, shut that bloody stuff off, it's horrible. It depends whether we're syncing with the frequency or whether we're not. This is why chants are so used and dance, which creates vibration, by Native Americans and people of the East and others, because they understand that you can impact upon reality by impacting upon the frequency of the space that you're dealing with. And this is really, I think, one of those whoa moments. As the frequency increases, the amount of energy carried by the wave also increases in proportion to the frequency. So, when you open your mind and open your heart, your frequency goes up. Provable fact, measurable. As your frequency goes up, you're now being able to hold and access more and more and more information. And thus you become more aware, more knowledgeable, more insightful, more intuitive. And what the system wants is to push us down the other way, so we watch Simon Cowell. So what we're doing is decoding information into this reality. This reality is a shared reality, but it's a decoded reality. And it's operating in our heads, decoding information. And how we decode it depends upon our perceptions of reality. So this Matrix scene is absolutely spot on. This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Now you manipulate the way the brain interprets those signals, gotcha. And that's what's happening. And bollocks begets bollocks. Because once you are operating in a society that doesn't take in the very nature of reality, you're in a flawed society all the way through. Now, this is an example of how information is carried by everything and how we impact upon information as we interact with this virtual reality universe. Sad to say, I'm sure he's not sad where he is now, but I'm sad that he's gone. Dr. Emoto, the great man from Japan, who I co-wrote a book with in Japanese some years ago. I didn't write Japanese, he did. But he unfortunately left us a few days ago, and I'd just like to mark that point by saying what a fantastic contribution he made in his work to the understanding of the nature of reality. Because what he did was he took water, put it into little containers, and he would apply to that water sounds or words, and then he would freeze it very quickly. I've been to his place in Tokyo where he did it. And then he would photograph the water crystals in that water. And the difference in the crystals corresponding with what the water came into contact with is absolutely fantastic. This water had love and thanks written on the side of it. Beautiful. Geometrically beautiful. Harmony, natural order. This had hate, I want to kill you on it. Look at it. And people say, well, how does that work whether you put words on water and that happens? Simple. The words written are merely the holographic expression of waveform information. So those words are vibrating to a certain frequency. We see them holographically, but they're vibrating to a certain frequency. And that frequency impacts itself upon the water, and when you freeze it and photograph it, you see the impact. I'm speaking now. People think I'm speaking words. I'm not really speaking words. I am creating information fields with my vocal cords, and between me and you, there is no words. The words only come when you decode the information field that I'm sending out, and vice versa when you speak to me, when anyone speaks to anybody. It's all frequency. And so, love and appreciation. You make me sick, I want to kill you. Heavy metal music. This is why this can have a massively detrimental impact on people, because we are energy fields. Just look at the auric field, it's photographable. And if it's a vibe that can impact negatively or disruptively, distortedly upon your energy field, you can have mental and emotional and what we call physical expressions as the hologram is affected. This is polluted river water. Look at it. That's what it does. Because water in its base form is an information, waveform information field, like everything else. At the Aerospace Institute in Stuttgart, Germany, they've developed a way of photographing information in water droplets. You go on the internet and or YouTube and put those words in, water has memory. I'm sure it's still there. You'll be able to see the video. And so what they did is they put a flower in a big tank of water. Then they took the flower out, and then they photographed droplets from the tank. And in each droplet was the flower. That's a mock-up, obviously. It doesn't look like that, but you could see the flower information in the droplet. They then asked people from the local community to come in, and they had a big tank of water, and they asked them to take 4 droplets from the big tank and put it into a little dish with their name on. And what they found was that each person who did it, all 4 sets with each person, or all the sets, there were more than 4, were different. But all 4 taken by the individual were basically the same. Why? Because the very action of taking a droplet, putting it in a dish, the energy field of the unique individual was impacted upon the water. This is the impact that we're having on reality all the time while we think we are powerless. And so, when the Dogma Dawkins of this world ridicule homeopathy, they don't know what they're bloody talking about because they don't understand reality. He did say, actually, in one of his books that his knowledge of quantum physics was foggy. Well, that's a great way of understanding reality for a start, isn't it? But what is homeopathy? They say, well, you can't dilute a substance over and over until there's no substance left and say it heals anybody. The flower was taken out of the water. The information was still there. It's the information from the substance that does the healing in homeopathy, not necessarily the substance itself physically. Because they don't understand reality, they can't get that connection. Can you? No. So, what is a computer virus that disrupts a computer system? It's rogue information, and that's what this is. It's rogue information. Pollution at its base wave form is just a distorted energetic information field which distorts that which it comes into contact with, which manifests in the hologram as toxic water and toxic waste. Same with the stuff in sweets and bloody soda things that children eat on a massive scale. Of course, it's going to destabilize them mentally and emotionally because it's distorted information which distorts the workings of the brain. And this is a big one, another one. This is a target too. I'll get that to why it's not why it's a target, but how it's a target later on. The pineal gland in the brain. It's known as the mind's eye, part of this so-called third eye, and it's not so-called, which takes us to other levels of reality and other levels of perception. And René Descartes, the French philosopher and mathematician, talked about the pineal gland being the seat of the soul. It's not the seat of the soul, it's the way we massively interact with this cosmic internet. Interestingly, when you look at the pineal gland, which is
bit like a pine cone, and other parts that relate to it. It's kind of very much like the Eye of Horus or the Eye of Ra in Egyptian belief. And it's so vital to the way that we manipulate, but decode reality, and can be manipulated to decode the reality that the system wants. So this is in the Vatican, a pine cone. This is a calcified pineal gland, because what has calcified it? Fluoride in the water. Fluoride in the water calcifies the pineal gland, which is massively important in the way we decode reality. Coincidence? Not a bloody chance. So this pine cone theme has been used in culture after culture to symbolize the pineal gland, because they knew its massive importance, the all-seeing eye and their level of how we decode reality. And people say, well, a little pineal gland, how can you decode a whole reality like that? Well, as I've been telling people for years, size doesn't matter, right? Look at it. You've got this little thing here, you stick it in a computer, and from this little thing, you can pull down an entire global reality called the World Wide Web. And the pineal gland has the same rods and cones found in the eyes are found in the pineal gland, because it is part of this other level of sight. And we think that what's happening is the world is coming this way. It's not. It's not. The world is going that way. We are decoding information, and the projection of what we perceive to be our reality is coming from within us, the other way around. So when we have this universal kind of belief through the ages, where people say, everything is within you, the world is within you. Yes, it is. And the world that we experience is dictated by the world that's within us, our perceptions, our attitudes, our belief systems. This is Anita Moorjani, wrote a book called Dying to Be Me, all about near-death experiences. And she said, I believe that the greatest truths of the universe, she had a near-death experience, don't lie outside in the study of the stars and the planets. They lie deep within us in the magnificence of our heart, mind, and soul. Until we understand what is within, we can't understand what is without. Because what is without is a projection of what is within. And manipulating what is within to manipulate what we experience apparently without is the whole basis of the conspiracy. So we can decode reality and it can be beautiful. Or we can decode reality and it can be war and conflict. It's our choice based on our perception. And the pineal gland is crystalline. Everything that is involved in this decoding system seems to be crystalline, because, of course, crystals are involved in the decoding transmission systems. The membrane of every cell, and we have trillions and trillions of them, tens of trillions of them, is a liquid crystal. And so we are taking reality out of the cosmic internet, which is all around us all the time, just like the wireless internet. DNA is crystalline, and it is a receiver, transmitter of information. Here we go. It's not just the pineal gland. It's not just the brain. This is from an article about DNA. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antenna. Electromagnetic antenna, exactly what it's decoding. On one hand, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antenna. And from an article in the San Francisco Chronicle, DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language. It's a software code because we are interacting with a virtual reality universe. And this is DNA, A, G, C, and T. How these substances, these codes, shall we call them, are in relation to each other decides if you're a human or a virus. And now they're actually creating synthetic cells using computers because it's a virtual reality universe. So human is a software program. It's a means of experiencing a particular kind of experience within a particular kind of reality. Men and women, it's a software program. What we are is infinite awareness. All that is, has been, and ever can be. We are men, we are women, we are everything in between. We are everything that exists. It's just a point of attention. And the nature of the vehicle focuses the point of attention. I am a man, I am a woman, I am black, I am white. This is why racism is so freaking insane. Insane. My spacesuit's a different colour to yours. Oh, so what? And these cultures, they're in their way software programs. They're experiences within the greater experience. And this is the underpinner of the software program. The software program should interact with the greater awareness. Overwhelmingly, it's been shut off by this. Hypnotized. All the time. Look at all the means of hypnotizing our reality. And if you hypnotize your reality, your decoding system becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Control perception and you control reality because of that. Control perception by controlling belief. They couldn't care less what you believe as long as you believe it vehemently. Because that vehemence, that focus will decode reality in a very limited way because of your belief. Accidents happen, that's what everyone says, but in a quantum universe, there is no such thing as accidents, only possibilities and probabilities fold into existence by perception. So we have infinite possibilities. As we have infinite possibilities on the internet, am I going to that website or that website? There's infinite possibilities, but the perception pulls in certain possibilities that relate to the perception. That's why the programming of perception is the very foundation of the control of human experience. We see things not as they are, but as we are, exactly. And the thing is, program what they are, and we got them. So, from this tiny, tiny band of manipulated frequency, not even free thought frequency, we're deciding who we are, who you are, what we're going to be, what we're going to aspire to, what is and what isn't. And what is awakening? Awakening is awakening from this, from the person, persona, which in Latin comes from the word meaning actor's mask. And that's what the persona is, an actor's mask, a facade that gives us a sense of false self-identity. So, these people being normal. And then you lift the program and we call it awakening. All you're doing is disconnecting your sense of reality and self from the program and seeing what's beyond it. Ever tried having a conversation with someone who had a belief system that is rigid and will not move? Waste of frickin' time. And when you're in that mode, you're like in a maze, but you don't know you're in a maze. You think it's free life and free movement, but you're in a maze and you're being guided down the maze. And then someone gets on top of the maze, looks down and says, "It's a frickin' maze. It's going nowhere. You're mad." Great line this. Those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. And those who could not hear the music are because they're in these bubbles and they won't allow the music, the knowledge from greater levels of awareness in, and thus they can't hear it. We have a system that gets people to look at the world like that. And what chance have you got of seeing what is when you're looking at the world like that? Focused on one tiny area of frequency. And all this is all us, untapped because of the focus. Thank you. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Why? Because the mind is, through its perception, dictating reality. We are all one. That is what they don't want us to suss. Who are we? We are all that is, has been, and ever can be. When people hear that, they say, how is that possible? I will explain in a second. But I had an experience once which took me into other levels of reality. And I experienced this place, point of attention, which was dark but brilliant. Very difficult to describe. Had no sound, had no movement, but it knew all. It was all that is, has been, and ever can be in that stillness and silence. And I read this book about a year or so ago, and I was reading what he said, and I thought, whoa, there you go, I've been there, darling. Ibn Alexander, a neuroscientist who had a massive near-death experience. Before the near-death experience, this was Dogma Dawkins in America, in effect, absolutely the same belief system. Then he had this massive near-death experience, and of course, everything changed. And one of the things he said he experienced was the core, or what he called the dazzling darkness. That is exactly what I experienced years ago. The dazzling darkness from where the purest love emanated and where all was known. Yes, this is the place where all is known. And all comes out of that we call worlds and forms and experience. It's all that is and ever can be. Impossible. You can't be all that is and ever can be. Yes, you can, because that is all possibility waiting to manifest. And in all possibility, it is all possibility. All that is, has been, and ever can be. It's all potential waiting to be made manifest. It is everywhere and nowhere. Can't be everywhere and nowhere. Within all potential and all possibility, you have to be able to be everywhere and nowhere. And everything and nothing. You can't be everything and nothing. You have to be within all possibility. And then we get the nothing, the no thing. People are so caught in the five senses that they believe that if you can't see it, touch it, hear it, and taste it, then it can't exist. If there's no movement, it can't exist. When they're just one or two possibilities pulled out of all possibility. All possibility is stillness and it is silence. This is why you can read all the books you like and all whatever you want to do with your voice and whatever. But you go into a state of meditative silence and you get inspiration that you'll get in no way from words, because you're going into that all that is state. And this is Nikola Tesla, a mainstream scientist, yes, in the strict sense, but way beyond that, because he was aware of that which is beyond the so-called physical. My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated the secrets of this core, but I know it exists. He's talking about the same thing. So from this all possibility, these worlds are created by thought, by imagination, and they're all illusions in terms of physicality. So, what do you mean the world isn't solid? It certainly bloody looks solid, and we experience it as solid. But it can't be, for a start, because they tell us that this reality is made of atoms. Atoms have no solidity, and thus they cannot a physical solid world make. And as someone said, if you take the nucleus of the atom, it is, in relation to the size of the atom, about the size of a 10-cent piece. All the rest is empty space. And if you go into that deep enough, you'll find that is too. How can that make a solid world? What we call atoms and all these other things they talk about in science is the decoding system. When you put information in a waveform sense into a computer and the computer decodes it, there are certain stages of that decoding before it becomes that on the screen, this world. And science is so focused on the twigs and can't see the forest that it takes every twig in isolation. It doesn't realize it's part of one seamless decoding system. And so we are decoding from the waveform through the digital, I'll get to the digital in a minute, through to the holographic, illusory, physical. All these different levels, molecular and atomic and holographic as it is, and they're all different expressions of the decoding of this world. The world is a hologram. Everything that we see as form is a hologram. There's more to know even about that, but let's keep it at that level for now. And holograms are like, of the ones you buy in the shops. What they do is they get a laser, and the part of the laser goes off. It's a photographic print. Another part of the laser, in waveform, photographs the object, and then hits the part of the laser that came straight onto the film. And that collision creates what they call an interference pattern. What is an interference pattern in a hologram? It's waveform information. Looks like a fingerprint. I don't think it's an accident either. And then, well, what is it? It's just waveform. But then you fire a laser at it, and amazing things happen. And what you are looking at is basically the same principle as dropping two stones in a pond, and they start a wave reaction. And as those waves collide, what you're looking at is a waveform portrayal, expression of where the stones fell, how fast they fell, how heavy they were. It's an information field if you know how to read it. And so what happens with the holographic waveform information is when it's read, it becomes an apparently three-dimensional object. These are all holograms that we're seeing here from these waveform information patterns. And some of them, the best of them, can look as solid as you and me. This lady is a hologram projected from somewhere else. These are all holograms. He's been projected from somewhere else. Les Dawson did a whole bloody program, you might have seen it, the British comedian. Even though he's no longer with us, great man as he was, he did a whole program as a hologram. This lady isn't standing there, but appears to be. And so what we're doing is taking this waveform information, that the cosmic internet, and turning it into a holographic reality. And now, mainstream science is starting to see that this is something they need to explore. You are a hologram projected from the edge of the universe. New Scientist, one of the main scientist magazines in Britain. Scientific American, are you a hologram? Quantum physics says the entire universe might be. And here is a mainstream newspaper report. Russian researchers want to replace your physical body with a holographic avatar. Why and how? Because they're replacing a hologram technologically generated with a hologram biologically generated, but even now they're starting to biologically generate as well. And the wonderful, amazing characteristics of a hologram, which explains so many mysteries, is that every part of a hologram is a smaller version of the whole. So when you get one of those holographic prints of a picture in waveform, and you cut it into 4, and you fire the laser at each one, you don't get a quarter of the picture, you get a quarter-size version of the whole picture. Every part of the hologram is a smaller version of the whole. And that's why you see the human energy field is a smaller version of the planetary energy field. This is where as above, so below comes from. And then you have reflexology and acupuncture and all these things that can find points on the ear and the body and the foot, all over the body, that correspond with other parts of the body. It's because they are holographic and therefore smaller versions of the whole. You might have seen people who've photographed things with their hands, when they've in various experiments that have been done. Not when I say photograph things, they've seen things with their hand. They've not seen them as clearly as with their eyes, but they've seen them. Now that is possible, although science says it's impossible. It's possible because there are sight senses in the hand, because it's a hologram, therefore all the senses are in the hand, just not as sharp as the main sense, in this case eyes. The palm reading is all part of the hologram because the whole body is in the hand. And this is why the brain cells and the universe mirror each other. So there are scientists over the years who have said that this reality as we experience it only exists when we observe it. I would take that a stage further and say we only see it in this form when we decode it. And the act of observation is the act of decoding. So when they say that waveform suddenly takes a particle form, or they can take the same form at the same time, it's because it's the same information in different forms. And so when you look at this newspaper article, Your Mind Can Control Matter, physicist, atomic particles were shown also to be waves. Whether they manifested as waves or as particles depended on whether someone was looking. Observation influenced the physical reality of particles. In more technical language, observation collapsed the wave function. It decoded the wave function into holographic reality. So when we are not looking at this reality, we're not decoding it, it's just a waveform information field. Same with us. So that's the base form of the body. It is an information field. We decode the body through into this as well. And if you can manipulate the way we decode reality, you can manipulate what we perceive. This is an example I've given many times, but I use it every time because it is so brilliant to explain what I'm trying to say here. There was a guy called Michael Tolbert. He wrote a brilliant book called The Holographic Universe about the scientific evidence for the holographic nature of what we call physical reality. And he told the story in that book of how he had a friend, his father rather, who had a party at his home, and he got a stage hypnotist along to do party tricks. And he got this guy called Tom, and he took him through the various things, and then towards the end he said, Tom, when I bring you back to a waking state, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. So at that point he brings the daughter and stands her right in front of Tom. And Tom, the father's looking in her belly. So he brings him back to a waking state, apparently, and he said, Tom, can you see your daughter? Tom's looking around, can't see him. So everyone else in the room could see the daughter. He can't see the daughter. So the hypnotist went round her back, and the small of her back, he held something. He said, Tom, can you see what I'm holding? He said, well, you're holding a watch. Daughter's between him and the watch. He said, there's something on the watch, Tom, can you read it? He leaned forward, he read an inscription on the watch. Now, Dogma Dawkins and everyone else in the mainstream would say that's impossible, perfectly bloody logical. Because the base form of the daughter, like the base form of all of us, is a waveform information field. And if you don't decode that into the holographic reality, your holographic five senses can't see it because it's not in its reality. And so what had happened is the hypnotist had put, if you like firewalls in the decoding system, and the decoding system would not decode the energy field of the daughter. Everything else in the room, yeah, not the daughter. Everyone else could see her because they'd not been through that process. So the only way that he could see his daughter is when that firewall was unlocked and suddenly he's decoding her. Oh, there she is. Now imagine you know all this in great detail and you want to manipulate the global population. What power that gives you. And look at how the same information is there wherever you look with people with an open mind. Tesla, my brain is only a receiver. Central American shaman, we are perceivers, we are awareness, we are not objects, we have no solidity. We are boundless. We, or rather our reason, forget this, and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime. And the whole focus of the system is make sure we don't emerge. Who creates the universe that we see? We do. And thus, if we change our perceptions, we can change what we decode into a reality, and we can change society. We're not going to do it by stockpiling weapons. We're not even going to do it by mass protests. We're going to be doing it by creating a different reality, by coming from a different perception of what reality is. All that we see or seem is just a dream within a dream. And because everything is one, the dream is the dreamer, and the dreamer is the dream. They're both expressions of each other. And this is a massive way that this is manipulated, the right and left side of the brain. This is mainstream science here. This is not, where I'm coming from alone. Left side of the brain is structure. It's language. It's numbers. It's hierarchy. It's the world that we see. Right side of the brain is inspiration, intuition. creativity. It's the musician, it's the artist, it's the creative in anything. And this is Mercedes-Benz in an advert that was actually emphasizing these two very different functions of different sides of the brain. And what the system does, because it knows that this is where creativity is, this is what connects the dots. Because this sees the tapestry, this sees the strands. If they keep you in the left brain, it's all dots. You get in the right brain, the dots are a picture. That's why they don't want us to connect the dots. That's why they don't want us in the right side of the brain. And so they put the soldiers on the gate of the left side of the brain to stop the right side getting in and having an influence. And what is that? It's doctors, it's journalists. And I'm not saying they know what they're doing this. They don't. They've gone through the system as well. It's scientists, academics in all their forms, and all the rest of it. And if you look at exams in education, what we call education, it's all left side of the brain information, and all the time cutbacks in the arts and things that would open the right side of the brain. I've never made one of my discoveries, said Einstein, through the process of rational thinking. No, through going to another level of awareness beyond the village idiot of rational thinking as we perceive it. Cosmic communication. This is the wireless internet on an electrical level. There's a whole area of science now called the electric universe. Two of the great pioneers and founders are Wallace Thornhill and David Talbot. This is a brilliant book. It's very difficult to get hold of, explaining how the universe has a electrical level, electromagnetic level. It explains so much. We all realize that there's electricity in the atmosphere because we see lightning. What we don't realize is when something's lightning in the lower atmosphere, there's other electrical things going on right out into the cosmos because it's an electrical system. This is a news story. High-speed solar winds increase lightning strikes on Earth. Scientists have discovered new evidence to suggest that lightning on Earth is triggered not only by cosmic rays from space, but also by energetic particles from the sun. There is an electromagnetic field which connects everything. Electrical tornadoes, they are fast-rotating electromagnetic fields. The northern lights, the aurora borealis, electrical light show. Electrical comets as they interact with the electrical level of the universe. Electrical galaxy, the spinning of the galaxy. And Nikola Tesla said this: all peoples everywhere should have free energy sources. Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities and can drive the world's machinery without the need for coal, oil, and gas. And he knew that. He knew that, and he died penniless in a hotel room in New York in 1943. And who are the forces that are suppressing this knowledge? The very sources that are telling you we must deindustrialize because of global bloody warming. That's a load of bollocks anyway. Scam. Gravity is powerful. Okay, the electrical force is about 1,000 trillion times more powerful than gravity. This is what the magnetic force is capable of. And as the electrical universe postulates, the force that hold the planets in their places and their stability are not gravitational forces, they are electromagnetic forces, which brings about a very simple thing. If you can, or something destabilizes those electromagnetic forces, then the planets go walkabout. And I'll get to this in part 2, but they went walkabout in geological terms very bloody recently. 99.99% of the universe or our reality is plasma. And plasma just happens to be an almost perfect medium for electrical forces. They say in the laboratory, plasma exhibits a lifelike ability to self-organize and cope with the stresses of its electrical environment. Why? Because it's conscious. Everything is conscious. And in the electrical universe arena, they can recapture happenings in the heavens in the laboratory using things like plasma focus devices. Try to get mainstream to replicate what they say happens in the universe and how. Electrical sun, plasma sun, almost entirely plasma, they say. Why? Because it is a processor of electrical power, information. Electric sun, I mean, it's not bloody obvious, is it? And they say that what the sun is like a nuclear reactor that starts in the middle and convects out. Well, they say there's a radiative zone. Well, apparently there's very little evidence, if any, for that. And the convective zone they've found is about 1% of it needs to be to do what they say it does. What the electrical universe position says, with tremendous evidence, is that actually it's coming the other way. It's not coming out from the sun, it's coming into the sun, being processed, and then going out from the sun in another form. In ultraviolet light, you have what they call a torus, or like a donut around the sun, well out, and it is a collector of electrical power. And what happens is, as that electrical power builds up and builds up, just like lightning is a release of too much electricity in the atmosphere, so there are massive releases of electrical power from this torus, and they head for the sun, and they bang into the sun, create massive holes that we call sunspots. According to the electric universe, sunspots are not going that way and banging outwards, they're coming this way and banging outwards. And here's another kind of thing that supports where the power is really coming from. On the surface of the sun, it's about 5,000 degrees Kelvin, that heat measurement called Kelvin. And in the upper levels of the sun, way out from the surface, it's 200 million degrees. That's the sunspots. And so you have cycles when this electrical power is very, very powerful, and when it's less powerful. And that is what creates the sun cycle, when there's more power coming from the sun and then there's less power. Another great thing that explains another thing is when plasma has a electrical force or electrical state of a certain kind, and it meets plasma with an electrical state of another kind, the plasma automatically creates a barrier between the two. They're called Langmuir sheaths, after Irving Langmuir, who discovered them. And that's why we have these energy fields around planets. And we, in our electromagnetic level, and the planets are interacting with this electrical force, which is delivering, again, information within the cosmic internet. And again, you've got the brain cell and the universe. So this starts to explain this. Astrology. What we call planets and stars are, in their base form, waveform information fields. And as they move through the greater cosmic internet, they are impacting upon it in terms of changed information. They're changing its nature. And when these planets move into certain situations in relation to each other, the impact becomes even greater. And so where the planets are dictates the nature of the energy field. And when we come into this reality, we pick up the energy field at that point in the cycle. And so we pick up a different energy field to someone else. And we interact with the energy field as we go through our life, therefore, in a different way compared with someone else who comes into the cycle at a different point. And that's what we call astrology. And in its deep scientific level, it is a science. Not in the, local newspaper with a little one paragraph, but at its deep level, it is a science. In the right hands, everything in the right hands. And because we live in a hologram, this is a smaller version of the universe, a smaller version of everything we perceive to be above it. Now, time and space are great creators of illusion, and that's what they are, illusions. Far away, we see stars, we say they're billions of light years away. Hold on, In that form, they exist. When we decode them here, they're centimeters away in effect. And it's just, again, waveform into hologram. Space, illusion. Communicating, they say, particles can communicate billions of miles apart. How? Because the billions of miles are illusion. It's one energy field reacting to itself instantly because it's one energetic field. And when you look at time and space, when you put like a computer game into a computer, all the information is on one disk at the same time, right from the start to the end. But you put it in the computer and that plays that out scene by scene. And as the scenes pass, you perceive that as the passage of time. And as you look at the screen and its depth and its perspective, you see that as space. But all it is information on a disk being decoded into that form by the computer. And it's the same with a DVD. Your perception of time when you're watching a DVD only is dictated by where you are in the DVD. So when you're watching here, your past is there and your future is there. When you're watching there, your past is there, your future is there. And yet, it's only dictated by that part of the information field that you are decoding at that time. There is only the now, that which is all. There is no time and space within that dazzling darkness. It's illusion. It's a perception of time that we have. And this is a great line. The present moment is the only moment available to us, and it is the door to all other moments. Why? Because there is only that moment. And the more we get pulled into the future, fear, more we get pulled into the past, regret, we're getting pulled out of the now into some illusory past and future. And what the left brain does is it takes information in that now and it puts it in a sequence. And that sequence appears to us to be the passage of time. We're back to the DVD. Einstein said, when you are courting a nice girl, an hour seems like a second. When you sit on a red hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Relativity is what? Your perception of how you decode reality. Time doesn't exist, clocks exist. Time is just an agreed upon construct. We have taken distance, one rotation of the Earth and one orbit of the Sun, and divided it up into segments, then given those segments labels. Why it has its uses, it's been programmed to live our lives by this construct as if it was real. We have confused our sharing construct with something that is tangible, and thus we have become its slave. We have a line that doesn't exist in the ocean. That's tomorrow, that's yesterday. It's not even bloody straight, look at it. And yet time controls ours. This is another newspaper article. Prison of the mind. Prisoners could serve 1,000-year sentence in 8 hours. Future biotechnology could be used to trick a prisoner's mind into thinking they've served a 1,000-year sentence, a group of scientists have said. Why? Because it's all an illusion. University in London has done a study on time and found that when great sports people are playing, they go into another relationship with time where they decode it to be slower than the rest of us do. That's why, we see balls going across a tennis court and you think, how did he get that back? But he's not seeing it in the same speed we are. I experienced this myself when I was in sport on one occasion. And so you have these, people from the so-called past which seem to be ahead of their time, like Da Vinci and Giordano Bruno, and all those things that Da Vinci came up with 500 years before they were shown to work. And people say they were hundreds of years ahead of their time. They weren't. They were beyond time. They were able to access that level of awareness beyond the program, thus beyond time and space, and that's where they got that knowledge. It doesn't matter if it's the Stone Age here or now. If you access that awareness, you can get that inspiration. The power of the heart, love, intuition, and intelligence. We've got this chakra system, this vortex system. This is the key one, the master one, which relates to the physical heart. And throughout history, the heart has been said to be the center of human power, and it is. The Heart Math Institute in the United States has done massive research on the true nature of the heart, both the physical heart and the energetic heart, same thing in the end. It's the body's most powerful electromagnetic field projected from the heart. The brain obeys the heart. More nerves go from the heart to the brain than go the other way. And the heart has brain cells because it is a massive form of intelligence. Thinking intelligence, innate intelligence. Knowing intelligence, thinking intelligence. Programmed intelligence, see through the program intelligence. And this is what they say. There is also new data suggesting that the heart's field is directly involved in the intuitive perception through its coupling to an energetic information field outside the bounds of time and space. And that's why you get intuition that knows far more than this thinks it knows, because you're accessing a much higher level of awareness when you come from that point. Open your heart and connect with all that is. Thinking, knowing. And that's why they want to shut the heart down through fear, through anxiety, through depression, through worry. So we don't use that access to the great forever. The research at the HeartMath Institute says that when the heart, the brain, and the central nervous system are in harmony, the person moves to a higher level of awareness. When they are not in harmony, they have a distorted resonance, incoherence as they call it, then you're not in that higher state of awareness. And this is the heart rhythm of someone in a state of appreciation. This is a heart rhythm in someone in a state of frustration. Coherence, incoherence. And look at the frickin' world. It's structured to constantly put us in states of low vibrational emotion and fear and anxiety and frustration. And in doing so, it takes us out of the true self and into the fake self. Open your heart, change the world. This is a great line from the great Bill Hicks. This is where we are right now as a whole. No one is left out of the loop. We are experiencing a reality based on a thin veneer of lies and illusions, a world where greed is our God and wisdom is a sin, where division is key and unity is fantasy, where the ego-driven cleverness of the mind is praised rather than the intelligence of the heart. Absolutely right. So let's quickly go to the digital construct, because I've been talking about going through the waveform, through the digital into the holographic. Numbers are simply expressions of states of waveform information. This is where numerology comes in. When people keep getting the same numbers recurring in their lives, God, not that number again. What's recurring is the same energy information fields. So on one level, it's a waveform. On another level, it's digital. It's numbers. It's why numbers are so important and so important in esoteric lore. And now we've kind of gone full circle, and now they are creating digital holograms, which is getting so close to what we're actually experiencing. It's unbelievable. This is, again, a mainstream article, and they look so real, digital holograms, so real that when Ford focused a digital hologram to show off a car concept model, people stopped, afraid to walk into it. They thought the holographic car was really there. That's the reality we're experiencing. That's a hologram, a digital hologram. And what they've now established is that these ACGT codes of DNA, they can be expressed, as with computer language, as a 1 or 0 on-off electrical charge. In other words, they cross over. And the Fibonacci sequence of numbers, where you add the number before to the next number to get the next number, 1 and 1, 2, 2 and 1, 3, 3 and 2, 5, can be found throughout nature in the way that shells grow, the nature of the form of the human body, all these things, storms, waves on the sea, fingerprints. You find this because we're in a virtual reality universe, and one level of it is digital, so it must express itself like that. Symmetrical mathematics not only shows the nature of mathematics within our reality, it also emphasizes the holographic nature of our reality relating to those mathematics. So, given all that, Is the universe a simulation? I've been saying it is for years and years and years. And here we have a mainstream article again. Physicists may have evidence that the universe is a computer simulation. How? They made a computer simulation of the universe and it looks sort of like us. And this is from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for anyone that thinks that, that's just kind of fantasy. This is what human science can do now. Biology is fundamentally discrete, based on a sets of nucleic and amino acids combined into genes and proteins. And computers are fundamentally discrete, based on bits of data processed by logic gates. The latter have long been used to study the former, but a range of emerging technologies are now making it possible to directly convert between these representations. Just as analog digital and digital analog converters provide the interface between computers and the physical world of sensors and actuators, biology digital and digital biology converters are allowing computers to create and control biological worlds. They're starting to be able to create biological virtual realities now, or they're on the road to it. What if there's a much greater force? I think there might be, I don't think we're at the cutting edge of knowledge in all that exists, ever has been, personally. What you could be doing in terms of creating a reality. And this is a study at the University of Bonn into whether we live in a simulation. And this is a report. They say that they may have evidence that the universe is a computer simulation. They pointed out in a paper called Constraints on the Universe as a Numerical Simulation that simply being a simulation would create its own laws of physics that would limit possibility. I said in books years ago, the laws of physics that we think are laws of physics here are not universal. They're the laws of physics in the way this reality works. That's all. They're not universal. What are the laws of physics? Click, click, enter. Whatever you bloody make them. Scientists talk about a phenomenon known as the GZK cutoff, which is an apparent boundary for cosmic ray particles caused by the interaction with cosmic background radiation. The University of Bonn paper says that this pattern of constraint mirrors what you would find with a computer simulation. They say that like a prisoner in a pitch black cell, we would not be able to see the walls of our prison. And this is right on the other side of the world. James Gates, an American theological physicist, professor of physics at the University of Maryland and director of the Center of String and Particle Theory. This was reported in Physics World. There may be evidence to show that our reality is a simulation akin to the movie The Matrix. Yes. Gates and his team of researchers discovered equations in the fabric of the universe that contain embedded computer codes of digital data. They take the form of 1 and 0 and 0, the binary system of on-off electrical charges used by computers, and he says we have no idea what they are doing there. I think I can help him. Computers and other electrical technology are embedded with mathematical sequences known as error-correcting codes or block codes, which return data to its original state if something changes or interferes with it during transmission. Gates and his team have found these sequences within the fabric of our reality, but they don't know what they are doing there. They're holding the reality in place for reasons I'll explain in part 2. And what I would say, the biggest blocking code of this reality, this fake reality, as I'll explain after lunch, the speed of light. The speed of light is not the fastest speed, it's pedestrian. How can you have a fastest speed within all possibility? It is the walls of the reality, the fake reality that we've been manipulated to decode, believing it to be real. And they've been talking for centuries and centuries about the fact that this is some kind of enclosed world. And it is. And like a prisoner in a pitch black cell, we may never be able to see the walls of our prison until we wake up. So, put this all together, and we're living a fake identity. We think we're our name, our race, our job, our income bracket, our religion, and our life story. I am whatever the system tells me I am. No, we're not. We are what we are, infinite possibility. Jim Morrison, great quote. The most important freedom is to be who you really are. You trade your reality for a role, a mask. You trade your sense for an act. You give up your ability to feel. In exchange, you put on a mask. There can't be any large-scale revolution until there is a personal revolution on an individual level. It's got to happen inside first. And so we need to stop living the lie and start living the truth of who we really are. We are infinite awareness. We are not humans. That is our experience. We are infinite awareness having that experience. Infinite possibility. And this is a wonderful quote I've used a few times, but it's so brilliant from a near-death experiencer. What they experience outside of the body. Everything from the beginning, from my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. That's who we are, and that's what the system is seeking to keep from us, to hold us in this one narrow band of point of attention. And bollocks begets bollocks. That's why the whole of our society is flawed and distorted and inverted, because it's coming from a totally fake position of the reality that we are. Yippee, we know all about the known. No, you know what you've been told. And if you tell the system back what you've been told, you pass exams and you progress within the system. Congratulations. Wisdom is knowing how little we know. And that doesn't mean you believe everything, of course not, but it means your mind is constantly open to all possibility. We are in an intellect prison. We worship the intellect. This is the isolated intellect without consciousness. Village bloody idiot. That's the intellect. It looks at dots and it focuses on dots, but it can't connect them to see the picture. And so, this is why infinite awareness, all that has been, ever can be, has been reduced to this. And the world that we live in has been reduced to that through delusion, the delusion of illusion. And why? We ridicule and we kill and despise those that can see beyond the program. You are the universe, but society teaches limitation. Why? Who's behind the bamboozle? Who benefits from it? Why is this nonsense going on? Be back in 1 hour. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We were born to the floor. We won't be downtrodden anymore. Learn to roll. Want yourself a set of scores with all my height. Still with shoulders wide. Step clean out of line. Hold my head up high. You can't take my eyes. I still take to flight. They can't break my mind. What I'm born with is mine. Remember, you are. Remember, you are. Find your feet. Take to the streets. No compound desperately. This elite has no power over me. With all my height, still shoulders wide. Step clean out of line. Hold my head up high. You can take my eyes. I still take to flight. You can break my mind. What I'm born stand as one, stand as one. Stand as one, stand as one, stand as one. Stand as one, stand as one, stand as one. Stand as one, stand as one, stand as one. Stand as one, 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 stand as one. Now with all my height, still shoulders wide, stepping out all night, hold my head up high. You can take my race, still take to flight. You can break my mind, when I'm born, when it's mine. Remember who you are. Remember who you are. Remember who you are. Remember who you are. Thank you.
Hey. Oh, quick. Rolf, welcome. Oh, great. Gareth's terrific. Hello, thank you. Just to say in relation to Gareth, the song he started out with today, you know, Get Your Love On, it's available in the foyer for a donation. I think £1 is the less donation, and all profits for anyone who buys it anywhere go to Gaza Charities. So, well done, Gaz. Now, awaken, awaken, awaken. Well, we're going into some challenging information here and in the next section, so let me focus again. The idea that this is a lost cause that we're involved in here is no way is a lost cause. We take our power back, game over. So we can paint another picture. Please hold that thought, because it's very, very important we don't get pulled into fear by seeing what we're involved with. Now, Gino Krishnamurti said something very, very true when he said, if we can really understand the problem, the answer will come out of it, because the answer is not separate from the problem. They're indivisible. And you know, what I find in like some what they call New Age areas and stuff like that is, you mustn't talk about anything negative. Oh no. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never come across any knowledge that was negative. I've come across knowledge I'd rather not be true, but I've never come across knowledge that's actually negative. Ignorance is freaking negative, not knowledge, because you can do something with knowledge. And so the idea that, you know, we should be frightened of looking at things as they really are, I mean, it's just another version of looking the other way and hoping it will go away. It won't. So when people say, well, what's the solutions? Well, fundamental to any solution is to understand the nature of what we're dealing with. Because then we've got a much better chance of dealing with it. We know what we've got to deal with. And, you know, a lot in the conspiracy research arena, like I said earlier, brilliant. There's so many people involved in this now. But the vast majority of them will not go even close to where we're going to go in the next 2 hours or so, because of religious belief systems, or because, well, even if it's true and I say it, I'm going to lose my credibility. I think you lose your credibility if you don't go with what you believe to be true, and you edit that on the basis of what will people think of me if I say it. That's how we got into this frickin' mess. And unless we understand how deep the rabbit hole goes and what we're dealing with, we're never gonna find an answer to it. And just stockpiling weapons and fighting the system is just playing into the system's hands for reasons that will become clear, indeed, possibly already have. So we are infinite awareness, capable of multiple realities and perceiving multiple realities. We've been caught in the bamboozle, which has led to this and this through the control of perception. So who or what is ultimately behind this? Or at least the depth of the rabbit hole we've got so far. Well, they ain't, for a start. Because they're just here today, gone tomorrow, people who are just puppets of a system that's here yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the next day. It's not him. I don't care if he's supposed to be the most powerful man in the world. He ain't. He's another bloody glove puppet. And anyone in that job, the same applies to. It's not him either. Here today, gone tomorrow, presidents and leaders who are replaced by other leaders. But the system, the direction goes on because there's something behind that that's pushing that direction on. And nor even is it the corporations. They're still at the level of playing out the control. It's not actually at the point of creating it. It's not the origin. It's not people sitting around tables. They're still at the point of playing it out. You can go into the shadows and you can get closer to where it's coming from, but you're still at the play out level. You go even deeper into the rabbit hole, really deep into the web. And that's where you find people like the Rothschilds and such like. You don't see us, but we control your life. But there's levels beyond that, where it's coming from. But where is it? Okay, well, I'm going to cut to the frickin' chase, really. The truth doesn't change because you don't want to hear it. Now, obviously, I can't go into great detail with this. I mean, the perception deception is that bloody big. The whole day is about connecting dots to show the picture. And all I can say is for 25 years, I've been full-time on this, and the evidence has brought me to this conclusion. There's no one out there, you see. All that is, there's no one out there. And when you think that what we're seeing is only what is within a narrow band of visible light, and then you think what possibilities lie beyond that in the great infinite forever, the idea that we are alone is absolutely beyond ludicrous. And the fact that you can be seen as crazy for believing that shows how inverted the system is. This reality, this infinity, is teeming with different expressions of life. And some of it's interacting with us. This is Professor of Mathematics and Astronomy at Queen's Mary University, London, Bernard Carr. He said, our consciousness interacts with another dimension, actually many other dimensions. Our physical senses only show us a three-dimensional universe. What exists in the higher dimensions are entities we cannot touch with our physical senses. Exactly. So, the idea that we just operate in isolation of everything else is, for me, crazy. So, like I say, I'll cut to the chase. This reality that we're experiencing has been hijacked by a force that some ancient people called archons, but there's different names right across the ancient world for the same force, the same entities. This is when the penny drops, when all these different names for the gods all over the world turn out to be different names for the same force, because they're described in the same way. And all over the world you see this. In the Far East, Central America, and other places, they're known as the serpent gods. The Zulus call them the Chitauri, the children of the serpent. They're the Anunnaki in Sumer, Babylon, now Iraq. They're our snake brothers to the Hopi people of North America. They're the star people, many, many examples of that. They are the demons of Christianity. To the Gnostics, they are archons. And to the Islamic and pre-Islamic world, they're called the jinn. And in their prime form, they are energetic in nature, but they can take form, as I will talk about. So, like I say, they're described so much in the same way, because they're different names for the same thing. So, the Gnostic people, not the Christian Gnostics, the pre-Christian Gnostics, that ran the great library at Alexandria, and they also manifested as the Cathars in southern France. They say that the archons are made from luminous fire. The jinn, according to Islamic and pre-Islamic belief are made from smokeless fire. And you see this correlation of description wherever you go. Now, this, for me, was one of the great finds ever in terms of understanding the nature of what is happening. At Nag Hammadi in Egypt, about 77 miles north of Luxor on the Nile, in 1945, a sealed jar was found with loads and loads of documents in it, leather-bound. And they told the beliefs and the perceptions of this people called the Gnostics. And the Gnostics had a completely different view of reality than religion, which is why the Roman Catholic Church and the Roman Church tried to destroy them wherever they got any strength and any foothold. They ran the great library at Alexandria, which had something like 500,000 scrolls detailing the beliefs of the ancient world and the history of the ancient world, destroyed by the Roman Church. And like I say, the Cathars, who were destroyed again by the Roman Church in 1244, I think it was, at that place in France, Montségur, that fort on the hill where I've been a couple of times. The religious establishment wanted these people destroyed because they were dangerous, because they had the truths they didn't want the people to know about. And this is what these scrolls and this find at Nag Hammadi said. 1/5 of the texts, and there were lots of them, were about a force they called the Archons, which they say created our physical universe, and they equated them with the Judeo-Christian Yahweh Jehovah God. And when you see the Old Testament kill 'em and flog 'em and all that stuff God, it fits precisely with the descriptions of the Archons by the Gnostics. So what they say in these writings, in these texts, is that, well, first of all, Archon means prince, ruler, authorities, or from the beginning. That's why they use the word Archon. They said that the Archons and the Lord Archon, which they called the Demiurge, was a fake god that created our physical or material reality as we perceive it. The Gnostics related the Demiurge, like I say, to the Judeo-Christian Yahweh Jehovah God, and they are inorganic, not resulting from or produced by growth. They are artificial. And they say in these texts that they created the inorganic parts of the solar system, but that the sun, the moon, and the earth were a system that were of itself and different from the rest, which was kind of interesting with what will come later. They said that the Demiurge Archons had no creative imagination and envy humans because we have. They're like cyborgs. Again, we're coming back to the inorganic. Like cyborgs, a robotic race that can imitate but not innovate. And the word they used was counter-mimicry. Now, what they were saying, in effect, is if you gave these Archons a blank sheet of paper, they could create nothing on it. They don't have that creative imagination, that what was called intentionality. But you give them something with a piece of paper with something on it, and they can twist it and manipulate it once it exists. And they used the term fantasia, because these entities, they said, just as the Islamic people say about the jinn, have the ability to create virtual reality illusions. They're mind parasites. They possess humanity and manipulate the way they perceive everything. And they say the word you could use more than any about the Archons was deception. They are deceivers. And what they create is an inversion of the natural order, which will become so crystal clear as we go along. Why? Interesting, like we see these different names, and actually for the same thing. The classic Satan is called the deceiver, and the demon of demons, as this demiurge is called the Archon of Archons, the Lord Archon. Now, as I've kind of studied this and put it together, it seems to me that what we're looking at is what I would call a self-aware distortion. and it's self-aware inversion. Now, this is why the first 2 hours of today was so important. Everything is conscious. Even a distortion is conscious. Even an inversion is conscious, but it's conscious in a way that reflects the inversion and the distortion. And if you look at what we call evil, it is live written backwards. Evil is simply an inversion of life, an inversion of perception, and evil is extreme ignorance, which is the inversion of truth and awareness. And because this force, this archontic force, shall I call it, is an inversion of life, that's why it and anything attached to it is obsessed with death, which is an inversion of life. And so you get the Satanists who worship these gods in their rituals obsessed with death. That's why they're attracted to churchyards and cemeteries and stuff. And so the death cult, which is what this archontic force and its followers are, is about destroying. It's about killing. And whereas the natural order is about life and abundance. And so when you look at the way the system, the archontic system that I'll come to, is destroying life. It's destroying life in war, but it's destroying life, the natural world. And it seems a contradiction, but it's not, because that's their world. The archon world described by the Gnostics is one of death, one of no creative imagination. It's a death cult, and all this pollution and environmental devastation is absolutely what it wants, because that's its reality. And the other thing about the archontic mind is it's what we call psychopathic. They're psychopaths, the definition of which is this: no empathy, no remorse, no empathy, no ability to put themselves in the feelings of those that suffer the consequences of their actions. Once you have no empathy, you have no limit to what you will do, because you have no emotional consequence for doing it. No remorse for what you do, no shame. Parasites overwhelmingly. Why? Because they have no creativity of their own, so they have to parasite off the creativity of the target population. That's what the system does. Look at banking. What else is that but an exercise in parasites? And these people, which manifest as many world leaders and all the rest of it I'll come to, are pathological liars. What is a pathological liar? An inversion of truth, inversion. And they'll do whatever it takes to get their end goal. Other thing, the Gnostics used in these texts the word hal, meaning simulation. They talked about the fact that these archons could create what we would call virtual realities through controlling perception. They said about the archons, they make something appear to happen that does not happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience in the translation. And what do the Islam and pre-Islamic worlds say about the jinn? They can manipulate humans by creating illusions. This will become big time relevant the longer we go into this 2 hours. So we're back to this, that what our reality does or is, it's possibilities and probabilities folded into existence by perception. So this whole archontic system is about programming our perception, programming a distortion of our perception, an inversion of our perception, which is why we live in a madhouse, because it's an inversion of the natural order. So the idea is to disconnect the human mind, the human droplet, from the ocean, and lock us into this tiny set of frequencies, which then we perceive as all that there is to see, and gotcha. Now, before this, what I call hack, and you'll see why I say hack shortly, there was another world described by the ancients, and very much along the lines of the Avatar movie and the Na'vi, the blue people, and how they interacted with the natural world, how they communicated with animals, how they communicated with each other beyond speech. And what the Gnostic texts say is that the archons made a bad copy, as they describe it, of our original reality. The original reality was that kind of avatar world. And when you say that without the first 2 hours, it would sound ludicrous and ridiculous, and that's impossible. But we're not dealing with the physical. We're dealing with information. That world is an information construct which we decode into a lovely world. This is an information construct which we decode into the world that we have today. And the idea, this might need a battery, mate. The idea is was to create this illusory reality and replace the old reality, and then this needs a battery, I think, because it's going on me. Anyway, and then tuning humans into that bad copy. Now, when you think about it, we're tuned into an information field of certain frequencies. We decode that into a reality. If we are then moved, our dial is moved so we're decoding something else, we just decode another completely different reality. And that's what is meant by this bad copy. So this is an image that sums it up. I'm walking outside in the sun. You don't have to be in the sun. You just have to decode the fact you're in the frickin' sun. And it's the same with this bad copy. You just decode a reality and you think it's real because it's the only one that you can perceive. So you can decode a reality of the avatar kind, and then you are fed a different information source, tuned into it, ways that I'll come to, and then you decode a different reality, what I call the archontic reality. And this, I would strongly suggest, is the fake reality that we have been decoding through what we call known human history, modern human history, and further, that we think is just a natural world. It ain't. If you can create a virtual reality simulation, then you can create an alternative to it as well, which is what the bad copy is. And you're tuned to it through something called entrainment. Entrainment is the process by which, if you have 3 violins and they're all plucked to the same note, therefore they are the dominant frequency, put another violin in there, either plucked to another note or not plucked to any note, and it will start vibrating in sympathy with them, because they're the dominant frequency. And if you can create a dominant frequency, then you can start to entrain the human decoding system into that frequency, and suddenly you're decoding a completely different reality. And once that happens, they gotcha. If you don't realize that's what's happened, because to you, well, this is how it is, mate. This is the world, isn't it? Well, what world is it? That's my question. And, you know, I liken this archontic distortion, inversion, to a computer virus. It absolutely fits. A computer virus, in our terms, obviously not exactly the same, infecting human perception. So what is, like I said earlier, a computer virus? It's rogue information. It's just introducing into the original system rogue information which distorts their word again and inverts the original system. So this is what a computer virus can do. Damage files, slow the system, show messages, take control. And how a computer virus works: a virus is a small piece of software that piggybacks on real programs. The archons do not have creative imagination. They cannot create. They can only distort what already exists. How can you describe a computer virus in better terms than that? Similar to the way a biological virus must hitch a ride on a cell, a computer virus must piggyback on top of some other program or document in order to launch. Once a computer virus is running, it can affect other programs or documents. It has piggybacked the original reality and has distorted it. And this is what is manifested as what the Gnostics called a bad copy. Now, we are taking energy, sustenance, from the energetic field. And we take energy from that field within the frequency band that we're vibrating to or resonating to. We can't take it outside of that band because we can't sync with it, like Radio 1 can't sync with Radio 2. So if you are a distortion and an inversion, you cannot get energetic sustenance from the natural order because you're not in that frequency band. So to get your sustenance, your energetic sustenance, you have to get it from other distorted energy, which is in the frequency band that you are interacting with. And so the peoples around the world, the different cultures, etc., talk about the fact that these entities, it's a universal virtually description, feed off human energy, but not just any human energy. Low vibrational, as I would call it, human emotion. They feed off fear and anxiety and frustration and anger and conflict and war because they are a distortion of the natural order of love, of peace and balance. And thus, these archontic inversions, energies can feed off them. And so, it's very like in the Matrix where the machines, again, inorganic, were feeding off human energy. And so, while we, coming from the natural order perspective of love and peace and harmony, think that war and suffering and fear are a bad thing, to them, they are essential to their energetic survival. That's why they create them. This archontic inversion, which expresses itself in multiple ways, can't sync with that. That's what it needs for its sustenance. Thus, it has manipulated the structure of our society to generate it in unbelievable abundance. All these things that we talked about earlier, all generating low vibrational human emotion. And anyone thinks that, it's kind of just some airy-fairy imagination. This was what happened to the energy field, the Earth energy field, at the time of 9/11, when there was that massive emotional explosion in response to what happened in New York and Washington. We are impacting upon it. And this is just a few days ago in a newspaper. Babies smell their mother's fear to learn what to be afraid of. Mothers emit odors that teach their babies what to be afraid of, even if the fearful experience is one the baby has never been exposed to, according to this study. Even, in the frickin' womb, the new life is being prepared for a lifetime of fear. What is fear? Lunch to these people. They are feeding off all this emotion and low vibrational energy. And that's why the pressure is to create events all the time that produce more, and against going the other way that produce less. And so this scene in the Matrix was very much in line with what I'm talking about. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change the human being into one of these. And on one level, that's what we are. Generators of distorted emotional energy. And you talk to alternative healers and people on the true cutting edge of healing, and they'll tell you that virtually every illness is based in emotion. Because emotion creates energetic distortions, not only to be absorbed by these entities, this distortion, but also to be trapped in the body, which manifests then as dis-ease, disharmony in the body, caused by emotion. So Carl Sagan's bamboozle is really the inversion of the natural order, which is why this world is turned on its head. Wherever you look, it's an inversion of what not just we would like it to be, but an inversion of the original reality that it replaced. And this is one reason why you get Satanists and stuff like that using inverted symbols for their symbolic language. Everything is inverted for the reasons I'm talking about. And I've used this quote before, but how much more relevant is it now from Michael Elner? Just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health. Lawyers destroy justice. Universities destroy knowledge. Governments destroy freedom. The major media destroy information. And religions destroy spirituality. Inversion everywhere. And these expressions of this archontic force are genetic liars, because lying is an inversion of truth. And this archontic energetic inversion, distortion, is not in this reality in form, although it can be, as I'll come to, but it exists in a reality very close to this one. And the idea is to distort our reality more and more, so it starts to blend and combine and come together with theirs. They are seeking to turn this reality into an extension of their reality through distortion and inversion. Now, this is Eben Alexander. He said that when he had his massive near-death experience, the first place he went to was very unpleasant. And to me, what he described was very much like this archontic realm that I'm talking about. He said he heard the sound of rhythmic pounding that was distant yet strong, a little like a heartbeat, but darker and more mechanical, that keeps coming up. Cyborg. Like the sound of metal against metal, as if a giant subterranean blacksmith is pounding an anvil somewhere off in the far distance. Pounding so hard that the sound vibrates through the earth or the mud or wherever it is that you are. Reptilian, worm-like creatures crowded past him, he said, and sometimes rubbing against him with their smooth and spiky skins. Faces bubbled up out of the darkness and became ugly and threatening. The pounding intensified and became like the work beat for some army of troll-like underground workers. He became aware of a smell, a little like faces, a little like blood, a little like vomit, a biological smell, in other words, but of biological death, not biological life. And whatever, that fits absolutely the descriptions of these entities and this inversion. And they're seeking to bring their reality into ours by syncing their frequency. The Golden Age society, the way it's described, and again in the way the Avatar movie portrayed that society, was a heart society. This was the point from which they interacted with the world, the heart, which allowed them to experience reality outside the bounds of time and space. When you come from the heart, you don't do hatred. The heart doesn't hate. The heart doesn't seek to destroy. And so this inversion was about taking the point of interaction with the world from the point of love, heart, into the emotions. And how do we see now our society and how people interact with it from the level of emotional response and emotional reaction instead of here? And when that moves to that we interact with the world here, the world dramatically changes. And so, like I said earlier, with this heart coherence with the central nervous system and the brain, once we get into this, we start to disconnect from the heart, disconnect from beyond time and space, and start to have this as the governor of our perception. And if you take it in a computer game terms, the idea is to pull us into the lowest level where this archontic force works from. Now, these Gnostic writings have been estimated to have been buried in that sealed jar between about 350 and 400 AD, which corresponds with the destruction of the Great Library of Alexandria run by Gnostic thinkers. But it's suggested that they were possibly written about 100 AD. In those documents, all that time ago, best part of 2,000 years, they say that the archons can take form And the main forms they take are reptilian entities and those known today as greys. The archons describe the greys as like an unborn baby or fetus with grey skin and dark, unmoving eyes. That was nearly 2,000 years ago, and it's the same description as what we call grey entities today in the modern world. And of course, I've been saying for a long time now that behind the human networks of control is a reptilian form. But I did say a long time ago, I didn't think it ended there. I thought it went into the realms of something else, and this something else is this archontic inversion, I would suggest. So when I was talking about the reptiles, of course, I got lots of ridicule. Hey, he's mad. And my response to that has always been the same as well. This is my feeling about what they say. Because I simply want to know what the bloody hell's going on, me. Just want to know what's going on. Whatever it is, I want to know. And if people don't like it, well, they do the other thing, that's just as good. But is it madness, or is it seeing beyond the program? Like I say, condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. But they say it's rubbish, but they don't investigate it. And yet, when the Daily Mail runs a story from some chemist, scientist a few years ago who said that he thinks from his research that there are reptilian entities all around in other dimensions, then he was treated as dead straight because he's a scientist, so he must know what he's talking about. And there was another study which was kind of projecting what some of the dinosaurs would look like if they hadn't been wiped out, as they say. And they came up with the fact that by now they would be humanoid reptilian entities like that, which is interesting because when you look at the descriptions around the world, this is a Zulu description, this is a painting made by a Spanish artist who said he interacted or experienced these reptilian entities. They are described in remarkably similar ways. And this is something called the Chani Project. And it's one of those kind of things that happen so often when I'm researching. I'll come to conclusions and I'll write it, and then something will come along and it will say, look at this. And long after I'd been writing about these reptilian entities, I read this article. I was in Nexus magazine, and it was by a whistleblower about a project called the Chani Project, Computer Interface Communication with Other Realms. And he said that in the 1990s here, 1994, for 5 years, they, at a kind of similar thing to what's happening at CERN, it was one of these collider things, but in Africa and smaller. For 5 years, they interacted through computer systems with an entity in another dimension, another reality, and asked a total of 20,000 questions. And interestingly, this is what came through this entity, according to this Chani Project. A reptilian race was holding back humans so they couldn't grow. The entity said they had fought many battles against the reptile race in their own reality. Humans were more evolved spiritually than the reptiles, but they suppress humans with their technology. Their God is their technology. That will become seriously relevant later in the day. But look, what did the Gnostics say? That humans have creative ability, where the archons don't. It says here, more spiritually evolved than the reptiles, but we are suppressed through technology. And what I was talking about, tuning humans into the fake reality, this brings us to endless stories of the manipulation of human genetics. Some appear in things like the Bible, but you find them all over the ancient world, again, relating to these gods of different names, which turn out to be basically the same. So in the Gnostic writings, they talk about, and remember, these have been in a sealed jar since about 350 AD. They've not been tinkered with and changed like the biblical texts that were expressions of these in many ways, but were out in the public arena and therefore could be changed. These have been sealed all that time. The Lord Archon, what they call the Demiurge, said, "Come, let us create a man according to the image of God and according to our likeness, that his image may become a light for us, a vehicle for us." And this brings us to the biblical texts, which again are mirrored all over the ancient world. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. And you know, in this Noah film in 2014, they symbolized the bloodline with the human finger and the reptilian covered finger. Very, very symbolic and very true. Now, anyone thinks that all this genetic stuff is modern. It ain't. This is known as the genetic disc for obvious reasons. It was found in Colombia, and it is thousands of years old. And on this disc, which is incredibly well preserved, are images of human eggs and sperm that can only be seen under a microscope. And it talks about the birth process internally as well as externally, and the entities that it is portraying certainly ain't human. And you've got the Zulu, Chitahuri, the children of the serpent, with Credo Mutara, who's right into his 90s now. And this is one of the paintings he did of descriptions of this Chitahuri. And on one of his ancient artifacts that goes back at least 500 years, called the Necklace of the Mysteries, these images, these symbols, are used by the Zulu shaman to tell the story of Africa and the story of the human story. And pride of place at the front is a non-human entity and a human woman. And let's say that fits into that. And this is one of the flying saucer type image at the bottom. And I asked him what that was. He said, that's what the stories say the Chitahuri came to Earth in. But this, he said, is symbolic of the interbreeding between humans and the Chitahuri to create a hybrid race. This is the whole point. If you're at that level of understanding how reality works, you don't have to have literal interbreeding to change the human form into some kind of hybrid. You know, what we are doing is receiving and transmitting information. And if you change the information that the receiver-transmitter decoding system is receiving, and that information relates to the human form, you can mutate the human form simply through getting people to decode that information. You see, the reason that radiation causes mutations is because it distorts the natural order of the body energetically, and then that transmits itself as a mutation of the form. Form is information. Change the information, you change the form if you can get the original form to decode that information. In other words, you transmit it on the right frequency. And of course, they're doing all this stuff now, as I said earlier. Now humans are doing it at our point of understanding. And so once humans were locked into this fake reality, they were into this round and round the garden world of limitation and suppression and control that we've been in ever since. And Carl Sagan, who knew far more than he was saying, he wrote a book called The Dragons of Eden about the impact of, in many ways, reptilian genetics upon human behavior and human personality. And he says, in effect, you can't really understand the human personality unless you understand the reptilian part of the human form. And one of the things he was massively referring to was the reptilian brain. Everybody has what they call a reptilian brain or an R complex, and it very much relates to emotion. And it's my view that before this genetic tinkering took place, either the reptilian element wasn't there, or it was much less influential, much smaller in its impact than it is today. This is the kind of thing that smacks on the brakes when someone walks in front of your car. It doesn't do critical thinking or working it all out. It's reactive. It's constantly scanning the environment for dangers of various kinds to the operating system. And this is mainstream science. From the reptilian brain, we get primitive and emotional responses. Lunch, for a start. cold-blooded behavior and territoriality. Mine, it's mine, and you can't have any part of it. A desire to control, an obsession with hierarchical structures of power, which is exactly the way they've structured human society. Aggression, might is right, winner takes all, coming from the reptilian brain. Protecting status, power, reputation, superiority, intellectual preeminence, acquiescence on another level to hierarchy and authority. And for me, of course, there was a very big reptilian input in the Garden of Eden story, which again you find in different versions all around the world. And it talks about the fall of man. I suggest what that fall was the fall down the frequencies from here to here into denser matter, or what we call matter. And it says in the Bible, behold, Adam is become as one of us. I would suggest become of the archontic mind, knowing good and evil. And what is knowing good and evil? It is knowing duality. When you're in a reality based on oneness, based on the heart, which doesn't do duality, then there is no duality. Everything just is. But when you start to pull that unity, that oneness, into different elements of itself, then you can get polarity, you can get duality, and from duality comes conflict, and from conflict comes the energy that they seek, from love to fear, into duality. And so, as we've gone through this period of known human history, this computer virus, if you like, this distortion, has distorted the waveform energetic level of this reality, and we are decoding it through into holographic distortions, like wars and conflicts and people dying of hunger in a world of plenty, where it's all about me instead of all about what is right. And we're locked into this frequency band, thinking it is all that there is. Now, of course, throughout known human history, this theme of possession has been going. Some entities possessing someone and taking over their mental and emotional faculties, their sense of reality. And what that is that on one level, like I said in the first 2 hours, we are an energetic field. You can photograph one level of it, the auric field. And from that auric field is projected the holographic, so-called physical world, physical self. What these entities do on an energetic level is lock into that waveform level of the human form. And once they make a connection with it, a frequency connection with it, they can start influencing the perceptions of that person. Now, the more that they impose their information field into the possessed information field, the more the information change is starting to affect the hologram and what the hologram looks like. And when you therefore get these possessed people that actually start to form, that's because so much of the information from the possessing entity has entered the possessed entity that it has started to change the nature of the holographic form. And so you get the exorcist type shift with some devilish face taking over from the human one. But that's an extreme version. But if they can lock into any level, they can start to influence your perception. And interesting, this is a Native American concept of inside of us are two wolves. One they say is evil. It's anger, sorrow, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, all these things. And on the other one, what they call is good, joy, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, all that stuff. And they say, which wolf wins? And they talk about human nature. Well, it's human nature, mate. But is it? Is that human nature? Or is that the distortion seeking to impose itself on human nature? And imposing itself so much that that concedes itself to that and collectively creates a world that reflects that. Which one wins? Well, which one wins in their terms depicts which whirlwinds. That love, benevolence, empathy, think of the world that would create and once was before the hijack, compared with the world we have now, where we are manipulated more and more into destruction and conflict. Giordano Bruno again. The divine light is always in man and woman, presenting itself to the senses and to the comprehension, but man rejects it because that divine light is beyond the program, consciousness beyond the program, and if we don't reach that level of frequency, we cannot connect with it, and that's what the archontic forces are focused on doing, is holding us out of that connection. So, in plain sight, reptilian gods, it's all over the place. The oldest form of human worship is the worship of the snake or the reptile or the serpent. It goes back at least 70,000 years in Africa, Botswana, the Salido Hills, where the San people, better known as the Bushmen, say that the great python came with a bag of eggs to create humanity. I would say actually to manipulate humanity that existed at that time. This is a guy called Reverend John Bathurst Dean. I won't go through it because we've got so much to get through and I've been through this before. He wrote a book called Worship of the Serpent in 1933. It was a work on the study of worship of the serpent and the snake and the reptile imagery all over the world. It was massive. And he concludes that what follows after his research and all that is that the most ancient account respecting the cause and nature of the seduction of humanity must be the one from which all the rest are derived, which represent the victorious serpent, victorious over man in a state of innocence and subduing his soul in a state of what he would call sin into the most abject veneration and adoration of himself. And he's talking there about the whole concept, wherever he looked, of the fall of man was always related to some serpent figure, not just in Christianity, all over the world. Now, you can find serpent figures. This is a serpent, female and baby. This was one of the finds in the area now known as Iraq, Sumer, Babylon, etc. And it was the Ubaid people, which preceded Sumer a long, long time ago, BC. And you can see in the way they portrayed the pharaohs in Egypt, the cobra, as Crater Mutwa pointed out to me, is a massive symbol of this, what I would call now archontic race, this reptilian race that can take a reptilian form. There's the cobra head on the pharaoh. There's the belly of the cobra. There's the cobra coming out of what? The third eye. The Druids used to worship a serpent god called Hu. And this is the Nagas, a reptilian race in Asia that they said could take either human or reptilian form. There's the Mayan people. They worship the serpent god Kukulkan. And the folklore describes, of course, dragons and serpents. Then you've got the fairy stories of the prince turning into a frog, the frog turning into a prince. And what they call these reptilian bloodlines, which I'm going to come to, are the royal bloodlines because they are the bloodlines of the gods. And of course, in the East, the dragon is a massive central point in their imagery. You find around the world this theme of part serpent, part human, all over the place, the duality of them. And this is another common thing that you find, the serpent eating a human or eating a human baby. All over the place, all over the world, and you see it on Alfa Romeo even. And note the crown. Note how often the crown is used because these are considered royal bloodlines, these particular serpent archontic human bloodlines, which I'm going to come to. And when you look at the Hollywood and televisual portrayals around the world of non-human entities in reptilian form, they are incredibly the same or very, very similar to what people have described who've interacted with these entities. They worshipped the fish gods, as they called them in the ancient world, with the scales. And the fish god priests used to wear a hat like that because it was a fish head. And all the way through, this same theme has come into the Roman church, into the Christian church. And there you see the mitre, the fish head, the same as the worship of the fish gods in the ancient world. And there you see it in this country as well. So what you're looking at is secret societies. They worship a certain force, a certain god. You get religion. They're worshiping a certain god. They think they're different gods, but actually it's the same gods. And then you get Satanism, and at the level of Satanism, they are more knowingly worshiping the archontic, satanic gods. But in the end, all these different forms, although the vast majority of them have no idea that's the case, are ultimately worshiping this force with tremendous implications that I'll come to. So, I mentioned these bloodlines. This archontic force does not operate in this dimension in the sense that this is not its frequency. So if it wants to pull it to be its frequency, but it can't be its frequency at the moment. So it needs a vehicle within visible light to work on its behalf while it works from the hidden. And so certain bloodlines were created specifically to be that vehicle. Human, archontic, human, reptilian hybrids. And you see the symbols of them with the number of times you see reptilian imagery in the coats of arms of the aristocracy and stuff. Of course, the City of London, the financial district, which is massively involved in the global conspiracy, also has tremendous reptilian imagery. Now, these bloodlines are like the in-betweeners, if you like. You've got the visible light frequency band, and you've got the entities outside of the band. These are the representatives within this frequency which can interact with this frequency and do the bidding of this hidden force. And like I say, it's like the scientist who can't work inside a tank with something that's dangerous, so he puts the gloves on and works from outside the tank and works in it through the gloves. If you take the scientist to be this archontic force, the tank to be our reality, and the gloves to be these bloodlines, that is the dynamic that we're looking at between this hidden force and the one we see. So what has been created is a hierarchy coming out of the hidden down into the seen to create and direct a society that generates maximum low vibrational energy and systematically imposes the virus upon our society more and more and more. And these bloodlines have a particular DNA. And what is DNA? It's an information field. And they, when they create hybrids and anything like that, they see it as a software program. They don't see it the way we see it. And so the reason that these bloodlines interbreed so incessantly, I mean, we see it with royals, but all these Eastern establishment families of the United States into banking and corporations, they interbreed just the same. It's to hold this information field, which has a certain series of personality traits which the archontic force wants in these hybrids because it makes them work on their behalf without any compassion or empathy or question in terms of the impact and suffering that they make people have. So this information field, this DNA, this hybrid, has the natural order traits that I talked in that wolf's image. It has them deleted. They have the ability to empathize deleted. The ability for remorse deleted. The ability to feel any emotional impact for what they do to others deleted. And what they are describing are psychopaths. These people are psychopaths in our reality on behalf of psychopaths operating outside our reality because they are an expression of this. No empathy, no remorse, no shame. How on earth can you bomb the living shit out of Gaza and have no emotional impact? How can you lie to justify the invasion of countries that kill and maim millions? How can you do that? Only if you have no ability to empathize and you have no emotional consequence for your actions. So, you think politicians are on the world? No, it's something very different, which the major politicians are an expression of. Some know, many don't. And the reason that these hybrids are so, I'll call them the elite for want of a word, are so important is because there is a hybrid genetics. It means, because when you go back, genetics is just an information field, a frequency field. The frequency of the hybrid is closer to the frequency of the archontic entities than the general run of the human population. So the ability to possess, control, and dictate their behavior is far more powerful with the hybrids than it is with the general population that have a different genetics. And this is a Swiss clairvoyant called Anton Steiger, who was telling the story of his life in an article. He wasn't talking about any of this stuff. He was just saying experiences he's had. And this was one of them. He can see beyond what we call the physical into the energetic levels. When I see people in business or politics who are particularly trapped by the material world, for example, I notice that they no longer have any light bodies at all. In many of these people, the point of light at the heart chakra, here we go, which is otherwise always present, is no longer visible to me. What do we call psychopaths? Heartless people. Instead, I see something like a layer of shiny tar around them, in which a monstrous being in the shape of a lizard can be distinguished. When such people speak on television, for example, I see a crocodile shape manifesting itself around the person like a concave mirror. I don't see the light of their throat and forehead chakra. And I've talked to people all over the world that can see beyond the physical, who don't describe exactly the same, but it's very, very similar in terms of this possession. There you go, there's one of them, look. It's just a trick of the light, don't worry. So, what we're looking at is dual DNA in these bloodlines, which is what? Dual information fields, which will explain something else in a second. So these people appear to be one thing, but they're actually behind the facade of the human facade, something else. We're not from these parts. And if you look at it, that Avatar movie was symbolic in so many ways. What the American invaders did in the Avatar movie is they infiltrated the Na'vi, the blue people, by looking outwardly like the Na'vi. So they didn't realize they were being infiltrated. That's what's happening here. That's what's happened for thousands of years. We've been infiltrated by a force taking over this reality that has fooled us because it looks human. And you know, this is today, the era of chimeras. Scientists fearlessly create bizarre human animal hybrids. Did you know that scientists are creating cow-human hybrids, pig-human hybrids, or even mouse-human hybrids? They're doing it now at our level of knowledge. And one day, very soon, or sooner than later, all the people have taken the piss all these years are gonna have to face the fact that this is freaking true, and this is why the world is as it is, and when we understand it, we can do something about it. So shape-shifting. Another thing, you know, I'm supposed to be kind of off with the fairies. It's so simple once you understand reality. Shape-shifting is possible, shifting from one form to another, because the body is not solid. And I talked just a few minutes ago about dual information fields because of the dual DNA. And what we have is the DNA, which is one information field, the DNA, which is the human information field. And what happens is, as one information field becomes dominant, it changes the holographic projection of the dual field. So, most of the time, virtually all the time, when we see them, they are projecting the human part of their dual DNA, which projects into the holographic world as a human-looking hologram. When there's a shift, they could do it at rituals, and they can also do it when they go through really extreme levels of fury and emotion, emotional anger, when the reptilian or the archontic part of the dual DNA information field becomes dominant, then the hologram reflects the information in that part of the dual DNA. And to the observer, and that's all that's happening, someone has shifted from one shape to another. All that's happened, there's been an energetic shift, and the observer has first decoded the human and then decoded the shifted information field, and to the observer, that person has shifted from one shape to another. It's just the way two different information fields are being decoded by the observer. People send me things all the time, and they sent me this one a long time ago because it looks like reptilian eyes. I'm not saying it is, but it's just a symbolic example of how people have described to me, because the eyes go more than anything. They say the eyes are the windows on the soul, and that's absolutely true. And interestingly, a friend of mine has an associate who went through a study to, well, I kind of agree with it, but I don't know him, but to develop iris scanning technology. And it involved him scanning, he said, 2,300 eyes or pairs of eyes. And he said to my friend, the most amazing thing about the research, as he looked at the eyes at very, blown up level, that around 4% of those he looked at appeared to be of reptilian type and appearance. That's about 4 or 5% is the figure that keeps coming back to me over the years. And interestingly, I saw a figure the other day, they reckon about anything between 4 and 6% of the population are born psychopaths. Whether that's connected, well, have a think, I don't know. Now, so what we're looking at is behind the painted smile, something very, very different. And you look here at one of the great traits of the reptilian brain. And of course, if you have more reptilian genetics, you're going to express the traits of the reptilian genetics information field more powerfully than the general population. And one of them is an obsession with ritualistic behavior and hierarchical structures of power. This is why things like royalty and the state are bloody obsessed with ritual. It all has to be at a certain time, in a certain place. It goes round and round, ritual, ritual, ritual. That's a classic trait of the reptilian brain. It's why people like Satanists are obsessed with ritual. The secret societies, of course, are obsessed with ritual. Religions are obsessed with ritual. Here you go. This is the lady. They're so freaking happy, these people, aren't they? Hey? They're so happy. And the emotionless state of so many of the royal family, the real genetically deep royal family, is classic reptilian brain archontic personalities. And you see the obsession with ritual. When they bring someone new in the bloody royal family, they have to send out a new list for who's got to curtsy or bow to who. I mean, they're bloody mad. It just happened to be head of state. Look at it. I know my place. Your lick majesty. Have you ever seen her do that to him? We elect him. We have no frickin' say in her. And yet, all these professions that are supposed to be serving the people and anyone who wants to become a citizen, they don't have to pledge allegiance, an oath of allegiance to the people or the countries, to her, to the frickin' monarch. They have no power, they're purely symbolic to bring the tourists in. Bollocks! Yeah, look, they're not even bloody British, the German royal family. Oh, look, Philip, is that the Luftwaffe? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, they place them in here, that's your head of state now, well, thanks very much. Does she speak English? Look in this one. We parasite off you when we have contempt for you, but you just let us do it while asking God to save me. What the fuck? God save the Queen! Bollocks to the Queen! What? And I have to bloody smile there's a big England football match and all the players are lined up and the crowd are there and we're all patriotic, are we? Yeah, we are. And they go, long to reign over us, God save the Queen. Long to reign over us. I ain't, but many people, most of them are singing and demanding to be reigned over, suppressed, controlled over, dictated over. And that energetically has an impact, even though they don't consciously realize that's what they're doing. Just the national anthem, mate, it's not. See, it's lovely. They piss on us and we say it's raining. They piss on us and we say she's frickin' raining. There you go. And I think this guy's made the best statement ever about the Queen. I do. I love it. I think that's brilliant. It's fucking lovely. That's just absolutely perfect. Give that man a knighthood. So, in plain sight, this elite, it's not just arrived in the last few years. There's been a journey. It goes way back further than this, but you can pick it up in this ancient period when these very advanced societies, compared with much of the rest of the world, started to emerge in Mesopotamia, Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and China. And these bloodlines came out of these ancient societies. The Chinese emperors used to claim the right to be emperor because of their genetic descendants from the serpent gods. And this is a major place they came out of, Sumer and Egypt, which became Babylon, which is now Iraq. The fact they're bombing the shit out of this place over and over and over and over again is because it has massive, energetic, I can't go into it now because it's too long even for the time I've got, but it's got massive energetic significance globally. And they're creating massive energetic mayhem there for much deeper reasons than just on the surface. So these bloodlines started moving up into Europe under different names. They became the hierarchy that established Rome and the Roman Empire. Eventually they started to locate in Britain, and then they had the British Empire. Wherever these bloodlines have focused themselves or located themselves, a freaking empire has followed. We now have the American Empire, though they will not call it that. And eventually, as this virus spreading, this influence spreading, reached a certain global point, we had global Babylon. And global Babylon came when all the European powers, not least the British Empire, went walkabout all over the world, creating all the bloody colonies. And at that point, there was a resistance to the colonies, and they appeared to pull back and let the empires fade. That was only on the surface. What did I say right at the start? The best form of slavery is if you don't tell them. What actually happened is what was left out in those countries when the empires apparently receded were the bloodline under different names, the secret society network which manipulates them and their agents into power, and they've gone on controlling those countries ever since. The United States, major world power on the surface, controlled from Europe on the secret society level of the network. And what they've created, which we have today, is a vast web with the archontic inner sanctum dictating out through these various organizations, which I'll get to as we go through the day, a policy, a global direction of society to more and more centralization of power, more and more control, more and more surveillance, more and more takeover of everything, and more inversion of the natural order. And they have the hidden with the secret societies, the deep secret societies, and then the hidden has a cusp where it meets the seen. And there you see organizations like the Bilderberg Group, the Club of Rome, the Trilateral Commission, and the Council on Foreign Relations in America. And then from the cusp of the hidden meeting the seen, you come out into the real scene, which are countries and agencies of government. And they are making decisions and introducing policies which on the face of it appear to be made on their decision, on their say-so, but where it started was here, coming out from the center of the web. And that's why the same things can happen all over the world at the same time. The virus spreading, that's what it's been. So, we have these apparently different aspects of the hidden and religion operating in isolation. They're not. They're all worshiping the same God. Some know, some don't. It's bloodline Satanists. As I've gone through this 25 years, again and again, when I've followed the trail of people in power, I have found members of secret societies, of course. I have found Satanists, and I've found pedophiles. And those three things come together in ways that I'm going to describe. Behind it is this archontic force, like I say. And the here today, gone tomorrow people, even those that have some awareness of what's happening, they are the gophers that introduce what starts out in the hidden. And Satanists are interacting with these entities. When they talk about, I've talked to Satanists, former Satanists all over the world, who've given me chapter and verse on how it all works. And they are, in these rituals, interacting with these archontic gods, these archontic demonic entities. And what is happening is in the archon realm, where these major satanic rituals are taking place, in the archontic realm, there are rituals taking place. When I say rituals, there is manipulation of energetic fields taking place to mirror the energetic impact of the rituals that are taking place in the satanic ritual within our reality. And what that does is create an energetic sync, an energetic synchronization, which allows these entities, some of them, to slip through like an energetic gateway, vortex, into this reality for these rituals. I've talked to many, many Satanists who described how these entities have manifested at their rituals because of this reason. They use colors, certain colors, because it's all about frequency and wavelength. They're manipulating energy. And you see these colors again and again in the pomp and ceremony of the royal family and stuff like that. And this is David Berkowitz, who was the son of Sam Killer, serial killer in New York many years ago now. And he said in letters to a Christian minister in jail, yeah, I did it, but I did it on behalf of a satanic coven. And he said this in one of his letters, absolutely spot on. Satanists are peculiar people. They aren't ignorant peasants or semi-literate natives. Rather, their ranks are filled with doctors, lawyers, businessmen, and basically highly responsible citizens. They are not a careless group who are apt to make mistakes, but they are secretive and bonded together by a common need and desire to mete out havoc on society. It was Aleister Crowley who said, I want blasphemy, murder, rape, revolution, anything bad, low vibrational energy, suppress the energetic sea in which we are interacting. And this satanic network goes into politics, it goes into banking, it goes into the media. Of course, not everybody, not even nearly everybody, but key people that are directing society. This is a Swiss banker quoted in a magazine a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, in the Russian magazine Novy Den. These people, he's talking about bankers, are corrupt, sick in their minds, so sick they are full of vices, and those vices are kept under wraps on their orders. Many are into Satanism. When you go into some banks, you see these Satanistic symbols. My God, you do. Like the Rothschild Bank in Zurich. These people are controlled by blackmail because of the weaknesses they have. They have to follow the orders or they will be exposed. They will be destroyed or even killed. And at the top of the list I saw recently in professions of psychopaths were bankers. Now, this bloodline passes through what we call history. And it just so happens, because it's an information field and it's a personality field and it gets people in a certain personality type. This is Vlad Dracul, Vlad the Impaler, who was one of the most famous Satanists ever. He used to impale people and just let them slowly die. And he was a member of something called in its short name, the Royal Court of the Dragon, which started out in ancient Egypt. And he is the man, because he was such a Satanist, that Dracula, the Bram Stoker Dracula, was based upon. It just turns out that she is a descendant of Vlad Dracul through Mary of Teck, her grandmother. And this is how the bloodline comes through, and these are satanic bloodlines. These satanic bloodlines, it's in the blood, it's in the information field. And Prince Charles has actually publicly talked about his genetic descendants from Vlad Dracul and in Transylvania. So they're descendants of Dracula. I see the likeness. I do. I see the frickin' likeness. I'm not sure about him, mind. I'm not sure he's one of them. Lucky boy, I say. And then you go across the Atlantic. These are descendants of Vlad Dracul. No wonder they have no empathy. They go doing their satanic rituals at places like Bohemian Grove in Northern California, worshipping a 40-foot stone owl, the implications and symbolic nature of which will be coming along. All these people, this is Moloch, one of the ancient gods that they used to, in the Bible it talks about sacrificing children through fire to Moloch. That's Moloch. And what we're seeing, talk about entrainment, where you can be pulled into a frequency and that frequency starts to influence you. All over the place now you're seeing satanic imagery. In Grammys go satanic, the satanic stage shows, videos and all that stuff. Here's the Thriller. It was all about kind of Satanism with the serpent eyes with Michael Jackson. They making vampires sexy through things like Twilight. Then we have Halloween, we're just coming up to, Satanism Light. It's pulling people in. The real Halloween sees phenomenal numbers of children and others, but children sacrificed all over the world. It's one of the great satanic ritual days. And now they've got kids turning it into a form of Christmas, which is another form of their ritual, which I'll come to later. And the real trick or treat was when the Druids knocked on people's doors and demanded a sacrifice of a girl, and then, sacrificed her, killed her, and burnt her on the bone fire, where bonfire comes from. And now we're having kids do it, trick or treating. It's pulling kids into this frequency. And here we have in America a satanic temple to distribute materials to school children in Florida. And there was an Australian Satanist who, just before he died, wrote a long document about Satanism and its influence, not as an apology, he supported it. And one of the things he said was that they do rituals on particular points on the Earth's energy field, particularly powerful vortexes, and they do their really dark, horrific rituals because they are seeking to lower the vibrational frequency of the energy field, the energy sea in which we interrelate. And this is what he said. What is most people do not realize is that Satanism is a ritually based practice, and that this repetition has over time left strong impressions upon the morphic field. Control the sea and you control the fish. It's all about frequency suppression to keep us in density and out of multi-level connection. So religion is Satanism light. It's like a public version of it if you look at the rituals. The people who worship the gods of the major religions are worshiping these entities under different names. But they all call them God, but they're actually these entities. We'll come more to that as we go along. And that's why you see this universal religion. There's virgin mothers and babies all over the frickin' world. I mean, where do you look? It's like a franchise. All over. And yet Christianity picks it up. It's the one. It's not. It's just another one of the ancient religion. I mean, this is Satanism light when they're eating the body of Christ as a frickin' biscuit and drinking his blood as a bottle of Merlot. I mean, frickin' hell. But it's what they do in reality in Satanism. It's Satanism light. What a bloody image on which to base a religion. What is that going to do to you, focusing on that? That's sacrifice. There's an inverted pentagram from a major clergyman in the bloody Church of England. And all religion to me is a form of bloody madness because it's so squeezing the perception of possibility that you only need what it says between these two covers to understand the friggin' world, even though you don't even understand the friggin' book. And so, boom, all that's gone. You can't think that. You won't be one of us. Bloody good. And then you got people kind of going through this every year because Jesus did. And because some mate of bloody Mohammed was cut up hundreds of years ago, they do it on the day it's supposed to have happened every year. It's freaking insanity. Religion summed up. Eskimo. If I didn't know about God and sin, would I go to hell? Priest. No, not if you didn't know. Well, why didn't you tell me? I mean, that's it, innit? Did I say the world was mad? I might have mentioned it. Religion, you couldn't make it up. Oh, sorry, they did. They did. They did. Yes, look, he's going away to condemn gay marriage, look, you know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And look where these major religions came from. These major points that I told you the bloodlines came out of. When you look at Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, out of there came Judaism, came Christianity, came Islam, came many other of these sub-religions. And as this guy said, Robert Ingersoll, there can be but little liberty on earth while men worship a tyrant in heaven. The question is, given the Gnostic writings and the other information from cultures galore, what is the nature of that tyrant in so-called heaven? Now, into this mix comes this. I said earlier that when I investigate people in power, invariably, not all the time, but invariably, you come over secret societies, Satanism, and pedophilia. There's a reason for that, and it fits into what I'm talking about. In 1998, I put this book out, The Biggest Secret, which exposed former Prime Minister Ted Heath as a Satanist, child-killing, child-sacrificing, child-torturing pedophile. And Lord McAlpine, too. Nobody said anything. A journalist read the passage to Ted Heath days after it was published. Nothing happened. Why? Because it was true. And when Lord McAlpine was suing all and sundry for not naming him, hundreds of thousands of pounds for BBC, didn't name him. Hundreds of thousands of pounds, ITV, didn't name him. Goes for the speaker's wife. Goes for some comedian on the friggin' Twitter. In my book, I said what he was. And on my website, again, while he's suing all and sundry for not naming him. And now it's blowing fricking open and they are desperately trying to put the lid on. Pedophilia is absolutely infesting the establishment at multiple levels, right to what they allege is the top, for reasons I'll come to. All over the world is the same. The number of children being abused by the rich and famous, never mind others, is absolutely staggering, and there's a reason for it. The scale of child abuse worldwide, shocking beyond belief. Yes, this is the question. We need to keep asking about everything. Why? Then you might find answers. Why is Satanism and pedophilia so interrelated and interconnected? Well, this is a Central American shaman, Don Juan Matos, who said this about entities, the archons that he called the flyers, describe them in the same way, feeding off the energy of children. Sorcerers, people who can see beyond the physical, see infant human beings as strange luminous balls of energy, covered from top to bottom with a glowing coat, something like a coat of plastic adjusted tightly around the cocoon of energy. The glowing coat of awareness is what the predators consume, and when a human reached adulthood, all that is left of that fringe awareness is a narrow fringe that goes from the ground to the top of the toes. That fringe permits mankind to keep living, but only barely. What they are after is the energy of children before puberty. We see puberty as a hormonal chemical change. That is merely a holographic expression of an energetic change in the waveform information field. They want that energy before that change takes place. And so these pedophiles are possessed by these entities that stimulate the desire for sex with children. And while it's happening, they are, through the vehicle of the pedophile, drawing off the child's energy. And the reason that you have so many pedophiles in the upper echelons of society, he said advisedly, is because they are the bloodlines, the dual DNA bloodlines, most possessible, most possessed, and therefore the best vehicles for feeding off children by these entities. That Australian Satanist said this in that document: politicians are introduced by a carefully graded set of criteria and situations that enable them to accept that their victims will be our little secret. Young children sexually molested and physically abused by politicians worldwide are quickly used as sacrifices. In Australia, the bodies are hardly ever discovered, for Australia is still a wilderness. And this is what is going on. This is what Ted Heath was doing. And this is why this guy got away with it all those decades. He was supplying children to the rich and famous, and if he went down, they all went down. That's why he was never prosecuted, even though they knew what he was doing. He is a doorway to the cesspit because he was the doorway to so many of the rich and famous, the archontic hybrid bloodlines that were feeding off the energy of children thanks to him. Daily Express: Jimmy Savile was part of a satanic ring, stands back in amazement. Of course, because they're interrelated. Knighthood from the Queen: she didn't bloody know. Come to that in a minute. Knighthood from the Pope: no need for amazement. Roman Catholic Church, and I tell you what, the reason he became the first Pope in 600 years to resign in office will be shown eventually to be related to this subject, among others. So, we've got all these kind of pedophiles, famous pedophiles. Thomas Hamilton, the guy who killed all those kids in Dunblane, he was a pedophile and supplier of children to the rich and famous in Scotland. Ted Heath, I talked about. George Bush, I've come to him. Kissinger. And this man, Lord Mountbatten, member of the royal family, of course, inner royal family, was a known pedophile. And who did Jimmy Savile say publicly, not in this context of course, introduced him into the inner circle of the royal family in the 1960s? Lord Mountbatten, the mentor of Prince Charles and Prince Philip. And close to the royal family ever since, decade after decade after decade. The frickin' Yorkshire police knew what he was doing. They didn't bloody know. Are you having a laugh? When are these bloody police officers going to get their asses in gear and start knocking on Buckingham Palace? Why was record-breaking paedophile and child procurer Savile an inner circle royal buddy for decades? I knew about him in 1998 when a close friend of Diana for 9 years before they fell out, called Christine Fitzgerald, told me all about him and his necrophilia, sex with dead bodies, death cult. That's why he volunteered to be a porter in a hospital, so he got to the mortuary. And she said Diana thought he was a sleazy man. She couldn't stand him. But he said, when asked, why are you on the inner circle of the royal family? I get things done and I work deep cover. Bloody hell he did. Bloody right he did. And that's why his back was always covered. Who, what, where, when, and with whom? The reason they're desperately trying to put the lid on this is very simple. When the truth comes out about all this, the political and royal establishment will collapse. That's why they're trying to do it. He was supplying children to Ted Heath, not least out of the children's home in Jersey when he went over to Jersey in one of his yachts, Morning Cloud, one of many called Morning Cloud. This has come out through other people now. And even the bloody Daily Mail accepted at one point, when all this was breaking, that Margaret Thatcher knew that there was a paedophile ring, or at least paedophiles in her inner circle, and she did nothing. Who was a close friend of Margaret Thatcher? Jimmy frickin' Savile. was a close aide, Peter Morrison, from when she became Conservative leader in 75 right through to when she left as Prime Minister in 1990. Known paedophile. Even Edwina Currie, the former Thatcher minister, said so in her diaries. And so have others come out within the Conservative Party. He, Lord McAlpine, was her Svengali inner circle advisor all the way through the same period that he was our other close aide. And her Home Secretary, Leon Britton, the man who lost the dossier from Geoffrey Dickens, the MP, the late MP, that was exposing the political paedophilia and naming names. In America, this guy, I've named this guy for bloody hell, how long now? Way back into the 90s. Child killer, child abuser, child torturer. Said it on American radio endless times, in books endless times. And yet he's still at large. And you know, MI5, excuse that with Special Branch, I can't take these bleeding seriously. MI5 Special Branch, right? You can't cough close to the royal family without they've done a massive check on you. And they didn't know about Savile, the NSA, the CIA. They don't know about Bush and all the rest of them. What did the CIA do in response to Bush being a child killer? They named their headquarters after him. Here you go, this is the Political Paedophile Investigation Squad. This is the Political Paedophile Protection Unit. And we keep coming back to the big picture. These are protected because paedophilia has to be protected because of its energetic significance to that which controls the system from the unseen. So Geoffrey Dickens, he had this dossier which he gave to this guy. He's a nice bloody man, isn't he? Now, one of my sources was Andrea Davison. She was a lady that represented the abused at the North Wales inquiry, care home inquiry. Care home, what a joke. And she worked, was an operative within British intelligence. I met her in the 90s. Lovely lady. And she's now on the run in South America because they fitted her up for a crime that appears not only she didn't do, but actually never took place. And the judge who, in her absence, because she had new people and got her out of the country, the judge that awarded a jail sentence was the lawyer representing the famous names seeking not to be named in the North Wales inquiry, while she was representing the victims, and he never said what his connection to her was when he was the judge making the fricking sentence. And he gave her some of the infamous Dickens dossier with the names on. And her house was raided by North Wales and Derbyshire police, who took it away never to be seen again. It's a massive fricking cover-up. Here you go. Oh shit, right, usual strategy, order an inquiry and make it go nowhere, sorted. Except that it wasn't. Here you go, we'll leave no stone unturned except for those with our people underneath. So, anyone want blatant evidence that it's a cover-up? To investigate what happened to the dossier and political paedophilia and Downing Street paedophile rings, they appoint to head the inquiry the sister of Lord Havers, known paedophile, who was the Attorney General who helped to cover up the frickin' paedophilia in politics at the same time that he was Home Secretary. 60 million people, and that's all they can bloody come up with. And then when a lot of us who kind of understand this started putting out the fact that this was all going on, Daily Mail, to their credit, picked it up and made a big splash about it. She had to step down. And so who did they say in her place? The Lord Mayor, Fiona Woolf, 60 million bloody people plus, and they can't find anyone that doesn't live in his frickin' street and has dinner with him. What? How much evidence do people need? How much evidence do the media need that this is the most blatant cover-up because the establishment would fall and the monarchy would be fricking history if this came out. Protect the kids, no, protect the archontic abusers. So all these different areas of the system, ultimately through the hierarchy, end up there. And their great language is the language of symbolism. Interestingly, reptiles communicate through imagery rather than other forms of communication, apparently, I was reading recently. The language of symbols. Why? Why do they have this symbolic language? Well, Confucius once said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words or laws, and there's a reason for that. Because a symbol, like everything else, is just an information field carrying the information that it represents. Going to give you a number of examples as we go along here about this. And so, a symbol, we see it as a symbol, yeah, but that's the hologram. That's in the hologram. It's actually a vibrating information field, which enters the eyes. But it enters the eyes without fanfare. I can be looking at a symbol, I might not even know I'm looking at a symbol. I might be subconsciously looking at a symbol because it's just in my eye line and I'm not aware of it. But I'm taking in on a subconscious level that information field. But I don't know I am. Whereas, when you're getting communication to the ear, it's still a vibrating information field, what we call sound, but if it's within the audio range of the ear, you know you're receiving it, unless it's below threshold, subliminal. So, the greatest way of getting information into the mind, into the brain, into the subconscious to influence perception is through the eyes. Because you don't take it in. It's almost entirely subconscious. Look at that figure right at the start of the day. 11 million sensations a second, and the brain takes 40. But the subconscious takes the freaking lot. That's the point. And so symbols, the information in symbols, is a gateway to the subconscious mind, which eventually filters through to the conscious mind and starts to influence actions. And when you focus on a symbol, you are, through entrainment, syncing your energetic field with what the symbol represents. Doesn't matter if you have a misguided idea of what you think it represents. What it actually represents dictates the frequency, and therefore, when you sync with it, there will be an energetic connection through the symbol to that which it represents, because the frequencies are the same. So when you're focused on that, that's taking you into a certain low vibrational frequency. I mean, like I said, a symbol of a religion. Energy flows where attention goes. So if you can get people involved in rituals or anything that involves symbols and you put their attention on it, you are connecting them energetically, frequency-wise, to what that represents. And, sportsmen will say that when there's a big crowd and they're all on their side, willing them to win, they get energy from them. Why? Because the focus of the crowd on who they want to win makes an energetic connection with the person, and they start to feed more energy from the crowd. But it goes the other way too. When massive crowds focus on the symbols of this archontic force, whether it's personification or literal symbols, they're making the energetic connection, and their energy can be trawled because there is a frequency connection. And when you have these massive, massive rituals with unbelievable numbers of people, they're trawling energy. Go to a football match with a massively powerful atmosphere, and the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Why? Because of the electromagnetic field generated by the crowd. That electromagnetic field en masse is what these people trawl. When you go to like Mecca and they're focusing on this, and we'll come to what that is shortly, what that represents is creating a frequency connection through what that represents to what that actually is. When they focus on Mecca, they're focusing on that Kaaba cube and there are consequences energetically for that. When you have a satanic stage show and the crowd, the kids are focused on it, what it's doing is locking them into that frequency, entrainment. So there's so many ways that we are fed off in that way. And symbols is a massive way. Of course, the eye is a universal symbol of this network. There you see the eye on the necklace of the mysteries. It goes way, way back. In banking and politics, in church, in state, you see it. This is thousands of years old, found in Ecuador. And there is the eye and the 13 levels of the pyramid. And under ultraviolet light, that even shines the illuminated eye. And that's what you find on the dollar bill. It's one of the major symbols of this Archontic network. And there's 13 levels, exactly as in Ecuador thousands of years ago. There it is in Freemasonry, because you'll find it in Satanism, you'll find it in Freemasonry, you'll find it in banking, you'll find it in politics, because they all ultimately are worshiping the same gods. That's MI5. There it is again, the security agencies. MI6, again, the pyramidal shape. This is a church. I think it's in Poland. And here we go, old twerper's back. There you go, have a twerp. Stage show, there it is, classic. And these are locking people in. There's Madonna. What's the chances of this? Katy Perry, Angelina Jolie, Lady Gaga, CBS, Jay-Z. Unbelievable. What's the chances of Chancellor Merkel doing that every time? That's bloody ludicrous. It's not even a natural thing to do. And then you look, I mean, this is unbelievable, this. Animated bloody cartoons and stuff. This pyramid and all-seeing eyes frickin' everywhere. I'm not going to go through them all because of time, but every one of the shots that you're going to see has got that in it. Look at them, all over the bloody place. And this is feeding something into the subconscious of those who watch, overwhelmingly kids. The programming starts subconsciously from the earliest age. The Olympics in 2012, the one-eyed man, the eye. Here you had the Monsters, Inc. The central character had a single eye, and the monsters were feeding off the energy of children. It was their sustenance. And then you have this is unbelievable again, the number of personalities who get photographed covering one frickin' eye up in some form. I mean, look at it. And there's hundreds more. And most of them won't know. Another great symbol of this Archontic network in all its forms is the flame or the lighted torch. And what the Gnostic said was that the archons are made from luminous fire, the jinn were made from smokeless fire, according to the Islamic belief, and the Archon Phoenix, that all comes from this Archontic symbolism, the phoenix rising from the ashes in fire. And according to Freemasonic historians, the phoenix morphed in terms of symbolism into the more acceptable eagle, and that's why you have eagles on so many flags and state logos. So all this is putting information into the subconscious mind to filter through to the conscious mind. So, in plain sight, Saturn. Saturn is, I would say, after my research over the years, is fundamental to understanding how this, quote, bad copy became our fake reality and continues to be so. First of all, Saturn was widely worshipped in the ancient world. Question, why would it be when we can hardly frickin' see it, never mind what the ancients could do? Well, there's a story about why. This, as we see it today, wasn't always like it was, and in geologically very recent times, it wasn't like this. People like Immanuel Velikovsky and others have studied over the years and written books, and they've been followed up by people like the Electric Universe researchers like David Tolbert and Thornhill in books more recently, as they have looked at the evidence that there was a catastrophic upheaval in the solar system in the relatively recent past, not yesterday afternoon, but the relatively recent past, which could well sync with when this bad copy fake reality was locked in. All over the world you have global destruction myths and catastrophe myths manifesting under names like Atlantis and Lemuria and Mu, but they are unbelievable in their common themes of how they describe what happens. And after this movement of planets, which was a massive disruption of the electromagnetic order, as I mentioned earlier, which meant the stability had gone, they ended up where we see them today. Now, this is a fantastic book. I almost can't get it now, and if you can, it costs a fortune. But it represents a magnificent piece of research by this man, David Tolbert, one of the people involved in the electric universe information. It's called the Saturn myth. And what he did was study the worship of Saturn all over the world, studied its symbolism, studied what they said about it, studied why they said they worshiped Saturn. And what came out was this, that Saturn, once upon a time, was anywhere but where it is now, and at the time it had no rings. Come to that as we go along. Actually, it was the dominant planet, I would say star, sun, in the Earth sky. And the way they describe it, it went around in an orbit in sync with Mars and Venus as it moved around. And that was the dominant light, the dominant sun, if you like, from Earth in the Golden Age. And I say that Saturn is a dwarf star, which is not a great, amazing thing because there's so many dwarf stars out there, they say now, it's unbelievable. And what they said in the early astronomical traditions is that Saturn was the primeval sun. That's how they described it. And Plato referred to Saturn as Helios, the sun god. Not our sun that we see today, the Saturn sun, referred to as Helios. Now, we take Helios to mean our sun, because it's the sun god. I say that's a mistake. Actually, they were talking about Saturn. And Diodorus of Sicily, an ancient historian, reported that the Chaldeans in the same area, Sumer, Babylon, now Iraq, called Saturn by the name Helios and said that this was because Saturn was, quote, the most conspicuous of the planets, which fits exactly with Tolbert's research across and I tell you, it's across the global cultures. The creator of modern Christianity worshipped Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. Sol, it turns out, was another name that was used for Saturn and not the sun we think we see today. So when you start to let it kind of filter through, that at least most of the ancient sun gods were referring to the Saturn sun, not the sun we see today. That would make Heliopolis, famous city of the sun in ancient Egypt, as the city of Saturn, with the obelisks, the pillars outside the temple in Heliopolis. And that relates so closely to Solomon's temple, the mythical Solomon's temple. Every syllable of Solomon means the sun. Question now is which sun? And again, you've got the two pillars outside, just as with the one in Heliopolis. Then you come to Freemasonry, and its temples have the twin pillars worshipping the sun, the Saturn sun. Come to that as we go along. So when you go in this symbol, absolutely obsessed network, you come to the twin towers, the twin pillars. A coincidence? No chance. And what are the chances of this if that is the Saturn sun, Helios, Heliopolis? This obelisk in St. Peter's Square is an original obelisk put there from Heliopolis I would say, the city of the Saturn sun. And I've been saying for years and years and years and years that the Roman church is worshipping Saturn. The Bennu bird of Heliopolis was symbolized as Atum Ra. Both symbolized Saturn. And the Bennu bird became the phoenix, which became the eagle, as Freemasonic historians talk about. They worship Saturn as the old sun, the dark lord, and the lord of the rings. Later, Satanism is Saturnism. And it's also symbolized as a eye. Now, what Talbot concluded from reading all these accounts of what happened to Saturn was this, that during these catastrophes, this is a quote from his book, the subject of the global creation legend, the global catastrophe legend, is a spectacular cosmic event actually witnessed by the ancients. Massive quantities of cosmic debris exploded from Saturn, clouding the heavens and eventually congealing into a vast band around the planet. Now, the band is described, like he said, as around the planet. However, what is described is the reflection onto that band of the sun we have today, made it seem from Earth as if there was only part of it, like a beard. And as the day moved on and the sun's angle moved, it's described as appearing that this band went around Saturn, as I'll explain. Now, this is one of Saturn's moons, and I only put this up here because it shows this light behind it. Now, the source of this light is not the same as I'm talking about, but it just gives a feel today, looking at that angle of that Saturn moon, of what it must have looked like in the way they described from Earth. This band, this luminous band. And what they said is, as the sun moved round its angle in relation to Saturn, it appeared from Earth that this was moving around the around Saturn. But that became the main symbol because that appears to be what it looked like for most of the Earth day at that time. And so you see symbols relating to that all over the ancient world, which Talbot came up with. Let's just go further forward here. I'll come to something else. There's loads of them with the band and the disk Saturn. Loads of them like this, with symbolized as the horns with the planet, the sun in the middle of it. And Lord of the Rings was a name given to Saturn. And here you see in the movie, you see the same symbol and the Eye of Sauron, the reptilian eye, as the source of power. They're using it now in Apple products as well. Here you have the man who started a satanic secret society in Germany called the Brotherhood of Saturn. And these are Saturn symbols, and there you see the round circle with the dot in the middle and the horns. Now, that round circle with a dot in the middle is said today still to have been an ancient symbol of the sun. Well, there's nothing when you look at our sun to use a symbol like that to symbolize it. But you look at that symbol in relation to what Talbot's saying, and it's very obvious what it was symbolizing. You had an unbelievably Saturnesque stage show done at the Super Bowl in 2012 by Madonna with the luminous fiery eye again. And there is Saturn with the crescent between the Twin Towers in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street in London. You look at the symbol of Islam, and it can be interpreted as the star and the crescent that was used in the ancient world. These laurel leaves symbols are very much in sympathy with that. This, of course, is the United Nations with the world as a target, very appropriate, and that is the symbol of the Windsors, the royal family, the Windsors royal family. That's, of course, an American great what do you call it? There's the flying disc, again, a Saturn symbol. You see that on many cars and in many areas of the corporate world. And of course, in that Saturn-esque presentation, you had exactly that used in the Madonna stage show. Now this is why Satanists worship the goat. In one form, the goat god Pan. This is Manly P. Hall, Secret Teachings of All Ages, who is one of the major Freemasonic historians over the years. He said Pan was a composite creature, the upper part, with the exception of his horns, being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The god himself is a symbol of Saturn, because this planet is enthroned in Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. And that is where that comes from, Baphomet, one of the most famous of satanic worshipping symbols. And you see them on this ring is Baphomet on Beyonce. She's dressed, Lady Gaga, as Baphomet. And there is Baroness Philippine de Rothschild with Baphomet massively round her neck. I am staggered, I don't believe it. The owl is Saturn, the owl of Bohemian Grove. Apis or Apis, the Egyptian Saturn god, the bull god, the god of Saturn. And that's where you get the golden calf and all that stuff. And again, you've got the money system symbolized as the bull as well. Now, I said earlier that numbers are just digital expressions of frequency waveform information fields. This is called the magic square of Saturn, and it's also the magic square of Freemasonry, of course. And why it's magic is whatever way you go and you add those numbers up, they come to 15, no matter which way you go. Now, in numerology, you add the numbers until you get a single number. So 15 in numerology is 666, 666, and that represents the energy frequency of Saturn, which I'll come to. Now, this is the sigil of Saturn, and they get it by drawing between the squares of the magic square from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. And that's how they get that. Now, if you turn that up on its side, you get that, which is what that is. The most obvious symbol of Freemasonry, because they're worshipping Saturn, which is an expression of this archontic fake reality. That is the symbol of Balmoral, the Scottish home of the royal family. Exactly the same, the sigil of Saturn. This is an ancient symbol of Saturn, the six-pointed star, the Star of David. It's not, they just hijacked that. It's a symbol of Saturn going way, way back. And this is where the name Rothschild came from. They had a red version of the six-pointed star on their house in Frankfurt, where the Rothschild dynasty came out of. And in German, red shield is Rothschild. The very name Rothschild comes from a symbol of Saturn. And they then took it and put it on their fiefdom of Israel. Saturn. Same with many law enforcement symbols. There it is as an ancient depiction of Saturn, six-pointed star and the moons. There's the six-pointed star on this necklace of the mysteries. And here it is again. And all of these are from Asia. It is not a unique Jewish symbol. The Rothschilds took it as a symbol of Saturn and put it as a Jewish symbol. No one is more manipulated by the Rothschilds than the Jewish people of the world. No one. And here you have it in Christianity, the six-pointed star, an ex-pope. And there it is between the pillars in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street in London. It's all Saturn. They're all pissing in the same pot, all of them. Now, another ancient symbol of Saturn is the black cube, which you see all over the place. And this is interesting. We're going to get in now into how this matrix actually works. This is a permanent hexagon storm in the North Pole of Saturn. It's 2 Earths wide, and it's going all the time, and it rotates exactly in sync with Saturn's radio emissions. And in geometry, the hexagon is also the six-pointed star and is also the cube. They are different expressions of the same energetic state. And so when you look at this is just a crop circle, but that's coincidental. You look at that crop circle and it's a hexagon, a flat hexagon. Look at it again, but see it three-dimensionally, even though it's exactly the same picture, and it becomes a cube. They are different expressions of the same energetic state. So a hexagon is also a cube, is also a six-pointed star in geometry. And therefore, this cube, the Kaaba at Mecca, is a symbol of Saturn, and that's what they're worshipping, though they don't realize it, though the inner circle will. The black cube that Jewish people put on their third eye as part of their ritual is Saturn. And when they worship at Mecca, they even make them sit in concentric bloody circles. They'll have them going round next. And so when they are doing their circling of that symbol of Saturn, that which is that frequency can feed off it. This is the symbol of Saturn in terms of astrology. And this is the symbol of the Soviet Union, which was created by the Rothschilds. The symbol of Saturn, the hammer and the sickle. The sickle become relevant shortly. In fact, now, this is the ancient Greek god of Saturn called Kronos, the bearded man, holding the scythe. And Kronos is Father Time with the scythe and the beard. Chronos, chronology, time. It's where it comes from. It's going somewhere. Saturn is the god of space and time, so it is said. Crown comes from Kronos, the god of Saturn in ancient Greece. The Grim Reaper is Saturn with the scythe, the death cult, exactly. Then you've got El and the Elohim. El is the Jewish god or the Hebrew god of Saturn. I would say El and the Elohim in the biblical realm is Demiurge and the archons. And you have archangels, Michael, Gabriel. The El goes all over the place. We have elections where the pawns are elected to serve the elite. We have Israel. And that is the symbol of El, the black cube. It's Saturn. The black sun, the dark lord, the demiurge, Saturn, Kronos, Satan, they're all different ways of saying the same thing. Then you have the bearded man. The god is always kind of symbolized with a beard. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from Kronos, the bearded man who is the god of Saturn. You see beards in religions all over the flipping place. And the beard comes from this symbolism of Saturn with the luminous crescent. And so we come to probably the most famous bearded man, the Saturn pattern. Well, hello from Rome. This guy comes from Rome and the worship of Saturn. This is Fritz Springmeier, a very accomplished researcher into all this. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as Saturnia, or the city of Saturn. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of the Saturn worship, hence Heliopolis obelisk, in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer in various occult dictionaries. Saturn is associated with evil. And Saturnalia, the 5th century Roman writer Theodosius said that Saturnalia, which was in Rome running up to our Christmas, was to mark the time when Saturn suddenly disappeared, which fits with that catastrophe story that Talbot talks about. So Saturnalia, that is the ruins of the temple of Saturn in Rome today, is actually Christmas. They decorated trees, they gave presents to each other, they used holly, same thing. And Santa is an anagram of Satan, Saturnalia, it's Kronos, the Saturn god. Now the bearded man is often used for Saturn. This is William Blake, who was a very deep thinker and knew a lot of inside information. And he painted this picture in 1794 called Ancient of Days. Ancient of Days is one of the phrases used in the Bible to describe God. And he depicts him as the architect. This is on the GE building in Rockefeller Plaza in New York. Again, the Ancient of Days, which I say is the demiurge Saturn, the architect. Freemasons call their God the great architect of the universe. The demiurge was called by the Gnostics the great architect of the universe. And in the Matrix, we had the architect creating the fake reality, the bearded man. And when you look at Saturn, the control system, it fits all the boxes of the society we live in. The religions, secret societies, and Satanism are worshipping Saturn. Astrologically, in other words, energetically, banking is astrologically ruled by Saturn. Politics and the institutions of state of all levels astrologically ruled by Saturn. Corporations astrologically ruled by Saturn. Law in the court system astrologically ruled by Saturn. Science astrologically ruled by Saturn. And it's amazing that the left side of the brain and the traits of it, and the Saturnian traits and the reptilian brain traits are remarkably the same. So all these different parts of the human institutions of society are Saturn's little helpers. The vast majority not knowing, the inner circle absolutely knowing. All this court symbolism and religious symbolism and the headgear in education, it's all Saturn. And you see it endlessly in corporate logos. Now, Jordan Maxwell has been talking about Saturn symbolism being all over society for decades and decades and decades and decades. My question is, why? Why is Saturn symbolism everywhere? Why is it worshipped by all these people? There has to be a reason. Well, I think this is the reason after what I put together. The Saturn-Moon matrix. The Gnostics said of the archons, they make something appear to happen that does not actually happen. They can induce virtual reality experience. And they say of the jinn in Islamic belief, manipulate humans by creating illusions. I went into this subway station in New York a few years ago and saw this painted on the floor, and I thought, that's extraordinary. You had the eye and the ring, Saturn, and over the world was this broadcast system, basically. But it started a train of perception and research. And again, we go back, do we live in a simulation? What is the archon illusion that's given us this fake reality compared with the one that was before? What is making us decode a different reality now to the one we did before? And it seems to me that Saturn is fundamentally part of this fake matrix that we call the world, and that part of what it does is act as a firewall from the original reality so we don't decode it, just like they do in China to stop people getting great tracts of the internet. Interestingly, the Gnostics say the outermost planetary sphere or archon of the matrix, I say, was Saturn. Beyond that was Leviathan, a snake swallowing its own tail called the Ouroboros. Souls had to pass through this to reach paradise. There was another esoteric concept called the ring pass not. And this is a point where while you remain in the illusion of duality, you can't progress beyond it, called the Ouroboros, the snake swallowing its tail. And there on that Saturn symbol, you see the Ouroboros in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry, exactly what the Gnostics described. And within that reality is what we call time, the great controlling mechanism, Chronos, and Saturn, the god of time and space. Now, coming from Saturn is a particular frequency, and it's the frequency that's making that storm at the North Pole. And this is Saturn, which is recorded by NASA. Nice, man. And what the Saturn rings are they're made of sound. I had this sent to me by a sound engineer. This is a ring of Saturn from a particular angle. And he said, I see that every day. That is sound. And there's a thing called cymatics, which is creating patterns purely by sound, where they put kind of particles on a metal plate, and then they play sound across, and the sound, which is an information source, makes the patterns move into a certain sequence. And as the sound changes, the pattern, the sequence, the symbol changes. And it seems the higher the frequency, the more complex the patterns. So sound is a vehicle for delivering information that creates form. And this is a cymatic symbol, the six-pointed star, created purely by a particular sound. And that's what that is, and that's why it rotates exactly with the radio frequencies of Saturn. This is a standing sound wave, and it's an eye storm at the south pole of Saturn, which is permanently going round, and will do so while the sound coming from Saturn is that sound and that frequency. There's a standing wave, looks like an eye, done in a studio. This is the standing wave of rings done in a studio, just like Saturn. It's all sound. Now, these symbols here, I got off the internet, and what it is, they're playing through really fast. You can't see what the symbols are, but when you freeze frame them, what they are, they're reacting to sound. And when you freeze frame them, suddenly you see the symbols that are appearing very fast, but you can't see with the naked eye. There's a six-pointed star in one of them. There's a hexagon. And so a symbol is an expression of a sound, and a sound is an expression of a symbol. So all these symbols and this magic square numerologically of the magic square of Saturn are all representations of the frequency of Saturn, and when they interact with our subconscious, they're locking us into the frequency of Saturn from all over the place. A sound wave creates a symbol, and a symbol generates a sound wave, although we won't be able to hear it in our range. So when you see these artistic patterns in churches and stuff, we see them as patterns, but they're actually a representation of sound frequency. So on an inaudible level, they're giving it off. And Saturn is, therefore, I suggest, a major part of the broadcasting of this fake reality, which we are decoding into a world we think is real, but is actually fake. And maybe that was the pineal gland once. And maybe now that's Saturn which has hijacked the pineal gland. So Saturn was ringless according to the ancients before this great catastrophe. So where did the bloody rings come from? This man, Norman Berggren, has a long, long history. He's in his 90s now, of working in high-tech space and missiles and NASA and all the rest of it. And he wrote a book some years ago called The Ringmakers of Saturn, because when he studied pictures of the rings, he realized they were changing, and not only changing, they were being made as you looked at the pictures. This Voyager spacecraft went closest to Saturn in 1980, and then there's the Cassini craft, which arrived in 2004, and I think it's still in the area. And when he compared pictures from both of them, and then compared pictures in relation to the other, he realized that the story of Saturn was very different to the one he thought and he'd been told. He said this in his book: several years ago, a number of folks in the astronomy and physics world began to theorizing that these rings had to be much younger than the universe, perhaps only about 100 million years old. But one pair of pictures shows a change in 5 minutes. An impression is conveyed that the latest reported measurements purport to be the true ones, when in reality all might be quite nearly correct at the time of observation, but general reluctance to accept variable ring system geometry occurs because of the apparent failure to identify a physical mechanism suitable for producing recurrent change. In other words, because they can't explain why it's changing, they'll just deny it's bloody changing. And on the pictures, and NASA has these pictures, he saw these, what he calls electromagnetic vehicles. And these are thousands of miles long, some of them. And if anyone thinks that's fantastic, that's the Earth in relation to Saturn. We're not talking about the same relationship to size. And there's loads of them on these pictures. These electromagnetic vehicles, he calls them, all over the place. Here's one pictured next to the rings by the Hubble telescope. Here's a few NASA pictures showing one of them apparently moving. You put the pictures together. Why have we never heard of these except through Norman Berggren? And then he found pictures where these electromagnetic vehicles went into the rings and all this stuff was coming out of them that were making the rings as he was looking through the pictures. They're not natural. They say the water ice and stuff is in the rings. I reckon you'll probably find that there's a certain crystal in the rings that is generating the frequency. And this is from just a couple of weeks ago. The mysteries of Saturn's expanding F-ring. Saturn's most distant ring is twice as bright and 3 times as wide as it was during the Voyager flybys in 1980 and 81. The great mystery of Saturn's rings, how they formed, why are they like that, we don't know. Well, maybe we do. There's this massive ring that was found in 2009, about 3.7 million miles out from Saturn, but around Saturn. Get 1 billion Earths in it. And I'm suggesting that actually that broadcast comes across to us. The Saturn matrix is a band of frequency which we are tuned to, and we think it's real. It's a virtual reality as described by the Gnostics. Now, I'm going to move on quickly because we want to run out of time, but the moon, as I've said before, is fundamentally involved in this. I read this book, Who Built the Moon? The evidence for the fact the moon is not a natural body is fantastic. And interestingly, what the book found was the relationship in terms of mathematics and all the rest of it of the Earth, the moon, and the sun is completely different to anything else in the solar system. And what the Gnostics said was the archons created the rest of the solar system but did not create this. The maths involved in the Earth, Moon, Sun system is nothing less than staggering. They've been put together with the accuracy of the proverbial Swiss watchmaker, the book said. That's why the moon is about the same size as the sun, almost exactly at the time of an eclipse. And the moon is perfectly placed, said this BBC documentary, to sustain life, but that's pure luck, a cosmic coincidence. I don't think it is. We never see the other side of the moon. We only see one side of it. And they say in the book, the moon is bigger than it should be, apparently older than it should be, and much lighter in mass than it should be. It occupies an unlikely orbit and is so extraordinary that all existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties, and none of them could be considered remotely watertight. They've got no idea. They first of all had the whack theory, something like a Mars-type planet whacked into the Earth and bits became the moon. That didn't work out. They had the double whack theory where it came back and had another go, and so they go on. And these scientists saying here, the best explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist because it shouldn't if it's natural. It seems easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than its existence. And they've smacked the moon a number of times with massive explosions and impacts. And what's come from that is the evidence says the moon is actually hollow. This is NASA scientist, again, Gordon MacDonald. It would seem that the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous sphere. This man from MIT said the lunar orbiter experiments had vastly improved knowledge of the moon's gravitational field and indicated a frightening possibility that the moon might be hollow. The moon is inside out, said this scientist. And as Carl Sagan said, a natural satellite cannot be a hollow object. These scientists from the Soviet Academy of Sciences, I talked about this at length in my books, wrote a major article in 1970 suggesting very strongly, with considerable evidence, that the moon was actually a construct. And people like Ken Johnson, who've worked for NASA on photographs from the moon, he's come out and said actually there are non-natural phenomena all over the moon, including bases, things you can't explain that are not natural. and there are towers which have been smudged out, some of them not very badly. What the heck is that on the moon? Here's a close-up of it. I mean, what's that? That's not natural. So where did it come from? Who put it there? This is called blue gem, or the blue circle, which it kind of shines electric blue. It was seen as a light from the 1700s by astronomers. Now we can see what it is. 29 miles in diameter. What the bloody hell is it? No one can say. And in so many ways, the moon appears to be something akin to the Death Star moon in the Star Wars films. And indeed, 2 moons of Saturn look remarkably like the Death Star moon. And it, as I put it together over the years, is like an amplifier of the Saturn broadcasts, which are then fired at the Earth with far greater power and thus influence on our reality. And if you put that there, it kind of gives an indication of what I'm saying. Now, talked about that Charney project and what came out from it. Long after I've been talking like this about the moon and its influence on our reality, this article came out, and in part of what was said in it, it talked about the moon. They said this entity that they connected through a computer system with said the moon is not a natural heavenly body. Life was better for humans before the moon came. Moon forces control time and manipulate the mood of humans. The moon is there to control the Earth's mood, emotion, and a big calm would come over the Earth without the moon. There would be only little storms, not big storms. The old race, Archons, captured the moon from space and located it next to the Earth. That is said to have happened by many, many ancient cultures. People and animals without the moon would become calm and peaceful, and anxiety and fear would dramatically decline. The oceans would be much calmer, heavy thunderstorms and lightning would be rare, and the climate would be balanced with no extreme heat or cold. Telepathic interdimensional communication would become widespread, and people would be able to see new colors, higher frequencies in an enhanced color spectrum. And that fits with the fact that this frequency, this matrix, is suppressing human expansion of awareness, keeping us in the box. There would be major changes. This really left field, this one. There would be major changes to the human respiratory system as blood and breathing chemistry changed. Those born after the moon's demise would be able to hold their breath underwater for hours at a time. The Saturn-Moon matrix. That's the reality we think is the world, the one that is locking us in to this round and round and round free society. Go to work, work, buy, consume, die. Work, buy, consume, die. That's the matrix that's playing us. Control the energy sea and you control human perception. We are in a band of frequency. A band of frequency is the matrix, a band of frequency of information. We are blinded by the light. We look at light and we think light is like luminous. But that's just the decoded expression of an energetic frequency field that we call light. And when they talk about God saying, "Let there be light" in the Old Testament, I would suggest that's far more likely this demiurge, fake God in this Genesis description, building the matrix. Let there be light. The speed of light in the walls of the matrix. Beyond that is beyond its walls of suppression. So people are within the matrix thinking it's the world going round and round and round, being played like a violin while they think they're playing the instrument. And like a prisoner in a pitch black cell, we may never be able to see the walls of our prison. And that is the wall I would suggest. And that's why anyone gets close to saying we can go faster than the speed of light, the scientific establishment comes down on them like a pile of bricks. Real? Is it real? Is the night sky real, or is it a planetarium? I've been thinking that since I was a kid. Well, for a start, it only exists in that form in our heads, so quite easily it can be just a construct rather than what we call natural. The archontic architects of our fake reality. And so this scene from the Matrix movie is absolutely perfect if you had two words. The Saturn Moon Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch, a prison for your mind. Human world, no, it's the Archon world, and they're trying to make it more and more the Archon world, which is why the world is changing in its image. And I came across these books of Carlos Castaneda long after I was into all this stuff, and I fell off my bloody chair nearly when I read some of it. They're based on the words of a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus. And this is what he said. We have a predator that came from the depths of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our Lord and Master. It has rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands that we do not do so. Indeed, we are its prisoner. They took over us because we are food to them, yes, low vibrational emotional energy. And they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in coops, the predators rear us in human coops, human eros. Therefore, their food is always available to them, especially if there's lots of wars. Think for a moment and tell me how you would explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior. Sorcerers believe that the predators have given us our systems of beliefs, yes, our ideas of good and evil, yes. Our social mores, they are the ones who have set up our dreams of success or failure. They have given us covetousness, greed, and cowardice. It is the predator who makes us complacent, routinary, and egomaniacal. In order to keep us obedient and meek and weak, the predators have engaged themselves in a stupendous maneuver. Stupendous, of course, from the point of view of a fighting strategist, a horrendous maneuver from the point of those who suffer it. They gave us their mind. The predator's mind is baroque, contradictory, morose, filled with the fear of being discovered any minute now. They gave us their mind because they gave us their frequency, and we are decoding their frequency and thus becoming part of their hive mind. The hive mind, the Archons, the reptilians, and the Borg in Star Trek, classic representation of the Archons. All of these different groups are said to operate with a hive mind, a hive mentality. And we've been connected to it. The Borgs, they were like transhumanist type figures, exactly really in the cyborg way that the Archons are described. And the Borg used to fly around in black, dark cubes. Why do humans blindly follow rules? Because they blindly follow the Matrix. Don Matus said, I know that even now, even though you have never suffered hunger, you have food anxiety, which is none other than the anxiety of the predator who fears that any moment now its maneuver is going to be uncovered and food is going to be denied. Though through the mind, which is after all their mind, the predators inject into the lives of human beings whatever is convenient for them, and they ensure in this manner a degree of security to act as a buffer against their fear. Sorcerers of ancient Mexico reasoned that man must have been a complete being at one point, with stupendous insights, avatar society, feats of awareness that are mythological legends nowadays. And then everything seems to disappear and we have now a sedated man. What I'm saying is that we have against us is not a simple predator. It is very smart and organized. It follows a methodical system to render us useless. Man, the magical being that he's destined to be, is no longer magical. He is an average piece of meat. There are no more dreams for man than the dreams of an animal who is being raised to be a piece of meat, trite, conventional, imbecilic. And what they've done, because of our superior creative potential and expansion of consciousness potential, they have, although they are inferior to that in terms of potential because they are a distortion, they have reduced our, or that of the vast majority of humanity, to a lower level of awareness than they have. And thus this fits the situation perfectly. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. We are the blind. The archons are the one-eyed king. But when we become the two-eyed, third-eyed, true consciousness that we are, game fricking over. Psychopaths have hijacked the world, and it's time to take it back. I have no power is what the Matrix keeps telling us, and what the agents of the Matrix keep telling us. You have to look to authority. We have the power. Awakened, we have the power, and humanity is awakening. And like I said right at the start, understanding the problem is to understand the solution. And we're starting to understand the problem. I'll be back in half an hour. Thank you.
Hello, Wembley. What a day for throat infection. Can I just say before I start a massive thank you to everyone that's bought the record and donated to Gaza. Much appreciated. Thank you kindly. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause, why not, eh? It's a song called The Island. I'm sunning up and I'm closing down. Shuttles dragged down to the ground. I'm boarded up and painted white. Graffiti covers up the sides of life and take my hand. Just feel love and feel love. Take my hand, feel love and feel loved, feel love and feel loved. These bright new lights jump to your grave, and fingerprints will still remain. Once you stood so tall and proud, the strongest gales can't drag you down to ground. And take my hand, just feel love and feel loved. Take my hand, just feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Be at, don't just speak out. Be at, don't just feel it out. Be at, it, don't just speak it. Be it, don't just feel it. And you cannot be replaced. And you cannot be replaced. Erased out. Take my head out. Just feel love and feel loved. Take my head out. Feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Thank you kindly. Cheers.
Oh, cheers, Gaza. You know that boy. He's not a boy. He's a man, but he's my boy. He was offered a lot of money to be supported to become a big pro, and the condition was he distanced himself from me and what I'm saying, and preferably changed his name. And off was the second thing he told them. Hey, fantastic. And what a freaking talent. Now, I'm gonna bring this down to today, what's bloody happening now. So we sort out the wheat from the chaff and all this massive things that happens in the news every day. And when you see it connected, you can see what's going on. We've had the Archon hijack, I've talked about that, and how they feed off human energy, how they've locked us in this frequency field, frequency range, and how all these different aspects of society actually have the same master. And if you are deep enough in this web, then you can start to access what the projected future of this conspiracy is, and you can start to write novels that appear to be from imagination, but actually they're from knowledge of where the projected future is going. And when people like me have written books years and years ago, which about things that are now unfolding, it's really simple. If you can access the projected agenda and nothing comes to intervene in that projected agenda, then the projected agenda is going to happen, and therefore you predicted the future. But the idea is not to predict the future, it's to alert people so we head that future off. And that's what today's about, and that's what this section's about, because I'm relating it very much to today. That changed itself just by doing my shirt. That's a miracle. Of course, George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, 1984 and Brave New World, they knew each other. Huxley taught Orwell, real name Eric Blair, French at the elite Eton College, and they were friends, and they had access to this projected agenda. And I've been saying for a long time that Brave New World and 1984 were not from the imagination, not entirely anyway, they were from knowledge of the future. And that's why they've been so prophetic, so amazingly bloody accurate in terms of how things have unfolded. Now, one of the connections they had was into a secret society called the Fabian Society, which is behind things like the creation of the British Labour Party, also very active in Australia, and was behind the London School of Economics and all that. And the Fabian Society has a logo, a wolf in sheep's clothing, which actually gives it all away, really. It doesn't mean if you're in this Fabian Society, you're into the conspiracy, but the inner core knows what's bloody going on. And if you can get into that inner core, you can predict the future, and that's what those two did. Now, it wasn't just a story, 1984, it was knowledge of the future, and that future is now, and that's why so much is coming that he talked about. Now, I'm not going to go through all this, but I will pick ones out as I go through the various subjects. This is another example of this prior knowledge of this projected agenda. This is a guy called Dr. Richard Day. In 1969, he was a Rockefeller insider. He was involved, an executive of Planned Parenthood, which started out as a eugenics operation. I'll mention that as we go through, which again is connected in ways to the Fabian Society. And He stood up in 1969 to a conference of pediatricians in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He asked them to put down their recording equipment and not take notes because he was going to tell them how the world was going to change. Why this guy did this night, no one seems to know, but he did. And one of the doctors did take notes and did some interviews later saying what this guy had said in 1969. What he said is the world that is unfolding and we're living in now. And he said it in 1969, which wasn't a kind of million years ahead of 1948 when 1984 came out. But I'll mention some of that as we pick what he said, as I pick out different subjects as I go through. Now, what they are doing is manipulating us to either build or accept the building of our own prison and masquerade it as freedom or protecting us from terrorism and all that shite. And it's systematic. This is a guy called Edward Bernays, and he is known as the father of what we would call today spin, social engineering, manipulating perceptions. And he said, we are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking. We are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind. In other words, understand how we create reality and interact with reality and then download and program your version of reality that you want people to believe. It's systematic. And here is a wonderful example of it, Archon Education. If only it was. Control perception and you control reality, and you can get them as young as you can and implant their reality from the earliest possible age. Here we are, buses waiting to take inmates to the programming centers, because that is basically what they are. And teachers overwhelmingly have no idea that that's what they are. They're pawns in a game as well. They are passing on the curriculum and teaching in ways that they are told to teach, which is programming a perception of reality by emphasizing that and ignoring or suppressing alternatives to it. Einstein said brilliantly, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. What schools, what education should be in a natural order world is not how do we get children to be what we want them to be, but how do we get the best and the potential out of every child in their unique sense and unique self. That's what education should be. But like I say, we live in an inversion, and so we get the opposite of that. What we get is this. Have you noticed how they say, these politicians, about education, we must prepare children for the workplace. In other words, we must prepare unique expressions of all that is, has been, and ever can be to be a cog in a fricking machine for the rest of their bloody life. The system should fit us. We should not fit the system. So, J.D. Rockefeller, creator of the General Education Board in 1903, he said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. Exactly. It's what the education system's about. It's a sausage machine programming system. And this study here, I won't go into it for time, but what this study showed is the longer that children are at school, there's a massive decline in creativity as children have become less emotionally expressive, less energetic, less talkative and verbally expressive, less humorous, less imaginative, less unconventional, less lively and passionate, less perceptive, less apt to connect seemingly irrelevant things, dots, less synthesizing, and less likely to see things from a different angle. It's a program. And this is what is taught to children at school. What school teaches children: truth comes from authority, intelligence is the ability to remember and repeat, accurate memory and repetition are rewarded, non-compliance is punished, conform intellectually and socially. That's what it's about. And the very bloody fact that vast numbers of young people have been through this shit and they've come out awakened to the fact that they're not being told the truth is a wonderful example of the power of consciousness over program. School's out. Ah, the 6-week holiday. I'm out of prison. They're prisons. They're prisons. You have a few kind of years of kind of, out of prison when you're a little kid, and then you're in prison. Some bloody authority figures telling you when you can go for a pee. You see that thing the other day in America? They're saying that children can't go to the toilet during lesson time unless they have a doctor's note. These people are mad. And talking of mad, 2-year-olds should start school, shed Ofsted chief. What it should say is 2-year-olds should start school, says 2-year-old Ofsted chief. Bloody idiot. But what did Richard Day say to that doctors' convention in 1969? Schools will become the hub of the community. In other words, they will take more and more and more power from parents, which is exactly what's happening. Another thing he said, children will spend longer at school but learn less. That's the idea. State schools should offer 12-hour days to boost performance of poor students, says Department for Education. Preparing kids for the brave new world. And what they do is they lock people into the left side of the brain and they take them out of their individuality, their creativity, so they become cogs in the machine. For me, no child should go near school until the age of 6 or 7, and then school very, very different. They should play and they should let their imagination flow so their right brain is wide bloody open. There you go, the original PlayStation. Hey. And this bloke's going to have a few mentions in the next couple of hours, bloody hell. Bill Gates, he's involved in this thing in America called Common Core. Common Core, make everyone the bloody same. It's about imposing even more limitations on what we call learning and education and more programming. And it's kind of the way they do it. Here's an example. They're saying in this test, change the sentence in a certain way. And the way the sentence is changed is made to read in a way that programs perception. This one. A president's job is not easy. He makes sure the country's laws are fair. Government officials' commands must be obeyed by all, and individuals' wants are less important than the nation's well-being. It's all putting this program. Now, I think an expert test taker would fill in the form something like this myself. And then we might get somewhere. Here's George Carlin. Here's a bumper sticker I'd like to see. We are proud parents of a child who has resisted his teacher's attempts to break his spirit and bend him to the will of his corporate masters. Thank you. Put that in the back window. I used to smoke pot and go to class, sneak in 10 minutes late with a bullshit excuse, slink down low behind at my desk, pray to God nobody asked me any questions. I was the best teacher ever. All right, there you go. And they're taking the piss now. What they're doing is putting people into a lifetime of debt to pay for their own frickin' programming. That's what they're doing. Look at these student bloody loans. Get into debt for the rest of your life, brackets control, and then you'll pay for your own bloody programming. Here you go, education. Be a good citizen, accept the program. Bollocks to that. Talking of programming, Archon Media. Control perception and you control reality. The media is owned by a tiny few corporations, which in the end are owned by the same network of families. And they're dictating and suppressing and dictating and emphasizing information and suppressing information that gives another view of reality. How to control what people think. Create or buy out major news agencies and TV channels. Only publish stories that promote your agenda. Maintain debate within a strictly limited range of views and subjects. Focus on traumatic events to keep the public traumatized and in fear. Label anyone who exposes your system and manipulation as a conspiracy theorist. And that's what they do all the bloody time. I tell you, conspiracy nuts. I love this one. For God's sake, Trevor, always you with that conspiracy stuff. I'm telling you, the man and the dog are definitely working together. And it just shows you how words, see what the media's doing, and most of them don't even realize they're bloody doing it, some do, they're telling you what you're looking at. So in Afghanistan, he's a terrorist. In Syria, he's a rebel, as long as he's not on Assad's side. In Iraq, he's a terrorist, and in Libya, he's a freedom fighter, right? They're all violent, bloody tossers. That's what they all are. And how you crop a picture. There's the picture, crop it, says one thing. Crop it, says another thing. Manipulating is so easy. And then you get this manufactured conflict, as if we've got media choice like we've got political choice. So in America, they've got this lady called Rachel Maddow of MSNBC, left, Democrat, liberal. And then you've got Bill O'Reilly, so far out, he's outside the building in the frickin' street, he is. And they argue with each other and they all that stuff. And they give you the impression, oh yeah, there's some political debate going on. But there has a common theme and there is a common denominator. All of them, when it comes to the fact that there's some kind of conspiracy going on, are absolutely in total unison that it's all madness, there can't be any conspiracies. Including these two, Jon Stewart and Bill Maher, who's supposed to be like politically incorrect and political kind of satirists. But when it ever comes to the fact that there's something strange going on and something is going on we're not being told and we should know about, they're united in the fact that all conspiracy researchers are crazy. So Malcolm X said, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Don't we see that in this propaganda against the poor and people like that in our society? Let's hate them and let's love the people who are oppressing them. Exactly what he's talking about. And then we have peer pressure. You see, when you've been through this propaganda, when you've been through this programming system, then it would be bad if you just took the programming yourself and left other people. I said many years ago, the human race laughs at sheep, but we out-sheep the sheep because at least the sheep need a frickin' sheepdog to keep each other in line. We keep each other in line. Ourselves, we don't need any bloody outside influence. So peer pressure says, if you're speaking outside the norm that we've been programmed to believe in, then we're going to give you a hard time. And people are fearful and they keep their heads down and their mouths shut because they fear what other people think of them. I can tell you from long experience, it doesn't fricking matter. Individuality. You laugh at me because I'm different. I laugh at you because they're all the bloody same. And like I say, this perception programming is systematic. This is the Frankfurt School, social engineering. Came out of Frankfurt, Germany, the home city of the Rothschilds, with Rothschild frontmen and agents all over it from the start. Started out in Frankfurt, went to America, and this is what it was looking for. See if you recognize this society. The creation of racism offenses, continual change to create confusion. I stand for change. The teaching of sex to children, huge immigration to destroy national identity. And the promotion of excessive drinking, emptying of churches, undermining any form of social cohesion, that means, I suggest. Legal system with bias against victims of crime, dependency on the state or state benefits, and then pulling them, gotcha. Control and dumbing down of the media, encouraging the breakdown of the family. That one, breakdown of the family, is in all of them virtually, of these social engineering documents. This is another one called Quiet Weapons for Quiet Wars. It was dated 1979. It was found in a copier, an IBM copier at a second-hand sale in 1986. And this is a document which is a manual explaining how you mass manipulate the perceptions of the population. And this is some of the things they say. See if you recognize this society. Media. Keep the adult public attention diverted away from real social issues and captivated by matters of no real importance. Did I mention Simon Cowell? I think I mentioned him earlier, didn't I? Schools. Keep the young public ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law, and real history. Yes. Entertainment. Keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. I did mention Simon Cowell. Work. Keep the public busy, busy, busy with no time to think, back on the farm with their other animals. And this is another list from the same document. Absolutely devastating. Keep the public ignorant and you have less public organization. What's been the theme today? Keep people in ignorance. Create preoccupations and you lower defenses. Attack the family unit and you control the education of the young. Give out less cash and more credit and you trigger more self-indulgence and social engineering data. Encourage social conformity and you make programming easier. Minimize protests about tax and you maximize the input of personal economic data while minimizing enforcement problems. Stabilize consent and you will stabilize control. Tighten control of variables like individuality and you have greater predictability. Maximize control and you minimize resistance to control. Collapse the currency and you destroy faith in a country and each other. So, Archon mind games. It's all a bloody mind game, and there are various techniques that are used all the time to push this agenda on by manipulating our perceptions. Order out of chaos, 33rd degree of Freemasonry, order ab chaos. Order out of chaos. Create the chaos, then offer the order out of the chaos, which is what I call problem, reaction, solution. Create the problem, get the reaction, do something, then offer the solutions to the problems you have covertly created. 9/11 led to the war on terror, multiple invasions of target countries, and Orwellian surveillance and loss of freedom at home. Problem, reaction, solution. Here's some words I put in Obama's mouth, some truth for a change. We fund and arm terrorists and then use them as an excuse to take your freedoms away. Works every time. This is how it works. So, 9/11, we have architects at the top of their profession who have joined together in large numbers to say, no way did those buildings come down as they were supposed to have come down according to the official story. The same with pilots who've got together and said, there's no way those planes were flown as they were said to have been flown by, terrorists from the Arabic world based on learning how to fly Cessnas, or in many cases not flying Cessnas. One of their instructors said I was surprised they could drive a car. And this, I'm not going to go into 9/11, but I'm just going to pick out one thing just to show you, for anyone new to this, how this works. Just one aspect, and my goodness, I cooked for 9/11 for hours. A tissue, it all falls down. This is Building 7, also known as the Solomon Brothers building, 47 floors, and this fell not being hit by anything, and it fell in the afternoon, in the late afternoon on 9/11, and it was said that it fell because fire destabilized it and it fell as a result of that. Well, that's the official story, but there's another story I'll come to. Now, this lady is a BBC reporter, and the picture you see is her in a live interview with a newsreader in London, in which she's saying on 9/11 that the Building 7 building has just collapsed, right? And as she's saying it's collapsed, it's still frickin' standing behind her, right? Now, what people say is, you're saying the BBC's in the conspiracy then? Well, or the inner core, yes. Most of it, no. They just don't know their arse from their frickin' elbow. I've been there. Now, what was this all about? What was this all about? When they're unfolding a scam, a manufactured terrorist event, what's running side by side is the propaganda going out in sequence with it. What they did was put a fact that had fallen out about half an hour or more before it actually did. They got out of frickin' sequence. And so it was reported before it happened. Look at this, a controlled demolition. This is Building 7, look at it. Falling in on itself. Absolute classic. And if we look at this one, just watch these red dots here when it changes, those positions. Look, there's the frickin' things going off and bringing it down. It's classic controlled demolition, which they said it was, like the towers, it was brought down by natural, if you like, things that destabilized it. Now, as I said, the official story is Building 7 fell because it was destabilized. But this guy, Laia Silverstein, some people call him Larry, but I like to keep to the truth. Laia Silverstein, he was one of the co-leaseholders of the World Trade Center, and he bought the lease just weeks before 9/11, and when he bought it, massively upped the insurance in the event of a terrorist attack. Now, this is what he said in an interview, which you can see on the internet, about the collapse of Building 7. I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such a terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing is to pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and we watched the building collapse. Right, just a few little problems with that, Mr. Liar Silverstein. A, fire departments do not pull buildings. B, putting the explosives in the right place to let it fall in on itself in a controlled explosion takes weeks, sometimes months to put in there, not a few minutes, you fricking liar. You know what happened. Now, Liar Silverstein used to have breakfast every single morning, officially accepted, in a restaurant at the top of one of the Twin Towers. I think it's called the Top of the World restaurant or something. Now, can you just think what day he might have missed? Eh? Because he said his wife had got him a dermatology appointment. And he said it saved his life. No, what saved your frickin' life, darling, is you knew what was coming and you didn't give a shit. That's what saved your frickin' life. And what's that? No empathy, no remorse. Archontic personality. Attar, Muslim fanatic. According to his American girlfriend, widely quoted, he loved pork chops, used cocaine very liberally, and was anything but a Muslim fanatic. And this is Aaron Russell, award-winning film producer. Before he died, he started speaking out about the conspiracy and what he knew about it. And he told a story of meeting Nick Rockefeller. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, they're all involved in this. And how Nick Rockefeller tried to get him into the circle, recruit him. And he said this when he met Nick Rockefeller. This was about around a year before 9/11. He said that Nick Rockefeller told him there would be an event that would lead to the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, to take over the oil fields and establish a base in the Middle East. Rousseau would see soldiers looking in caves in Afghanistan and Pakistan for Osama bin Laden. There would be an endless war on terror where there's no real enemy. The whole thing would be a giant hoax. The people have to be ruled, he said, and the population reduced by at least half. Plans for mass microchipping of the serfs, he also talked about. That's the truth. And of course, at 9/11, they put a memorial, classic frickin' Saturn, a memorial to the victims. And then there's another version of this, which I call no problem reaction solution, where you don't need a problem that's real, you need a perception of a problem that you can use as an excuse to offer the solutions. And they are climate change caused by human activity, global warming, they are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and all that stuff. All the time we are getting no problem reaction solutions as well. And the antidote to this problem reaction solution, create the problem, get the reaction, offer the solutions to the problems you've created, is who benefits? Who benefits from me accepting the official version of this? And invariably, who will benefit is anyone that wants to take on this conspiracy, this agenda, which I'm going to describe in some detail as we go along here. Alongside problem reaction solution, there's what I call the totalitarian tiptoe, where you go to your long focused goal, but you go in steps so you don't alert too many people of the direction you're going until you're there and it's a done deal, and then it doesn't really matter. This is a classic totalitarian tiptoe, where we went from a free trade area to a centralized fascist, communist, bureaucratic dictatorship, which we have now. And it was what we have now was planned from the start. But if they'd have said that at the start, people would have been outraged. So they've done it in steps, calculated. This is Jean Monnet, a founding father of the EU, they call him, and a Rothschild frontman. In a letter to a friend, the day after I was born, in 1952, Europe's nations should be guided towards the superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but which will eventually and irreversibly lead to federation. It's been a stitch up from the start, and everything else is a smokescreen. So we went from the USSR, oh, a USSR, fear, fear, to the EU SSSR. And the only difference is, really, that they've got a European Parliament that gives it the coating of democracy when it's got no power at all, and the rest of it is bureaucratic dictatorship. And another totalitarian tiptoe has been the constant expansion of centralization of power around the world, to the point where long ago it was given a name, globalization. And the idea is to create interdependence between all nations, so you have a loss of independence, of running your own affairs, because you are constantly in hoc or looking to other people to do things that you can't do for yourselves. That's the idea, interdependency. And this is the structure that they want. And the whole thing is about centralizing power. The more you centralize power, clearly the fewer people have control over more and more people. You centralize more, even fewer people have control over even more people. And what happens is, the more you centralize power, the more power you have centrally to centralize even quicker. And so centralization of power goes faster and faster and faster because of that sequence. They want a world government that would dictate to every country. In fact, they want the end of countries. They want a world central bank that would dictate all global finance. They want a world single currency that would be purely electronic, no cash, for which there are massive implications for freedom. If you go into a shop now and you ask for something and you say, I'll pay with a credit card, electronic money, and they say, no, sorry, won't accept your card, you can still pay cash. When there's no cash, what that decides dictates if you can buy and what you buy and all the rest of it. They want a world army to impose the will of the world government, and that is NATO. Way back in the 1990s, I was saying, watch for NATO starting to operate outside of the North Atlantic area as it expands itself into a fully fledged world army, and look at where it is now, all over the bloody place. Microchip population. They want a microchip population connected to a computer system, for which there are enormous implications. We'll get to that later. Obviously enormous implications. Under that, they want a series of unions. Not just these, they want a Middle East union and others, but these are some of them. And they're all mirrors of the European Union. And by the time you get here to nation states, and they want to break nation states up into regions, they have no power whatsoever. And the power's moving more and more into so-called democratic operations like the World Trade Organization and the World Health Organization, which are Rothschild, Rockefeller creations from the start, because they love us and they want to help us. And readers of my books over the years will see how I've been saying they want these unions all over the place, including the North American Union. And now you've got people like David Petraeus, the former head of the CIA and big military man, and House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi. I can't believe it when I see her. You are a politician, you make decisions, you can breathe. I can't work it out when I see her. Unbelievable. The fact that she's in high levels of politics shows how mad the world is. But what they're talking about now is introducing the North American Union. Exactly as people like me have been saying all these years. Not because we're genius, but if you know the agenda, you can predict the future for reasons I've said. And this is the virus spreading, this centralization of power. So then we come to the Archon Web, because somehow they have to globally construct and organize this. And all these different elements of global society end up with the same controlling force. And the way they've structured it is like a transnational corporation. You have a transnational corporation, whatever it is, and they'll have a headquarters somewhere. And then they'll have companies and subsidiaries all over the world, and the subsidiaries will answer to the headquarters. So you'll go into the same corporate bloody restaurants wherever you are in the world, because it's dictated centrally. And this is a global corporation made up of secret societies and satanic societies, etc. You have the headquarters is actually in Europe, and then in each country they'll have a network that is it's holographic because every part of the network is a mirror of the way the central part works. So here you'll have a network, say in the United States, of families and operations and secret societies whose job it is to introduce in the United States what's dictated from there. In Britain, you'll have the same. In France, you'll have the same. In Australia, you'll have the same. And therefore, this is dictating through this structure the same agenda, which is why the same things keep unfolding all over the world about the same time. This is an important group of organizations within that structure, which was created out of a secret society called the Round Table, which was set up in Britain in the latter part of the 19th century. The first head was Cecil Rhodes, a massive Rothschild frontman, plundered South Africa for them with the gold mines and the diamonds. And then this Round Table created offshoot organizations which answer to that. Council on Foreign Relations, massively involved in American foreign policy to this day. The Bilderberg Group, a lot of people will know all about that. It was this organization that created the United Nations, especially the Council on Foreign Relations. The Trilateral Commission, that's another operation out of America. And this, the Club of Rome from the 1960s, was specifically set up to use the environment and threats to the environment as excuses to transform global society. That's where ultimately global warming comes from. So you've got these organizations that seem to be independent, but they're all answering to the same masters. So the idea is that you keep the population in ignorance of all of that, so they haven't got a clue how they're being manipulated. And you hoard the knowledge in the upper echelons of this structure. Archon politics. This system, this network that I've just described, spews out the bloody leaders that we're given to choose at elections. Do you want this mask on the same face or that mask on the same face? That's what politics or political choice has been reduced to. And of course, most of them are of this archontic bloodline or agents of this archontic bloodline who are basically psychopaths, and thus anything bloody goes. And so these people, like I said much earlier, are here today, gone tomorrow, frontmen for this hidden hand. I like that one. All these presidents of Republican or Democrat, they answer to the same bloody masters, and that's why nothing changes. The agenda goes on. The Bush and Obama example is classic. During the Bush years, the Bush administration was controlled by a group in the shadows, some not in the shadows, they were seen, called the neocons or neoconservatives. This was widely reported in the media. The Democratic Party is controlled by a group in the shadows and some not in the shadows, which I call the democons. I put Kissinger in the democons because he's advising Obama at the moment, but he's usually over there. This is the key. At the next level, the neocons and the democons answer to the same master. And therefore, whoever is here is answering to the same master. And that's why whoever is here, the same agenda unfolds. Change, 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 change. Him on steroids. So, that's how it works. And it works like that in this country. It works like that in virtually every country. And so democracy and the voice of the people is an absolute illusion. Here's Obama Bush. There you are. There's the composite. Here's the world's first face transplant of success. There you go. That's how it works. You know, when people attack people for saying what's the point in voting, they're just showing they haven't got a clue. There's no point in voting because you're voting for the same force no matter what. By not voting en masse, you're saying we've sussed it, we're not having it anymore. We're not giving you credibility by supporting a rigged system. And then people say, well, so-and-so will get in. It doesn't matter, because they're all the bloody same. And the way they do it is this pyramid system. All political parties all over the world are pyramid systems. When you enter the political party, you've got to do what the political party wants to rise through the ranks to the top, become a minister or whatever. And if you go against the policy because you have a mind of your own, and you're not just a political bloody pawn or clone, then you don't get up there. So all the people that get to the top are the ones that have done what the system wants. And so the top of the pyramids are dictating to everyone within the pyramid. Anyone that's got a mind of their own is a rebel. He can't become a minister. He can't become a member of the shadow cabinet. And in this way, ultimately, although the vast overwhelming majority of these people have no idea this is the case, the same force is dictating through all of them. If not directly, then by controlling and manipulating the system they're operating in. That's a great line, isn't it? If voting made any difference, they wouldn't let us do it. Ain't that the truth? And so you get this, the march of tyranny. What it goes is, oh, I don't like them Republicans and what they're doing, I'm voting Democrat. I don't like what their Democrats are doing, who can I vote for? Well, you've only got the I'll vote Republican. Oh, I'll vote Labour. I don't like them. I'll vote Conservative. Don't like them either. Who can I vote? I'll vote Labour. So it fricking goes on. It's an illusion. If anybody can give me any policies that take Clegg and Miliband and Cameron off the same bloody postage stamp, I'd like to bloody hear them. And then behind that, you've got the legal system, which is imposing the will of the political system. I'm a judge, and that means I do whatever the government tells me. They're not all like that, but you want something that's absolutely not going to go wrong, you put a safe man in to have the inquiry. Lord Hutton on David Kelly, I rest my case. So, don't cheat, don't lie, don't sell drugs, don't kill. The government hates competition. And when you go deeply into that, especially in America, and don't sell drugs, you find that's exactly what they're doing through their agencies. Archon Hunger Games. This is now, we're getting into the society they want us to live in and the one we're seeing unfold by the day. And it's time to stop it bloody unfolding. Of course, the Hunger Games was this movie that involved a reality TV show which was about terrible brutality. Every person for themselves, and the one standing had killed or others had killed all the rest. And this is what Dr. Richard Day said in 1969. Violence in the media and movies will be increased to desensitize people to violence and make them feel that life is short, precarious, and brutish. It's part of the social engineering. But the reason I call it the Hunger Games Society is in that movie, the society was broken up into sectors. Each sector was responsible for certain specializations. And then and these were all in abject freaking poverty, basically. And then you had the capital, where a tiny, tiny few people lived parasitically off the efforts of the poverty-stricken masses. And that's what they want. We had the elite in the capital dictating to the masses through a vicious police state. And here we have the Hunger Games in Britain. Woman in £1 million hat makes speech about austerity. Oh, what a load of bollocks it all really is. And have you noticed, my government. Now this is the structure that they are moving towards. They want a tiny few at the top that take all the wealth, have all the control, and all the benefits. Down here, they want the masses living in abject poverty as slaves to that elite. And the elite are the archontic bloodlines, and the masses are the human target population. And to hold that status quo, they need a police state that's going to impose it. That's what's unfolding before our eyes. And this is the Hunger Games society. And when I say the masses living in poverty, I mean the masses. Their target is not just those in poverty now. Their target is people who have a lot of money now, a lot of wealth now, who think they're doing all right now. They want the lot. If you're not part of this elite, then they want everything you've got. So you end up in the poverty-stricken masses. That's what's happening. And one of the great excuses for it, and engine rooms for it, is this total bollocks about human-caused climate change. Violin music, anyone? Here he is, Al Gore. Bloody hell, if he ever told the truth, he would genetically self-destruct. The big lie of Big Al. It's a scam, and it's a scam to change the nature of human society, justified by saving the planet, which these buggers are destroying. And look, it's become the new red in terms of communism. It has. Save the planet, be a slave. This is the head of the Green Party. Get rid of any cabinet ministers or senior governmental advisors who refuse to accept the scientific consensus on climate change or who won't take the risks to the UK seriously. Well, what if they don't take you seriously, darling? How about that? And then you have this guy, chairman of the Common Science and Technology Committee. Frightening that he is, but let's hear what he's got to say. Ministers who question the majority view among scientists about climate change should shut up. The BBC give less airtime to climate skeptics, and its editors should seek special clearance to interview them. Appearances on radio and television by climate skeptics should be accompanied by a health warning or health warnings. And then you have this lady, Professor Kari Norgaard of Oregon University. Cultural resistance to accepting the premise that humans are responsible for climate change must be recognized and treated as an aberrant sociological behavior. This is where we're going, to shut up those exposing the lie. Like this guy, how green zealots gagged professor who dared to question global warming. No A-level for climate change denier. My son Jamie was told by his teacher when he was at school that if he said in his exam that he didn't agree with global warming caused by human activity, and he said so, he would not pass. That's the society that we frickin' live in. The Global Warming Survival Handbook by David de Rothschild. And all these blokes, they wheel these people out whenever they want a concert to bloody program the masses. Bollocks begets bollocks. Once you have the fact that human activity is not changing the climate in the way they say, then everything that comes from that must be bollocks in things that are done on the basis that they are, and it is. So, here are the greenhouse gases, the major ones. You would think that CO2, carbon dioxide, is here. You got to, the propaganda, it has to be. No, this is it. And the green bit is the only part that is from human activity. The rest is natural, and without carbon dioxide, we would not have a planet that we do. And that is water vapor and clouds. So we must tax and ban condensation. There we go. Now, this is Professor Leslie Woodcock, Empress Professor, University of Manchester, this great list of things that he's been responsible for. And he said this: water is a much more powerful greenhouse gas, and there is 20 times more of it in our atmosphere, around 1% of the atmosphere, whereas CO2 is only 0.04%. Carbon dioxide has been made out to be some kind of toxic gas, but the truth is it's the gas of life, inversion. We breathe it out, plants breathe it in, and it's not caused by us. Global warming is nonsense. And then there's this guy in Australia, I won't read it all, but the major part that he said, he used to be massively, yes, it's all true, and then realized it wasn't. And he says here, the theory was based on a guess that was proved false by empirical evidence during the 1990s, but the gravy train was too big with too many jobs, industries, trading profits, political careers, and the possibility of world government and total control riding on the outcome. Exactly. Now, here's the hockey stick. It just shows that suddenly, whoa, it's gone through the roof. We're all gonna die, start swimming. But what they did to create that hockey stick and that perception deception is they missed this off, the medieval warm period. All that time ago, 1000 AD forward, when the temperatures were much warmer than they are today. Where was the human-created carbon dioxide? then. And then after the medieval warm period, they went into the Little Ice Age through here up to the 1900s. And it was so cold, they had Little Ice Age frost fairs on the Thames. Now, when they say to you, oh, this is the warmest year since records began, it's good to ask, well, when did records begin? And loads of them started during the Little Ice Age, which gives a massively distorted view of comparison. This is the truth. From 1997 to 2012, and it's gone on now to 2014, temperatures did not rise. That's why global warming became climate change in the propaganda. Global warming, it goes up, it goes down. That's what it's always done. 7 years ago, Big Al said the ice cap is falling off a cliff. It could be completely gone in the summer in as little as 7 years from now. We are 7 years from then, and it's just increased by 43 frickin' %. And the scientists say that the greater ice is caused by global warming. Yeah, but this guy's bettered it. This guy's bettered it. French President Hollande, ISIS terror caused by global warming. Did you know the moon is made from fromage? And this comes from CERN. They found that there was virtually a perfect correlation between climate change and the penetration of cosmic rays into Earth's atmosphere throughout history. In other words, you can't be saying temperature is affected by the sun. That is crazy. Have you noticed they never mention the sun? Never mention it. It's CO2. It's the friggin' sun. Goes through cycles. That's why it goes up and down. And here's the Club of Rome, created in this network to use the environment to transform global society. Here's one of its founders, quoted in his own publication in 1991, in searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. Thank you. Over and out. Here's Bill, one of the major kind of in America and globally, one of the proponents of climate change. It's a terrible problem and it absolutely needs to be solved. It deserves to be a huge priority. Why don't you go download something, mate? Eh? And look, here we go. It's got into such fine detail now that the European Union is targeting certain hairdryers and lawnmowers to stop global warming. And we're back here, Nikola Tesla. All these people who are pushing global warming, the same people suppressing free energy technology by accessing the electric power that is all around us. So, I've put a few truth words into Gore's mouth here. Makes a change. He must be feeling very strange. I know it sounds strange to push global warming when there isn't any, but it's not about saving the planet. It's an excuse to transform global society. Thank you. Which brings us to this, Archon Agenda 21. This is the agenda for the 21st century, hence its name. And it is the plan to introduce that Hunger Games society under the name Agenda 21. Agenda 21, these are from its own documents of various kinds. Agenda 21 involves this: an end to national sovereignty, many, many sources of that. State planning and management of all land resources, ecosystems, deserts, forests, mountains, oceans, and fresh water, agriculture, rural development, biotechnology, and ensuring equity, i.e. equal slavery. The state to define the role of business and financial resources. Abolition of private property, it's not sustainable, except when they have it. Restructuring the family unit, everywhere you see that. Children raised by the state, straight out of Brave New World. people told what their job will be, major restrictions on movement, creation of human settlement zones, get to them as we go along, mass resettlement of people who are forced to vacate land where they currently live, dumbing down education, mass global depopulation in pursuit of all of the above. And it was introduced at the Environmental Earth Summit in 1992, headed by this guy, Maurice Strong, an oil billionaire. I think he's now on the run in China, last I heard. And he said, isn't the only hope for the planet that the industrialized civilizations collapse? Isn't it our responsibility to bring that about? This is using the environment to deindustrialize the world and create this Hunger Games society. And of course, he's a friend of Big Al, Big Lie, Big Al. Now, if anyone thinks that's, extreme, this is a map of America as desired and projected by the Biosphere Programs and World Heritage Program. And whenever you see diversity or sustainability or Agenda 21, they're just into connecting interchangeable terms. So the red on this map of America is designed to be core reserves and corridors with little to no human use. Can you imagine the numbers of people to be removed to make that possible? Then you've got all the yellow bits, buffer zones, highly regulated use. And normal use are just the green bits. Look at it across America, 300 odd million people. And the idea is to make vast, vast areas of land, ban it from human use and human activity on the basis of saving the environment, when what it is taking it all over for the less than 1%. And what they're doing with Agenda 21 is they're projecting it and promoting it as it being local. So you have all these different local Agenda 21s. This is one on the bloody Isle of Wight. Now they know what it's bloody all about. But actually behind all this individual, it's individual communities. Behind all that is the centralization of the whole Agenda 21 agenda through the United Nations. And it's a Trojan horse to introduce that Hunger Games society. And they're doing it through this structure I talked about, through into each community, into each country. And this is a word to watch for. This is a buzzword of Agenda 21, reset or reboot. Resetting society means transformation to Agenda 21. So, if you're going to bring this about, not just in America, but around the world, then you've got to start doing it, and you've got to start having ways of doing it. Now, the first one is take their money, and when you've taken their money, they've got no choice but to go where you want anyway. And so we have Archon money. And of course, bankers invariably certainly the major ones, are psychopaths. They have no empathy, they have no remorse for what they do to people, and they destroy lives. Here you go. I'm a psychopath and I run a bank. Oops, I repeat myself. So this is what they're doing. Type in £1 million. Congratulations, you just created £1 million just like a bank does. Crazy, of course it is. What we're doing, we're being deluged and submerged in debt on money that does not exist, never has existed, and never will exist, called credit. They're lending us money that doesn't exist and charging us interest on it. And when we can't pay it back because the economy's gone through no fault of our own, they come and take the wealth that does exist, like our house and our business or land. This is the real value of fiat money. Fiat money is simply money that a government has said has value and can be used as a currency of exchange. It has to be backed by nothing. It's just an IOU. That's all it is. You look on the English money, it says, I promise to pay the bearer. Well, why are you promising to pay me? You've just given me the money. It's an IOU, that's why. And so let's ask the audience, shall we? If all the money is created out of debt and lent, and that's the point, all our money, a whole currency, is created from the start as an interest-bearing debt. Why? Why aren't governments creating their own money interest-free? Why? Because governments are controlled by the same network that controls the banks. If all money is created out of debt and lent out with the application of interest, how can we pay it off? A, print more money. B, tax the poor. C, give banks bailouts. D, in the end, you can't, it's impossible. And this is why it's impossible. When you go into a bank and you lend, say, 50 grand, they type into your account 50 grand. It doesn't exist, it's just the fact that they can lend 10 times and in fact more to people that want to borrow money, 10 times more than they actually have on deposit. It's called fractional reserve lending. You only need a bit and you can lend a lot. This is why it's a scam. Anyway, you go in and you want to borrow 50 grand and they type into your account 50 grand, fine. But you're not paying back 50 grand, you're paying 50 grand plus interest. And the interest is never created, just the principal. Thus, there is never, ever, ever enough money, real or what, in circulation to pay back all the debt and all the interest on the debt. Thus, people losing their homes, their businesses, their lives is built into the system on purpose. And when there's an expansion of the economy, all that stuff is hidden by Peter paying Paul. But when there's a contraction and money's taken out of circulation, it becomes crystal clear there ain't enough money in circulation to pay back all the debt and the interest on the debt. And what happens then? They take the wealth that does exist for money that has never existed. That's how it bloody works. Give a man a gun and he can rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he can rob the bloody world. And that's what they've frickin' done. The Rothschilds, we are the banking system. When you control the system, it doesn't matter if this bank goes down or whatever, you control the system. When you control the World Cup, it doesn't matter who's in the final because you control, whoever wins, you still control the tournament, you still control the game. Nathan Rothschild, the guy that built up the Rothschild Empire in Britain. I care not what puppet is placed on the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. When we have one world electronic currency, whoever controls that controls the world. This is one guy who stands up to the banks, Bernie Sanders, senator in America. Congress doesn't regulate banks, banks regulate Congress. Ain't that the truth? That's how it works in this country too. Now, because you have the web, and within that web, you have the central banks like the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve. You have the European Central Bank. You control the governments. You control the reporting of your activities. You control the entire game. And so you turn the population into debt slaves who are beholding to you, who have lent them nothing. Financial crash, what this was systematically brought about to do was transfer, as it did, phenomenal amounts of wealth from the masses to the few, where money that the masses have to take responsibility for was hosed and poured at the banks and just went missing, most of the bloody lot of it did. And so in that period, while the people were being crushed because the government said, oh, we've lent all this money, we're running out of money, we've got to have an austerity program. So the masses who took responsibility for the money given to the banks are now in an austerity program because of the money given to the banks. And the idea is to crush people, to control them. In America, in Britain rather, I don't know what the time is, it's bloody more now probably. 1.26 trillion in debt. That's just a recent figure, it's probably more now. In America, 17.6 trillion in debt. They'll never pay the bugger back. And thus they are in hock under control of those who have lent the money. And what they're doing with America, I've been saying it for decades, is they're destroying America so that America can be absorbed into this global system that I've just described. The United States is being financially dismantled step by step to come under the jackboot of the global government. And so, when you look at this Hunger Games structure that we're moving towards, but we can stop it, we will stop it. The idea is to pull all the people that are not there into this mass of global poverty and therefore control. And that's why there is a war against the middle classes all over the world. The middle classes being those that are doing kind of all right. They're not in real bad straits, they're doing all right. They don't want, and some of them are doing really, really more than all right. But if they're not part of the 1%, they want them as well. And that's why they're targeting all over the world what we term the middle classes in moving jobs abroad and This is what Dr. Richard Day said in 1969. He said there's coming the curtailment of US industrial preeminence. This is exactly what's happened. Now, talking about pulling everyone into the Hunger Games society that isn't part of the elite few, that's what this was about. They're now calling them bail-ins. They've transferred vast amounts of money through governments from the masses to the elite, but there's still people who are doing okay. Well, they want them. So the idea of Cyprus was not to bail out the banks through governments, but to take money directly from the bank accounts of the banks, the people with accounts in the banks, and take that money. And a lot of people with a lot of money in those banks lost virtually all of it through this bail-in. And now they're saying all future banks will be bailed out by a bail-in. And there are examples after examples now of how they're changing the laws so that they can come straight into the bank accounts of people and just take it. Here's just a few. Taxman's plan for covert raids on family bank accounts is branded illegal, extremely worrying, and excessive. Plans could result in money being taken from innocent families, say experts. That's the frickin' idea. Belgian government applies retroactive tax and removes funds from citizens' bank accounts. Australian pensioners and savers have bank accounts raided by government. This is what is happening. And it's to pull in those people that are doing all right into the poverty-stricken masses of the Hunger Games society. Bail out, bail in, take your tax, I want all your money. All of it. That's the idea. So I say to people, if you think you're doing all right and your job's still paying well and you've got a big house and all that stuff, well, okay, look the other way. Ignore the people in terrible straits. Say it's not my problem. But remember that it will be your problem because they want you as well. Now, do you want to stand up alongside those in dire straits now, in unity, or do you want them picked off so they can come along eventually and pick you off? That's the idea. Talking to the Hunger Games Society, look at it now. US incomes, look at it, whoosh. UK property wealth, whoosh. It's happening. The richest 400 in the world worth more than the bottom, richest 400 in the US worth more than the bottom 95% combined. And these people have massively increased their wealth during the recession, as they were meant to do. $1 billion. If you spent $10,000 a day, it would take more than 300 years to run out. Ah, look at them. All those billions. Bill Gates, 76 billion at a rate of $17,000 a minute. And at the same time, this is happening. Inversion. We're seeing the elite and we're seeing the gathering masses. People can be left to this. Well, that grotesque amount of wealth they'll reincarnate 100 times to spend. Because money is power in this system. And putting spikes to stop homeless people sleeping. What is that? No empathy, no remorse. Archontic mind. Basic humanity against the law, laws against feeding the homeless in America. And of course, once you're in big financial trouble, then this is the idea of the Hunger Games Society, then they can start telling you what you're going to do to get the little bit of money you're going to get. So, long-term jobless to scrub memorials and historic monuments to keep benefits. This is where we're going systematically. And these United States Federal Reserve, the World Bank, the IMF, the European Central Bank, they're all assets of the Rothschild-centered system. And they're all following that same agenda. This is a great line. They take our skills, they take our labor, they take our knowledge, they take our pride, they take our talent, they take our best ideas, they take our time, they take our lives. In the end, they take our jobs. These makers then turn around and call us takers. What is a better way of describing how the Gnostics describe the archons? Feeding off human creativity. Parasites. Parasites. Here you go. What are you going to be when you grow up, banker? You, banker. There you go. And the more suffering there is through finance, the more energy there is to feed off. And then you've got these, before I leave finance, these transatlantic and various groupings called trade groupings. And what they're doing is taking control of people's lives from even governments and giving it to corporations. One of the most controversial provisions of the talks in one of these trade groupings includes new corporate empowerment language insisted upon by the US government, which would allow foreign companies to challenge laws or regulations in a privately run international court. Here's the new government as it's planned to be. And the cashless society, finally on money. The cashless society, people who've read my books will know I've been talking about this, writing about this since the early 1990s. The idea of bringing about a cashless society so you can control, in the way I've described, control whether people buy, what they buy, if they buy. And of course, now the cashless society is unfolding so fast. In places like Israel, I understand, and Sweden, they're almost cashless already. Now, get the people off the land, force them off. Okay, force them off. And so what they're doing, they're changing the laws and they're making economic changes which make it impossible for those that are not of the elite to stay on the land, because they want them all in human settlement zones, which I'm coming to. So Obama signed this Rural Council operation, which makes rural life impossible. US Department of Agriculture to purchase submachine guns. This is apparent madness, but it's not, because these are agencies increasingly violent to remove people not of the elite from the land under Agenda 21. They are attacking organic and small farmers all over the place and making life impossible, throwing them in jail for things they haven't frickin' done. And the idea is to remove those off the land so Food Incorporated, the corporations, not least people like Monsanto, can control the food chain. The worldwide destruction of the family farm, Wall Street's unprecedented land grab, Agenda 21. EU Commission to Irish government, tax farmland, what is behind it? Agenda 21. Right to farm being stripped from Americans, Michigan to criminalize small family farms with chickens, goats, honeybees, and more. Bizarre, why is Michigan government trying to derail Detroit area's urban farming movement? Agenda 21. Battle for the California desert, why is the government driving folks off the land? Agenda 21. The Forest Service this week has said that the media needs a photographic permit in wilderness areas, alarming First Amendment advocates. Demanding permits to take pictures in wilderness areas is the first step of denying any access whatsoever into wilderness areas, which is exactly the plan of Agenda 21. And they're destroying community food gardens. This is in Canada. And what they're doing, they're changing the zoning laws to say you can't grow food there, even though people are hungry and they're communally growing to help each other out. Allotments are going under. Food and Drug Administration in America to ban organic farming, ? They're doing these raids on organic farming communities to bring about the end and Agenda 21. And this is Dr. Richard Day, again, 1969. Growing food will be banned by saying it isn't safe, and the state and corporations will control all food production. The supply and distribution of food will be monitored so that no one can give food to a fugitive of the system. That's what's unfolding. In 1913, corn is 100% farmer-owned. 2013, corn is 95% owned by corporations, and 90% in the United States is genetically modified. Kissinger, control oil and you control nations, control food and you control the people. This is what it's about. And the same is happening to water, again under Agenda 21. These corporations are buying up all the water sources. This fricking idiot, the CEO of Nestle, is saying water is not a human right. Excuse me, mate, if you don't get access to it, you fricking die. Oh, that's what you want. Sorry, I gotcha. Water is not a human right and should be privatized. US court ends private property rights, all water to be controlled by government. See, all over the world, because of this global network, it's unfolding. Control the water and you control the people. And so what they're doing under Agenda 21, and America is the primest example, is they're just not funding rural communities. They're not funding rural schools. They're not mending rural roads. They're actually digging up a lot of rural roads, to make life impossible, to get people off the land. America 2050 is an organization funded by the Rockefellers. It's a Rockefeller front organization. The Agenda 21 depopulation of rural areas has begun. It's everywhere. Irish councils plan trying to strip people of right to live in the countryside. And you know when this guy came in, bloody Blair Mark II, never said it in the election campaign, suddenly announced he's going to sell off all the forests. Do you remember that? Going to sell off all the forests. What do you mean? You never mentioned that. That was Agenda 21. And he was stopped from doing it en masse because of the opposition. Not from the Green Party, by the way, which is shocking. Get them off the land, weather control. Now, this is a big area where people get scammed because they don't think that is possible, manipulating the weather to create extremes of weather to get people into situations that remove them from the land. But actually, Dr. Richard Day was actually a weather manipulator during the Second World War. Get them off the land. And here he is again. Here's Bill. He's involved in the Fund for what is Climate Change and Energy Research. What it is manipulating the climate, justified by saving the world from climate change. But what it is manipulating the weather. And it's been going on. People say it's not possible. Of course it's possible. It's happening. It goes way back. Even a BBC radio documentary exposed a few years ago that the Lynmouth flood in 1952, which killed people and devastated that village in Devon, was actually created by the RAF, who were doing an operation called Operation Cumulus, also known as Operation Witch Doctor, in which they were putting sulfur into the atmosphere above this, in this area. And actually people before the massive flood say they kind of tasted and smelt sulfur in the air. And what it did was create an enormous rainstorm, which created the flood, which created the Lynmouth disaster, 1952. This is 1996, an official US Air Force document describing the artificial creation of floods, hurricanes, droughts, and earthquakes. And it continues, weather modification will become a part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive or defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. The ability to generate precipitation, fog, and storms on Earth or to modify space weather and the production of artificial weather are all part of an integrated set of military technologies. They are manipulating the weather like crazy. And one of the ways they do it is this operation in Alaska called HAARP, which fires high-power radio waves into the ionosphere and has weather effects. But it's not just HAARP. They're building these things around the world now. And the chemtrails are interconnected with that. There you go. Don't worry, just a lot of flying tonight. All these chemtrails, it's just your imagination. And the reason they link into weather control is this, from a document or an article. Dispersed metallic particles such as aluminium, barium, and strontium, the main chemtrail ingredients, may increase the atmosphere's conductivity and therefore enhance HAARP's weather modification performance. That's just one reason for them. There are many others too. Now, we've had these extremes of weather, floods and in America, catastrophic for small farms and even less than small farms in America. Droughts. And the explanation of them is the jet stream is acting strangely. This is the main kind of weather pattern that comes across America and across Britain into Europe. This guy, Bernard Eastland, who wrote many of the patents for the HAARP project, said that HAARP can steer the jet stream. And like I say, when we have these extremes of weather, which are devastating for farmers and people in countryside areas, they say it's because the jet stream has moved from where it normally is, and thus they create these weather extremes. And this is what Dr. Richard Day said in 1969. The weather will be modified and used as a weapon of war to create drought or famine. This is in Britain. This is in America. Here's a story from very recently. Farmer who lost 800 acres of land during last winter's flood is refused compensation after he was told the aerial picture of devastation was insufficient bloody evidence. And then in America, in recent years, they've had catastrophic droughts. It's a catastrophic one and then some in California at the moment and through this summer. This is the one in 2012. That's the area of extreme drought. And here's a story from this week. 14 California communities now on verge of having no water. Mass migration out of California seems imminent. And it's a doddle to keep the rain away, and it's a doddle to make it come in massive quantities. And what is happening as these people are forced off the land through all these things? The major corporations are buying up that land in massive, massive quantities. Get them off the land, fracking. Well, amazing. A red flag and a flashing red light should always start when something comes out of nowhere and it's suddenly everywhere. Suddenly, fracking, what's happening? It's every bloody where. Countries all over the world are having fracking protests. Where did that come from? Because it's the agenda pressing the button for this stage called fracking. Here we go. Farmers fear fracking could spell financial ruin. They're now letting people in this country drill under their bloody homes, put whatever they like under their bloody homes without any oversight. And what the fracking is, I mean, you know, you say, look, I'm sure you didn't get that right. Explain it to me again, because that's madness, okay? That's madness, right? So just explain it again. Well, what they're doing is they're forcing at high power water full of hundreds of chemicals into the ground. They're breaking up the structure to get to this stuff they want, this gas or whatever, shale gas. And they're causing earthquakes because they're breaking up the structure. And then all these chemicals are going into the groundwater supply, and we're supposed to frickin' drink it. That is the astonishing story of fracking. And when governments, in the face of such unbelievable nonsense, still push on with it, it's the agenda. 630 chemicals they're putting in this stuff, going into the groundwater supplies. Look at it. And when you can't get access to clean water, what do? You have to leave the land to find a place where you can get access to clean water. Control the water and you control the people. And here's report states fracking can cause earthquakes on faults tens of miles from the fracking boreholes. Look at this. This is Oklahoma, 2009, 38 earthquakes. 2014, 780 and counting. Oh, fracking's nothing to do with it. Yeah, but you started fracking here. But what is it doing, this fracking? It's driving people off the land, and it's creating an Archon world of death, destruction, and devastation. So, they force people off the land. Where are they going to put them? This is Agenda 21, human settlement zones. As you saw, it's in their own documents. What they want to do is concentrate the masses in high-rise, ultra tiny boxes where they can be under surveillance 24/7. And it's happening now. Like I say, this is the structure they want, and they want a world of regions. They want to break up countries into regions. And this Rockefeller organization, America 2050, this is when they want all the stuff finished and in, is breaking up in their wish list America into mega regions, exactly in line with this Hunger Games movie map. And the European Union is doing the same. This is a map of regions they are suggesting should be created in Europe as countries cease to be. And in these mega regions, they want mega cities where, like I say, this is David Dees, a great political artist out of America, and this image really sums up what they want. They want an end to people having access to cars who aren't in the elite. Now, this is what they mean. Recently, last few years, when Mayor Bloomberg was mayor of New York, they started a project to build 165,000 units for people in New York. And these yellow lines are the size of the units. They are 10 feet by 30. And this is absolutely in line with Agenda 21. This is the 165,000 units, while he, elite, has massive properties all over the world. Here, Agenda 21, city officials, developers recommend coffin apartments for middle class. Coming everywhere. Rabbit Hutch Britain, growing health concerns as UK sets record for smallest properties in Europe. They're moving towards it. Soaring house prices will kill off middle class within 30 years, Britain to be left with tiny elite and sprawling proletariat. Abolition of private property. They also want to take people out of cars by making it too expensive for the masses to have cars and run cars. And like I say, it's all being coordinated through this network. Now, if you look at the Hunger Games movie, the mode of transport was high-speed rail. And what they want in this Hunger Games society is the main source of transport to be railways and high-speed rail, because it's easier to control people that way. And it's interesting that if you look at this mega region, mega cities map of America 2050, since the invention of the airplane, American railways have been going down and down and down and down. They've just been left to rot, basically. And then suddenly, in the last few years under Obama, enormous amounts of investment have been made into building high-speed railways across America. And when you take that map and then you put the high-speed rail map of America and the list of years they want to introduce it, it absolutely fits over that mega regions, mega cities map. This is what we're seeing in this country and throughout Europe, the building of these high-speed rail systems in line with Agenda 21. And I know for an absolute fact that some of the people who are doing it under being railway executives actually work for NATO. So then is Archon Food. All these things are connected. I'm connecting dots here. All these different things which people oppose and protest against are actually all different expressions of the same conspiracy. There is a war on the human body. There's a war on human health. Now, the Fabian Society was called the Fabian Society after a Roman general called Fabius. And his claim to fame was never to engage in a battle which could lead to a win or a loss, which could be decisive. His way of doing it was to weaken the enemy over a long period of time until they were so weak that you just walked in. This is what is happening in terms of human health and many other things. They are systematically weakening the target population so we become so weak that they just walk in and do what they like. And fundamental to that is the war on human health. Here we go, weapon of mass destruction. GMO, genetically modified food designed to genetically modify us. This guy, David Suzuki, a geneticist, any politician or scientist who tells you that these GMO products are safe is either very stupid or lying. Most of the food chain now in America, overwhelming majority of the food chain in America is infested with GMO, and they're trying to do everything they can to bring it in Europe by stages. And this is how they do it. Here he is, Michael Taylor, an executive of Monsanto who moves over to be the food czar for Obama. And he's moved through that revolving door a number of times. What he does, he works for Monsanto and then he goes into government. He should be policing Monsanto, but what he's doing is introducing Monsanto's agenda in government. Here's Bill again. 500,000 shares in Monsanto. He owns the most evil company on earth. And he says he wants to make the world a better place. I don't believe you. This is the GMO scam. You will eat what we tell you to eat. Got it. This is why all this systematic contamination is going on. And here we're dealing with a force that I was talking about through the day that is about mutating the species so we decode reality in a different way. And all these GMO products, they need these poisons to go with them. And what happens next? You eat it. And it's part of this war on the human organism, the human health, to weaken it. I mean, you would think on the face of it that it's madness to do this. But there's method in the madness of those who know why it's being done. Monsanto's darkest secret, Roundup's effect on the fetus. Get the baby before it's even born. Look at this. Paint thinner in children's cereal exposed. It's bloody madness, unless you know the agenda and what it's designed to do. Here are McDonald's, shit in any bloody language. There you go. All this fast food is part of this war on the human organism. And junk food can be as addictive as heroin, and this is why. The receptors of the cells that accept heroin and cocaine and all that stuff also are receptors of the shite chemicals and concoctions that come out of shite chemically infested food, and therefore the body can become addicted to those chemicals. So what they're doing, the GMO, is they're forcing out of existence opposition to GMO so everything can be genetically modified. Genetically modifying the planet. That's what they're doing. And the reason that you get this war again on food supplements and alternative ways of giving nutrition to the body, which they're not getting from the food, the reason there's a war on all that and regulation on all that is to stop people having any other way of overcoming this war on the human body to get nutrition from another source. Archon Big Pharma, this goes on from there, same thing. You look at these big pharma companies, they lock into the same bloody network. Vaccines. If you want access to the body to devastate the human immune system from an early age, so you make children for life open to things their immune system in a healthy state would suss, then vaccines are your dream come true. The immune system, when it's strong, you're healthy. When it's weak, you're ill. When it's knackered, you're dead. And this is the focal point of the war on the human organism, a war on the human immune system. All these vaccinations that kids have before the age of 6, because it's systematically targeting the health of young people so they'll never be healthy for the rest of their lives, thus easy to control. Vaccine-induced immune overload now affects the majority of US children. Big Pharma wants pregnant women to be vaccinated. Yeah, 2 for 1. This is what you get when you vaccinate kids and anybody. Mercury, antifreeze, phenol, carbolic acid in other words, animal blood, animal viruses, and formaldehyde. They embalm dead people with that. Just a partial list, and here's Billy, one of the major promoters and funders of the mass vaccination of the so-called developing world. India holds Bill Gates accountable for his vaccine crimes. The big pharma medicine is a crime scene. And they're trying to destroy any alternative to it. And this is the human body in its prime form. It's an energetic field, an information field. When there's a problem, a distortion in the field, it comes through to the hologram as dis-ease, distortion, dis-ease, illness. So if you are going to sort out the problem in the hologram, you need to sort out the imbalance in the energetic field from which the hologram is projected. Doing anything else is merely to treat the symptoms, not the cause. And Big Pharma treats the symptoms, while alternative medicine in its true sense, cutting edge, treats the cause. And that again is why alternative practitioners are under so much attack from the system. And then there's the Big Pharma war on the mind, particularly of children. Here's an antidepressant. One of the side effects may include suicidal thoughts. Childhood is not a mental disorder, but you'd increasingly think it was. This is the guy that invented attention deficit disorder, and before he died, he said it was a prime example of a fictitious disease. They're pouring all these drugs down kids, these psychological drugs, because of something that doesn't exist. Attention deficit disorder. I had attention deficit disorder. It was called being freaking bored to tears in classrooms every day. Bombshell, 1 in 13 US children take psychiatric drugs. 10,000 American toddlers now taking amphetamine-based ADHD drugs, which doesn't exist. And now they've made daydreaming an psychological illness. They're calling it sluggish cognitive tempo. See, you're boring me frickin' rigid. It's a disease to drug more children. The drug industry has come up with yet another phony mental illness that says that it afflicts as much as 2 million children, SCT, and one of the symptoms, they say, is daydreaming. Daydreaming is to let the imagination go where it wants to go, into realms beyond time and space. And if anyone daydreams, good frickin' luck to them. I want my kids and grandchildren to frickin' daydream. Daydream. Oh, when I was at school, they were all saying, Ike, stop daydreaming. I thought, I bloody like daydreaming. Leave me alone. And so you have this chemical war on children because the children of today are the adults tomorrow when this Agenda 21 is supposed to be fully flying. And here we go. Aldous Huxley, 1961. There will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies, so that people will in fact have their own liberties taken away from them, but rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. This is where we're going, and we need to be aware of it. Then, the war on the human body, Archon toxic humans. Not satisfied with toxifying us, poisoning us with drugs. They've got to do it from endless bloody ways. All this stuff in the food, yes, drugs, stuff in the water like fluoride, sugar. A fluoride, rat poison in drinking water, great idea, write that down. Fluoride, officially classified a neurotoxin in world's most prestigious medical journal. What should we do with it? Let's put it in the water. Fluoridation is the greatest case of scientific fraud of this century, if not of all time. Robert Carton, former US Environmental Protection Agency scientist. Dr. Dean Burke, 34 years at the National Cancer Institute in America. In point of fact, fluoride causes more human cancer death and causes it faster than any other chemical. And they want it in the water. Now, that would be madness under any criteria. But like I say, there's method in the madness because it's bringing about what they want. And what fluoride does is calcify the pineal gland and makes it receive and transmit in a fundamentally less efficient and flawed way. Coincidence? No chance. They are looking all the time at the way we decode reality. Dementia can be caused by aluminium, says Professor. Now, what could possibly be a source of aluminium adding to the dementia explosion? In chemtrails. And you look at all the chemicals that we use that is being taken in all the time. I was in the supermarket a few years ago, 2 years ago maybe, and I was looking at this bottle because I was researching this stuff for a book, and I had this list of bloody things which were basically, don't do this, don't do that, if this happens, see a doctor, if this happens, don't do that, don't do that. Oh my God, it was washing up liquid. We're being toxified everywhere. And these toxins are actually energetic distortions. They are distorted information fields in the waveform fabric, which we decode through as what we call chemicals, but they are distortions in the energetic fabric which distort the hologram. And all this is to weaken the target population. Then, going on from this, Agenda 21, as was mentioned in their own documents, is about culling the population. This is the Georgia Guidestones, which came out of nowhere. They call it America's Stonehenge. And on there, it calls for 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. 500 million. Look at the population of the world today. Draft copy of the UN Global Biodiversity Assessment calls for the world's population to be reduced to 1 billion. That Nick Rockefeller, the population of the world is going to be halved. And when you look at the map of just America, my goodness me, how are they going to create that without lots of people disappearing? So all these different ways are being used to target the human organism for many and various ways, not least radiation. And these people have been into eugenics all the way through. People don't realize, but the Rockefeller family funded a whole floor of a German university for Ernst Rudin, Hitler's race purity expert. They sent eugenics experts over to Germany to show them how to do it. And this is Planned Parenthood. That Dr. Richard Day, 1969, was an executive of this. It was set up as a eugenics organization to cull the lesser races by this lady, Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, who was a lover of H.G. Wells, who was connected to the Fabian Society. These are some of her lovely quotes. The most merciful thing that a large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it. We do not want the world to go out, the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. She was targeting Jews, she was targeting Orientals. And of course, when Hitler did his thing, they had to kind of change the language. So Planned Parenthood went from a overt eugenics organization to a covert eugenics organization hiding behind population control. And one of the people who headed Planned Parenthood was Mr. Gates' father. He talks about it. He used to have conversations about it. Doesn't he fund a lot of vaccines in Africa? Doesn't he fund the introduction of GMO in Africa? I think he does. This man is everywhere. Vaccinations, climate change, weather manipulation, population control, GMO. And then to give you an idea of what's kind of happening in terms of population control and another angle on it, biggest study ever confirms drastic decline in male productive health. They are targeting male sperm counts as a population control reduction mechanism. Now, this story is so crazy, you'd think it is crazy, but it's actually true. Well, first of all here, the third generation of rats fed GMOs are sterile. They can't have babies. Okay. But this is called the epicyte gene. And this company, they developed this gene which kills male sperm. And if women have it, when sperm enters them, it kills it. And obviously, if it enters a male, it kills it anyway. And they genetically manipulated this gene into corn. And then DuPont and Monsanto took it over. So, why would anyone want to promote corn that made you sterile? These people would, for reasons I'm talking about. The other thing of Agenda 21 is to get rid of old people once they can no longer serve the system as a slave. All over the world we're seeing this. The Liverpool Care Pathway in this country. They call it something else now, it's just the bloody same. Take away drugs and food and everything, make them die quicker. There you go, 1 in 100 patients on death list, GPs told. Frailest to be asked to choose end-of-life care. Get rid of the old people. They can't serve us anymore, they're too bloody frail. Get rid of them, that's what they say. Do you want me to let you die? Question nurses on home visits are told to ask elderly patients they've just met. This is happening all over the place, and it's all into Agenda 21. And then there's the war zone called Planet Earth. They are devastating the environment of the planet, be it rainforests or whatever. And Monsanto, they want to replace all natural crops, seed varieties worldwide with GMO. They're introducing GMO grass, GMO trees, GMO frickin' everything. They're even introducing genetically modified insects and putting them out there. They are changing the nature of our reality. They are modifying it so it suits them. Monsanto's Roundup Ready GMO grass about to be approved and fed to cattle. And what they're doing is they're increasingly making the planet inorganic. They're turning it into their world. This is what we're seeing. Trees and plants the world over are dying because of toxic soil, water, air, and chemtrails. They're killing the planet and they're killing it. Look at this. Bees pollinate at least 1/3 of the human food supply, and they're killing them in unbelievable amounts now. Honeybee population collapse continues. Nearly 1/4 died over the winter. Death rates unsustainable. And what does the Environmental Protection Agency do in America? They expand the use of bee-killing pesticides. Why? Because it's systematic. They are killing life because they are an inversion of life, and they want to turn this world into theirs and fuse the two together. Half the world's wild animals have disappeared in 40 years. This is something of beauty. I must destroy it. The global death cult. This is what's behind this. It's not ad hoc. This is the world of the natural order. This is the world of the archontic distortion, and they're pushing this world into that one before our bloody eyes. Archon wars, well, yeah. There you go. We are the Rothschilds, governments make our tea. We see governments declaring war, they declare war on behalf of the hidden hand. All these organization, including Rothschild Zionism, which is actually not Jewish people. Rothschild Zionism is a secret society created by the Rothschilds, controlled by the Rothschilds, and they run Israel as their bloody fiefdom. This is not about Jewish people. It's not about Israelis, if they only realized it, and a lot of people do. This is about using Israel. This is about using Israel and the Israeli people in general, though most of them don't know it, but some do, as just a tool to create mayhem in that part of the world. I mean, you know, the truth is, and this has come from people like Shlomo Shland, the professor of history at Tel Aviv University, what we call Jewish people, particularly what they call Ashkenazi Jewish people, they have no historical connection to Israel. They come from another people, not least they're from Caesarea around the Caucasus Mountains. All this story about going back home, it's a creation of the propaganda. Not by them, they bought the propaganda. They believe it, most of them, but the Rothschilds are behind the propaganda. The Balfour Declaration in 1917 which said that the British Empire supported a homeland for Jewish people in Israel, Palestine as it was called, was a letter to Lord Rothschild, who funded the Round Table Secret Society, from Lord Balfour of the government, who was an inner circle member of the Round Table Secret Society. It was a letter between two members of the same secret society. And this systematic destruction of the Palestinian people was planned from the bloody start. And because, we stand by and see the psychopathic mind do that to Gaza, and we have this genetic breakthrough for critics of Israel. You're not allowed to criticize Israel, or you're a racist, or you're this, or you're that, or the other. And organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, which was a Rothschild creation to target anyone getting too close to the truth about them and their networks, just brand anyone a frickin' racist if they challenge what Israel is doing. I don't give a shit. To learn who rules over you, simply look at who you're not allowed to criticize. Voltaire, exactly. The most racist creed on earth at its extreme brands the rest of the world racist. I beg to bloody differ. This is the US and Israel. This is the special fricking relationship. And there's a reason why. And it's not to do with Jewish people, it's to do with these people, the Rothschilds. They control the US, they control the UK, they control the European Union, and they control Israel. Why would these fiefdoms of the Rothschilds criticize another fiefdom of the Rothschilds? This is why Israel gets away with mass fricking murder over and over again that any other country, bar America and Britain, would not. Now, what the American military have done is carve up the world into comms commands, the arrogance of it. They've got a North Command to internally control North America, South America, AFRICOM, CENTCOM, which is the Middle East, dealing with all this ISIS stuff now, PACOM, whatever they bloody call it, EUCOM. But actually, that's not the American military. The American military is merely a tool of the global network. What that is the first forming of the World Army command structure. So when that is absorbed into the World Army, it will already be in place. That's what it's about. They call it the US government, but it's merely a glove puppet for the global hidden hand. That's why its decisions and policies, like these in this country and other countries, do not benefit the people, they benefit the hidden hand. That's where it's coming from. These people are these secretaries of state declaring war and pushing for war. They're merely tools of this Rothschild and wider network. I've said here, another 30,000 years of this and we'll have buried all the people we've killed. And 30,000 years, it's probably a bit optimistic, because here's an article, a study, US regime has killed 20 to 30 million people since World War II. But they're the good guys. Always money for war. Always money for war no matter what. Why? Because it's serving the agenda, and that's where the money goes. Mark Twain, God created war so Americans could learn geography, right? Here we go. Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria. This is Homs in Syria before they funded the rebels. This is Homs now. This is Libya under Gaddafi. This is Libya under American democracy. And what is that? It's the Archon world. They have left catastrophe in Libya. War is also feeding the self-aware distortion with exactly the energy it wants. And these wars are part of an ongoing process where they're picking off country after country and just using a different excuse most of the time to kid people, totalitarian tiptoe, that these invasions are not connected. They're all connected. It's part of a plan for the takeover of the Middle East and what they call Eurasia. The time of 9/11, you had the Project for the New American Century, the so-called neocons, and they produced a document in September 2000 which said that they wanted to attack a series of countries. Most of those countries now are already attacked and invaded. And they said that to bring about that process of transformation, these attacks on all these countries and the takeover, the process of transformation is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. 1 year to the month, 9/11. What happened? That was used as the excuse to invade those bloody countries. And this is a guy called General Wesley Clark. In a television interview in 2007, he described what happened to him immediately after 9/11. He was in the Pentagon, and one of the generals told him that they were going to attack Iraq, and it was a collaboration between the government and the Project for the New American Century. They were going to invade Iraq. A few weeks later, in fact 6, he went back, and he said to the same general, why haven't we invaded Iraq? What's going on? And this is what he quoted the guy as saying. Sir, it's worse than that. The officer pulled up a piece of paper off his desk and said, I just got this memo from the Secretary of Defense's office. It says we're going to attack and destroy the governments in 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, and then we're going to move to Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. The plot, aim of the plot was they wanted to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, and make it under our control. So to hide that, they had to make excuses. So Afghanistan, 9/11. Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, never existed. Libya, he's killing his own people. Actually, he's responding to the rebels that you have funded, armed, and trained to shoot at him. And then what we'll do is we'll move those rebels over to Syria, and we'll say he is killing his own people. And so we have the perception deception to hide all that. It's a movie. And the perception deception is so profound that the inversion can be believed by the mass of the population. These are the countries attacked by bombing, sabotage, or attempted government overthrow since World War II. Iran, nil. America. Public perception, Iran, dangerous. America, savior, good guy. There you go. Each of the 45 black dots is a US military base around Iran, but Iran is the one threatening the US. Perception deception. It's not a matter of what is true that counts, but what is perceived to be true. And this is what they are targeting. People like Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter's former National Security Advisor, who was one of the creators of the Trilateral Commission in that network with the Club of Rome and the Bilderberg Group. He said in a book a long time ago, if you want to know what they want, read Brzezinski's books, that this is the target area, what they call Eurasia. Because if you control that, you control the world. And what we're seeing, whether it's Ukraine or all these countries around here, they're all related to Eurasia and the takeover of Eurasia. Now, Albert Pike, who was an up there bloody mega Freemason in America in the 19th century, one of the co-creators of the Ku Klux Klan, nice man, he wrote a letter. Some people say it's a fake, except it's turning out to be incredibly prophetic. A letter to another network Illuminati, as they call it, operative called Giuseppe Mazzini in, I think it was 1871. And he talked about 3 world wars. He described the First World War, happened, described the Second World War and how that would lead to the creation of what he called political Zionism, Israel. And then he talked about a Third World War, which would, as he said, take advantage of the differences caused by the agenteur agents of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. This Third World War was designed to come out of the Middle East. And Albert Pike said that at the time of the Third World War, they would unleash the nihilists. A nihilist, one definition of nihilist is someone who rejects all theories of morality, which of course fits ISIS, ISIL, whatever they're called today, made in America, made in Israel, and to a large extent made in the UK. They're the same bunch. They started out as Al-Qaeda, which was created as Robin Cook, the former British Foreign Secretary, before he died, very soon before he died, pointed out that Al-Qaeda was actually the creation of the CIA. Al-Qaeda means the base or the database because it was the database of Mujahideen fighters in Afghanistan, which they got together to fight the Russians in Afghanistan. And it's gone through a series of changes from ISIS, ISIL, Islamic State, trained, funded, and armed by these people to be the enemy that justifies the further invasion and control of the Middle East. This is the process: hidden hand, Pentagon, CIA, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, ISIL, Islamic State. CIA is training ISIS while claiming to be combating ISIS, former CIA contractor. The evidence for this is overwhelming and coming out more and more all the time. They've trained these people, they've armed these people, and a lot of the time in Jordan to create this frickin' mayhem problem to which they can offer their solution, which is what they're doing now, and it's nothing like what they want to do. This is why you find terrorist leaders inside the US aid tents in these countries. This is why you find John Rothschild go for McCain with these people they call terrorists in these countries like Syria. And this is al-Baghdadi. He is the supreme leader of ISIS, and he's the supreme leader of the world. I think you're a very naughty boy myself. ISIS joke fraud. I'm the mysteriously elusive one because you mustn't know who I really am. And look, he's got the watch. Flash frickin' watch. Nice man from CIA. Hey! Wardrobe! Continuity, what are you bloody doing? You left the frickin' watch on, they'll see it. There you go, he got a good number though. There you go, he made a few quid there. It's a frickin' joke. It's a joke. I'm not saying this is true, but some people are suggesting that actually al-Baghdadi is this guy, Simon Elliott, or Elliot Shimon, a Mossad agent, and he's been seen, this guy, with McCain, which doesn't surprise you. And, you know, people might find that far-fetched. Why would they put somebody in to do that? Because they're creating an illusion. And this is Adam Gardan. The FBI announced he was an Islamic terrorist that we all should be afraid of. Ooh. But who did he turn out to be? He turned out to be Adam Perlman, grandson of the former head of the Rothschild-created Anti-Defamation League. It's all an illusion. You ought to just put on an Arab hat and they think you're Arabic. And this lady, she's got 2 bullshit bloody detectors she has. She could have 4. This is this lady, Rita Katz, who claims that she found one of the beheading videos on the internet. Well, how frickin' lucky. This is an organization, SITE, I call it SHITE, I think it's accurate, SITE, Search for International Terrorist Entities, that was putting out bin Laden videos long after he'd bloody died in 2001. And she is an Israeli Mossad front person, and so's SITE. And it's all part of the propaganda. And this stuff is fake. I am not saying for a second that these people weren't killed. I don't know that. I wouldn't dream of saying that because I don't know that. But for sure, these beheading videos are a freaking fake. And when this was pointed out with the first one by the alternative media, suddenly video experts in the mainstream were coming out and saying the same because it was so freaking obvious. And the idea is to create maximum horror, so therefore maximum effect, because the more we are horrified, the more we will support what they want to do in the Middle East to protect us from the enemy they have created. This is the mind game. I don't want another war, but we can't stand back and let Islamic State do what it's doing. That's what it's all about. And then there's these people. They've been radicalized. They've been vegetabilized from where I'm looking. They're going out, Islamic State and all that stuff. They've been played like a violin by the very people they think they're opposing. Top US military official admits our Arab allies are funding ISIS. What happened to those allies? They became part of the terror coalition against ISIS. You couldn't make it up. Kerry meets the Saudis. I just wanted to discuss how we stop the terrorists we're both arming. 2011, Kerry, Assad is a very generous man. When it suits him, you go, Assad is evil, I condemn him. And this is how it works. It's very simple. We arm people when it suits us, our agenda. We kill people when it suits our agenda. We say this when it suits our agenda. We say the opposite when it suits our agenda. That's the common theme. So he didn't get his Syrian war, unfortunately for him, because people sussed it was a scam. But they're in Syria now because they've scammed the ISIS story. And that's what it's all about. And here is the real reason they're in Syria, to remove him and get around the resistance from the people. It's the totalitarian tiptoe, and here we go. No new war, they said. We've got a new war. We won't bomb in Syria. They're bombing in Syria. This is not about Assad. Let's have a no-fly zone to stop people who haven't got planes. It's about Assad, who has got planes. No boots on the ground. They'll have boots on the ground. We're only keeping the peace. World War III. That's the progression they want. And they want to pull Russia and China into it. It's all part of that Albert Pike scenario. So they're now demonizing Russia. If you look at my books from way back, it was talking about you watch them start to demonize Russia, which is what they're doing now as part of this. And they blame them on bringing that plane down. Hasn't that gone quiet since radar revealed that it was being escorted by 2 Ukrainian jets at the time it went down? And if anyone thinks that that's amazing, well, footage of Ukrainian helicopters firing on its own checkpoint raises questions. They're bombing their own people and then blaming on Russian separatists. This is how the game works. And that is their focus. That's what they want to take over. Then we have Ebola. It just happens to be in 2 freaking countries where there are US biowarfare laboratories. Haven't you got enough room in America? And the Centers for Disease Control in America have a patent on the human Ebola virus. There you go, Sierra Leone closes down US bioweapons lab. I bet they did, pretty bloody sharpish. Another foreign news outlet links US biowarfare labs to Ebola outbreak. What a coincidence. ISIS, we must intervene in the Middle East. Ebola, we must intervene in Africa. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. And then you've got the public health emergency declared in Connecticut over Ebola, civil rights suspended indefinitely, and all that shit that they can use. And this is what fear does to people. This is a passenger at Washington Airport waiting to get on a plane. This is how the perception deception works. Fear. Make them fear and they'll give you their power. Our complete state. If you look at this structure, that is designed to keep this status quo in place. So what we're seeing is more and more vicious, psychopathic police states around the world, in Britain and in America. They have a kill list in America. He can kill anyone he likes if it's on the kill list. He doesn't have to go through any judicial oversight. He can take anyone off the streets he likes and not have to take them through due process. So and so it goes on. There's almost a law against everything now because they want to tie us into a web like a spider ties a fly with regulations and laws. We've got this outbreak of luminous jackets. They're breeding, I'm sure they are, in the night. They're all over the place, these things. They're like roundabouts in Milton Keynes. They're breeding. And you've got a certain type of mentality in the administration of all this. I am a Dalek, rules must be obeyed, exterminate, inability. You know, they've got little cracks in their head where the bloody computer chip goes in. What are you? I'm a government administrator. I thought you were. There you go. I bet they have no idea what prats they look. But what this is about is the way the police are turning from the police as we knew them systematically, because of Agenda 21 and what I'm talking about, into the military. More and more vicious. Go into YouTube and put in police violence. You'll be there for bloody months. And what they've been systematically doing, I've been saying this for years, is recruiting people overwhelmingly on the basis of personality type not ability to do the job. That's why the good cops and the good coppers are disappearing, and these psychopaths are coming in more and more to replace them. Psychopaths who do this. Psychopaths who do this and face no consequences. Taser tots. Indiana police tase a 10-year-old boy at daycare center. It's madness. Here's a new weapon they're introducing that can blind people for up to 15 bloody minutes. Here's a totalitarian tiptoe there. Tasers for the few, tasers for the many, tasers for all. Guns for specialist officers, first guns on routine patrol. They're having a trial of guns on routine patrol, and then guns for all. That's the totalitarian tiptoe of that one. And this is America now, and these are police. They have a system in America now called 1033, the 1033 system, in which police forces can get so-called surplus military technology and weaponry from the military, the US military, and use it to police the local communities. It's unbelievable. But it's not really, because this is the transformation to the police state to impose Agenda 21. Why does a Florida County Police Department need 18 million Apache Italic helicopters? Answer, Agenda 21. This is what it's moving towards. School cops across Texas receiving surplus military gear. School cops. We're here to protect your freedom. No, you're here to take it away because you are the real domestic terrorists. That's the truth. An extremist, a label used to discredit and marginalize anyone whose opinion is a threat to the state because they figured out how corrupt it is while sustaining a constant sense of fear or alarm in the minds of the public. An extremist, someone who's sussed ya. That's what it is. And you can expose war crimes and you go to prison with the key thrown away. You can commit war crimes and you get a Nobel Peace Prize. And this is what the police and law enforcement need to understand. They are part of the 99.9%. And their children and their grandchildren have to live in the world that they are helping to impose on others. And think about this, police officers of this country. This is what's designed to happen. Private security firms are designed to take all of your bloody jobs and take over the policing of the people via corporations. Let's go this way. Oh, there you go. A time to choose. Morality, doing what is right regardless of what you are told. Obedience, doing what you are told regardless of what is right. Which way we go there decides on the world we're going to live in. Every great atrocity is the result of people following orders. It's time for the police to realize that they're designed to live in this world as well. This world of constant surveillance for their families and their children. Where they've got drones now that can take down your login codes and your bloody mobile phone. It's madness. You've got these bloody surveillance bloody insects flying around now. It's madness. These people are mad. And Bill Gates, for it is he, 5 billion plan. Let's put a camera in every classroom. Bill Gates spends 1.1 million fitting students with their mood bracelets to see if their teachers are boring. God, it's going on. Schools installing facial recognition systems to identify troublemakers. Get them ready for it. Bill passes allowing police to shut off all cell phones remotely. All internet activity now monitored by pre-crime algorithms. This is UPS. Every time he moves his arse in that seat, someone back at headquarters knows he's done it. And I'm not kidding. If he backs it up, they know he's backed up. If he walks out, he knows he's not sitting there. This is what's planned with these black boxes they're putting in cars increasingly. So everywhere we go is tracked. EU to bug every car in the UK with tracker chips, which they can't stop this big brother technology. They've got cameras to go into cars that are constantly monitoring your mood so you don't get caught in road rage. FBI will have up to 1/3 of Americans on biometric database by next year. On and on it goes. FBI plans to enlist local cops nationwide in massive DNA collection scheme. And once they have your DNA, they have your unique transmission frequency from that DNA. Surveillance cameras will soon be reading your lips. Lie detection for benefit claimants. Michelle Obama to high school students, monitor your parents for thought crime. Now, all that is to protect us from terrorists. You having a bloody laugh? That is the fast unfolding global police state of Agenda 21 to impose the society where there are less than 1% have total control over everybody else. That's what's unfolding before our eyes. And this is the point. All these dots are connected. It's the same. People say you see a conspiracy everywhere. I don't. I see one conspiracy with loads of different expressions of itself. They're stealing our kids with more and more excuses to take children from loving parents through secret fricking courts. 10,000 kids a year are now taken from parents in this country. A vast, vast number of them without merit and without reason. Children stolen by the state needlessly, causing utter misery in one of Britain's most disturbing scandals. Absolutely. That family that took that lad from the cancer unit in that notorious bloody Southampton hospital, they were warned that if they didn't stop asking questions about the treatment, which was shite, then they'd have their children taken away, the child taken away rather, till he was 16. This Cinderella law they've introduced is an excuse to take more and more children away from loving parents. Stop the emotional abuse of children. Parents who fail to show love could face prison. This lady, Erin Pitsey, is absolutely right. Why this law against emotional cruelty could turn every parent into a suspect. Who actually decides what that is? The frickin' state does. They're looking for more and more excuses to take children away. Australia government moves to quickly pass laws to sterilize, electroshock and restrain children without parental consent. The Obama youth movement and the seizing of American children. It's happening everywhere. And there's this bloody idiot, batshit crazy, absolutely. Fine parents who don't read to their children, says Ofsted head, and he wants to punish those who miss school events. Richard Day, schools will become the hub of the community. Take over control of kids. Licensing parents being considered by politicians and philosophers. And this is what it's leading to. This is what was talked about by Aldous Huxley in Brave New World. Creating a situation where parents had nothing ever to do with procreation and children. Natural reproduction has been done away with. And children are created, decanted, and raised in hatcheries and conditioning centers. From birth, people are genetically designed to fit into one of 5 castes, which are further split into plus and minus members and designed to fulfill predetermined positions within the social and economic strata of the world state. And we're seeing that movement, that totalitarian tiptoe towards that. Political correctness, that's not about protecting minorities from abuse. That's about shutting people up so that they can't criticize anything without being accused of something. It's about silencing people's opinions. Big Brother's here now. Big Brother's here now. Are we going to let him stay? No, we frickin' aren't. Now, let's just got to pull this now into deeper in the rabbit hole. The Archon Matrix, perception control. Control the sea and you control the fish. And that's what this is all about. The energetic field, the cosmic internet, is being polluted on an unprecedented scale by electromagnetic information fields technologically generated. It's coming from broadcast towers, mobile phone towers, Wi-Fi, mobile phones, smart meters, all these things. It's absolutely polluting the very energetic sea that we live in with technologically generated, distorted information fields. And there's a reason for this. They are, I put it here, hacking the hack. I'll say what I mean by that in a second. So anything that says smart in front of it is basically designed to talk and communicate with everything else with smart in front of it. It's the big Agenda 21 code word. Smart, smart this, smart that. Smart drugs use microchips to deliver them. Smart meters are there to put an electromagnetic information field into every home and business, which not only can take information from there to a central point, it can deliver information within the frequency band of human brain activity, and it can insert thoughts and perceptions from a distance. That's the idea. Google Nest now talks to washing machines, lights, and even your car. The idea is to create this global grid, which is basically a sub-reality. It's hacking the hack. It's one level from the fake reality. We're now into a technologically generated fake reality, and thus we are even another step, a big step, from connection to infinite awareness. And this is why Google is Wi-Fi-ing the entire Earth by putting up 180 satellites to put wireless information fields everywhere. It's part of creating this sub-reality, which I'll come to as we go into this final section here. And through entrainment, they can entrain the human organism to tune in, even if they're not in the frequency to start with, and feed them with information and perceptions. These light bulbs, which have and are being by law replacing the ones we had before, are actually shite. Well, most of them are. These are frickin' shite to start with. But it doesn't matter, because that's not what they're there for. They are information transmitters into every home, every business. And that's why they don't just discourage these that have worked perfectly well. They're banning them by law. My flat is full of these frickin' things. I'll have to reincarnate to use most of them, I think. Once I knew they were going to be banned. Hey, target acquired, we've got the bulb. Repeat, we got the bulb. It's madness. But you look at the radiation these things generate and the damage that will do to people and is doing to people. And they've got mercury in them. When they break, mercury is released. And when you look at what the people, the official things say you should do, it's everything but evacuate the frickin' building. So they've got nothing going for them, but it doesn't matter, because they are transmitters of information. In the 70s and 80s, the Russians were transmitting a signal into America. They called it the woodpecker signal because it went rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. And these guys, particularly this guy, Dr. Robert Beck, he studied this woodpecker signal to see how it was working. And this is what he told a Psychotronics Association conference back in 1979. He said that human subjects exposed to certain extremely low frequency waves, which is what we're talking about here, field patterns, reported sensations of uneasiness, depression, and foreboding. He said that he had measured the Russian woodpecker signal and found that it was acting like gangbusters right in the window of human psychoactivity. It was coming in on the frequency of human brain activity. The signal was permeating power grids in the United States. It was being picked up by power lines, re-radiated, and it was coming into homes on the light circuits. Now, it was doing that on light circuits that weren't created for that purpose. These new systems, the smart systems, are created to most efficiently deliver information in that way. When I started saying that, people were saying, that's bloody crazy. Oh, really? Well, now people are getting the internet all over their house through their electrical system. Because electricity is a vehicle for delivering information. And how about this? This very week, from Wi-Fi to Li-Fi. This is a British high-tech startup has invented a light bulb fitting capable of acting as the equivalent of a wireless network in the home. And this is what these smart systems are designed to do. They're sub-realities. They're 24/7 mind control systems. We need to wake up for it. This guy again, Michael Pessinger, said, for the first time in our evolutionary history, we have generated an entire secondary visual, densely complex environment, an electromagnetic soup that essentially overlaps the human nervous system. That's what it's supposed to do. For reasons I'll come to, what they're doing, this archontic force is they're changing the atmosphere, changing the sources of information that we are receiving, both down here and higher up in the atmosphere, because they are changing our world into their world. And they are like cyborgs, what you would call transhuman. And that's what transhumanism is all about, as I'll come to. They're changing the atmosphere. HAARP can virtually lift part of the atmosphere. You can make it move, do things, one of the creators said. And so what they're doing is they are changing the energy sea into an atmosphere and an information environment which suits them and further represses humans' ability to expand consciousness into the wider awareness. They're filling the atmosphere. This is what Fukushima was about. No way that was a freaking accident if people look at the evidence. Look, this is the smokestack from a small nuclear explosion. This is the smokestack from the explosion at Fukushima. It was created to release phenomenal, staggering amounts of radiation because they're changing the atmosphere. And who created nuclear power? I know for a fact, almost from the horse's mouth, the Rothschilds. So they're changing the atmosphere into the Archon world more and more. Do you know that the technological radiation in our atmosphere now, we're living in, is millions and millions and millions of times what it was 50 years ago. They're also, through that same situation, changing the frequency within this atmosphere between the ionosphere down to the surface. This is why all these whales and dolphins are beaching themselves. Their radar's changing. They've lost their sense of direction because the way the energy field is changing. They're creating this sub-reality. And it's a technologically generated one, and they want to create this reality technologically between the ionosphere and this surface where we live. And chemtrails are part of that because it is a medium for delivering what they want. So they're hacking the hack and taking us to another level. They're trying to take us to another level distant from awakened infinite consciousness. Because you can have that situation, but if you take this technological level further forward, it's even more challenging to access infinite awareness from this reality. People say, why would they destroy their own planet? We're living on a planet as if we had another one to go to. Well, what if this planet don't suit them in terms of its atmosphere and its frequency, and so they're changing it to make it like home? That's what we're frickin' seeing. And this is what transhumanism is all about. Transhumanism is about putting bits of technological kit into your body so you interact with technology. The idea is the technology then becomes your master and it becomes your sense of everything. You become a slave of the technology. I've been talking for years, as people who've gone through these years with me will know, about the microchip agenda, and now they're openly talking about the microchip. This is an electronic tattoo. It's one of the stepping stones to it. New medical microchips to be implanted by 2017, delivering drugs, routine birth control through wireless communications. Is choice lost? Microchips to administer drugs, replace pills. Microchips will be implanted into healthy people soon as you think. Australian man who has a microchip inserted into his hand so that he can do more with the iPhone 6. Well, I hope he sticks it up his arse, because that's where his brains are. You see, like I said earlier, if you can access what the projected agenda is and nothing intervenes to stop it, you can very accurately predict the future. That's why I've been talking for years about the microchip agenda, and now we're there. Well, I hope now we're there and people can see it. A number of people will also stick their iPhone up their arse and start to open their bloody minds and see what we can do about it. Computer chip modeled after brain architecture. This is all part of taking over the body. Now, as idiots go, this guy is major league. Kevin Warwick, a professor at Reading University, one of the great proponents of the transhumanist agenda. If a machine is passing down signals that keep you completely happy, then why not be part of the matrix? Because I do not have any wish to be a freaking idiot like you, Professor Warwick. Now, I mentioned earlier about Monsanto being the most evil corporation on the planet. It's got big competition. It's got big competition in something called cuddly Google. This, serving the system since the day we started, and you've seen nothing yet. This is a venomous corporation. What happened is this lady, Regina Duggan, was the director of DARPA. DARPA is so dark it cannot be seen. It is so dark. There is no light that can show it. It is so dark and it's so sinister. It is the technological development arm of the Pentagon, and it's creating all this transhumanist stuff to control people. And she then made a most amazing career move. She moved from director of DARPA to a top executive of Google. As career moves go, that would seem to be strange unless you know the agenda, because Google is massively part of the transhumanist agenda. They've just bought Boston Dynamics, a DARPA-funded robot corporation. They're big time into robots, and this is what they plan. Bye-bye humans into the transhuman, where the technology rules, not infinite awareness and consciousness. And they're preparing us for this transhumanist kit, transhumanist shit, through things like Google Glass. Get it part of the body. Get them used to it. Get them used to it. There you go, smartwatch. Get them used to it. Get them used to it. And everybody thinks this is random. I love this story. It said, how Google goggles and Project Glass make Star Trek technology a reality. This stuff comes out as sci-fi when they actually know it's coming. It's part of the introducing of it to us. That's why you see it. This is why we have the Borg, the Archons, the transhumans. That's what they want us to become. My sat-nav said this way: addiction to technology. That's the idea. Einstein said, I fear the day that technology will surpass our human interaction. The world will have a generation of idiots. You're no longer a child, a glorious expression of infinite creation. You are a computer terminal on a global mind hack. That's what's unfolding before us, being pushed by the mainstream media, never offline, modifying mankind. It's great how Apple is invading our bodies. Look at this, freaking computer in the skin. How transhumanist can you get? Wearable technology for the skin. Oh yeah, it's fashion now. At the end of this road, I started out with my iPad, then Google Glass, then my Apple Watch, and onto the microchip, and then next came. And this is what Huxley said: people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacity to think. And that's what they're for. If you take the human organism into a technological level of control, the ability of that to access that becomes almost unimaginable. That's the idea. I had the vaccines, drugs, GMO, fast food, Wi-Fi, smart meter, smartphone, Google Glass, fluoride and sun cream, and I'm perfectly fine. I don't know what you're going on about. And this is part of the DARPA and almost certainly Google agenda. The idea is to replace human troops with robot troops to keep the masses under control. They're developing them. It's no good saying they're not. They're developing them. There's videos of it. All DARPA stuff. Artificial intelligence could co-pilot future combat jets, Navy official. Exactly. Robots could learn how to herd humans like sheep. Study. That's the idea. killer robots to be debated at the UN. This is what's going on while Simon Cowell's on the frickin' screen. Introducing Alsight, the slightly scary CCTV network completely run by artificial intelligence. The idea is rule by machine, which brings into focus even more how accurate, and why was it accurate, that Matrix movie, where the Matrix was controlled by machines. Artificial intelligence. What did the Gnostics say about the Archons? They're like cyborgs, a robotic race that can imitate but not innovate. They're turning humans into them. That's what transhumanism is all about. Computer terminal humans is what they're creating. The internet is designed to be a technological collective mind. That's why they're connecting everything to the internet, everything to Wi-Fi, even your fridge, because it's designed to control everything. When you look at the internet, it's just like an electronic universe. It's an information system, and it can deliver information like a reality. And the Gnostics said of the Archons that they were about counter-mimicry. They were like counterfeit spirits, they called them, where they could technologically mimic reality. And that's what they're doing with these transhumanist systems and the internet. Saw this movie Transcendence, where Johnny Depp, people haven't seen it, he knew he was dying and they wanted to keep his mind, so they downloaded his mind onto the internet and the internet became conscious. I'm seeing scientists now saying, could the internet wake up? Who says it hasn't already? And what happened was that he, through his mind, the internet became conscious and then started dictating all these machines and all these gadgets and what happened that were connected to the internet. That's the idea, to create this sub-reality based on technology. Now, what is that but a hive mind, a technological hive mind? Matrix connecting humans to the hive mind. A virtual reality within a virtual reality, the hack within a virtual reality, the original reality. And it's no accident that in that Charney project, this entity in that 5-year period and the 20,000 questions included this point. It was said, humans are more evolved spiritually than the reptiles, but they suppress humans with their technology. Their God is their technology. And that is the world we are seeing unfolding around us every single day. One final point before we have a break. They cannot create this reality because they cannot create from nothing. They have to get us to create it for ourselves. And this is where putting subconscious information, implants into the subconscious is so important. And that's what this is all about. Preemptive programming. When you look at the last, 15 years, there has been movie after movie after movie that has portrayed the very society that these people want to make our society. One after the other. Of course, we have the Hunger Games, but there's Equilibrium, classic one. We have Divergent, we have X-Men Days of Future Past, one after the bloody other, off the conveyor belt. And what they're doing is planting that reality into the subconscious to make us familiar with it. So as it unfolds, and through our subconscious we help to create it once it's in there, we are not so aghast with it, well, some of us are, because we're somehow familiar with it. And the familiarity has been put in to a large extent at the subconscious level by the endless movies and television portrayals of the very society they want to impose. So, before we have a break and then get into raising this frickin' vibe to Beyond the Archons, is it a lost cause? Is it a lost cause? Is it a lost cause? No fricking way. It's a lost cause. It's a lost cause if it went on being unfolded before us while we didn't recognize what it was. We're waking up to it. And we can decode this world and we can decode another world. It's a choice in the creation of our reality that we have the power to intervene on, if only we realize we have that power instead of thinking we're Ethel Jones and Arthur Smith. We can paint another picture and end this shit. We have the power to do it. And we'll get into that after we've had a break for half an hour. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take it back, take it back. Every single word you said in fact. It's only worth as much as how you act. Always worth the substance that you lack. 'Cause I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. I'm standing up because I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without meaning. Once I thought and wrote it down. Took me several years to pour it out. Had to turn it on to find myself. Pulled the cover to the cross my mouth. Because I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. I'm standing up because I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without meaning. Don't you think you've heard enough of love? Don't you think you've heard enough in love? Don't you think you've heard enough of love? Don't you think you've heard enough in love? In love? In love? 'Cause I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. I'm standing up because I want to. I'm fighting up because I want to. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without meaning.
Fantastic. Hey. Oh. Oh, gold. I got a party mood on now. There you go. Well, I think I was an arthritic 62-year-old, Jay. They told me. They told me when I was 19 that I could be in a wheelchair in my 30s. I said, bollocks to that. I ain't going to be in a wheelchair in 30s because I got things to do. And so the mind is so powerful. Before I start, because we got a lot of music and stuff and all that business and coming up, and it's all about a vibe thing, this, which I want to talk about first for a little while, but not that long. But a few thank yous. One is to my son Jamie, who's pulled all this together. He's done a fantastic job over a year. That's me clocked so I don't go over. To Sean Ferris at Hawthorne and the company, they were fantastic who put all the technology together. And thanks to Thanks to Wembley Arena. I tell you what, Wembley Arena, they're nice people. I love coming here, and they've been great with us as always this year. And thanks to Zachary, who's made a big contribution to pulling out this sequence we're going through here, which we've actually not rehearsed, so it'll be a bit of fun, because we have not been able to get together. We've rehearsed some of it, not much. So, skin of the pants and all that stuff, but then it's fun, isn't it? Awaken, awaken, awaken. You know, when people talk about solutions, they kind of expect you to map out an organization and a structure and have someone taking the minutes. That's not what it's about. We're in a situation where psychopaths have taken over our reality. And so what's the answer? Well, the answer is we are. We are the answer. And, you know, you can go through the left brain and talk about structure, and he takes the minutes, like I say. But the bottom line is, the difference between the world we live in and the world that we can live in is whether our society is conscious or unconscious, because unconsciousness is going to get us here, so consciousness must take us somewhere else. It's about becoming conscious. Question is, how do you become conscious? Well, you disconnect from the program, and then you automatically are conscious, as I'll come to. But, you know, the theme in whatever culture, whether it's the Gnostics or whatever, they talk about this archontic force envying humans and fearing that they will wake up. And that's why they have to keep us asleep, and they're terrified that we'll wake up. And that's why in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Because the one-eyed man, the suppression has kept humanity, the target population, in a deeper sense of ignorance than it is in. Thus, the one-eyed man is king. So we wake up, and like I said, the three-eyed, two-eyed man, woman, everyone will wake up, and the game will be over. They don't keep us in a state of spiritual, mental, and emotional oppression for a laugh. They do it because it's the only way of controlling us. So getting out of that is fundamental. They are seeking to hijack our perception. We need to take our perception back. You know, when the Native Americans are talking about this choice between one side of us and another side of us, well, that is the world that we have helped to create by falling into its trap. People say, what are the solutions? That's the solution, because everything comes from that. Joy, love, peace, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion. All these things will transform the world. And there's so many people in this world who are already there. But they need to put their heads above the parapet and express that instead of hiding it and hiding away from society. Which one wins decides which society we live in. Thus, it's not about left brain structure. What we need to do in a holographic expression of this changing consciousness will naturally come from the changing consciousness. Changing consciousness is what we need. We've been decoding this reality, we need to decode this reality, and that means changing our consciousness, and thus what we decode. And Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we created them. So, here we are in a perfect example of that. The way we have expressed ourselves through generations and generations, thousands of years of what we call human life, has got us into this situation. And so we need to change that to get out of it. And the difference is being in the program or being conscious beyond the program. It is absolutely that simple. And once we're really conscious beyond the program, there'll be nothing like fear of expressing yourself within the realm of the program. Because some people kind of suss the program, but they've not got so conscious that they've gone above fear so that they can actually express themselves within the program. They've sussed the program, but then they keep their heads down and their mouths shut because they worry about the consequences of challenging the program. That's not in a conscious state. That's a greater awareness state. It's not a conscious state. A conscious state coming from the heart. The heart doesn't do fear. Bollocks to that. Fear, heart. Love doesn't fear. Love has this image of being weak. Oh, he's about love. He'll be doing the washing up next. What's he doing? Well, love is beyond fear. It's beyond time and space. the realm of fear. Thus, it does what it believes to be right, whatever that is and whatever it takes. And when we reach that level, there'll be so many people speaking out and expressing themselves in the program will get absolutely dismantled by people waking up and expressing that awakeness. You know, it is so simple. How do we change the world? We change ourselves. How do we change ourselves? We step out of the program and become the conscious infinity forever that we are. Becoming conscious beyond mind. In this, kind of matrix, they'll never kind of see it, like in the quotes I've been giving about the simulated universe. They'll never see it, the walls. Well, the way through the walls is becoming conscious beyond mind. It's breaking out of thought and going into intuitive knowing, into a state of awareness that is beyond thought. It just knows. You know, we do the body language. It's telling us. We say, hold on, I'm thinking. And then we go, look, I just know. Because that's where knowing comes from. And what am I saying? Reversing the inversion. Going from interacting with this reality through the gut and the emotions and starting to interact with it through the heart again. Oh, we can do it. It's a choice. We can do it now. We can do it tonight. We can go on doing it after tonight. It is just a choice. But people often don't make the choice because they think, well, the consequences of making the choice, well, my life will change. Yes, it will. For the better, overwhelmingly, once you start to break out of it. The divine light is always in man, woman, presenting itself to the senses and to the comprehension, but man rejects it. We just have to let it in. You let it in through the heart. This is a wonderful lady, Alice Walker, wonderful lady. The most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any. And that is the greatest dismantling of human power that this archontic force has, is selling the perception that we don't have any. You had the power all along, my dear. We have just forgotten and we're waking up to it. Who do we answer to? David Icke? Do we answer to Ethel Jones or Charlie Smith? Or do we answer to I am infinite awareness, all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience of that name? That is the revolution of self-identity, from experience to that which is experiencing. Imprisoned by walls that we build for ourselves, and the system helps us, encourages us to build them. Perception programming, we accept the imposition of belief from other people, whether it's parents or academics. No. Blank sheet of paper. I decide, the I decides what goes on that paper. In other words, what I accept as my reality. I don't care how many letters you've got after your name. I don't care if you're freaking famous. I don't know who you are. I don't care if you're my mother and father who are trying to impose their belief system upon me. I am infinite awareness. I will decide what my belief is and how I perceive reality. And that, again, breaks out of this program of responding to how others tell us we should be. And we've got to kind of realize that there will be resistance to that. People who go, oh, what about you, when you start to resist the program. But it doesn't matter, because if they can't respect our right to be us, well, what we bother in being around them anyway for? It's about dropping the actor's mask or realizing what the mask is, that it's just an experience. It's just a point of attention within infinite reality. And when we leave this body, we'll move our point of attention. And we are doing that infinitely forever. That's as bad as it freaking gets. And if we go on accepting the program, go on accepting externally implanted beliefs, then we're just pawns in the program, pawns in the game, and we've given our power away. What are we doing as infinite reality? Having our belief systems externally imposed. We have infinite reality, infinite possibility, infinite potential to choose from and manifest. Why are we having people tell us what we are and what we should be? When we choose not to do that, when we choose not to fall into the program, then we start to make a positive difference in the world. Because by disconnecting from the program, we are taking its power away one by one by one. And when we get caught in emotion, that's what we're supposed to do in our Viking challenge, overcoming emotional impulses. You know, I know that as much as anybody. But when we get caught in these emotion programs running through the body, and what's interesting is when near-death experiences describe their experiences, invariably they say, when I left the body, there was no emotion. It wasn't your emotion loss. Human emotion wasn't there anymore. It's a program, or this low vibrational human response, because that's the energy that they wish to generate for reasons we've discussed, and thus they have put programs through the operating system which generate that energy. But infinite consciousness can overwhelm and overpower that if we come through the heart, because the heart doesn't do that kind of emotion, this does. And once we fall for the emotion trap, we're not in the now. Because when we're worried about the future, we're pulled into a future that actually doesn't exist. We're pulled into a place where we can't do anything. We are powerless because you can't change something that doesn't exist. And when we have regrets, emotional regrets about the past, we're pulled into the past that doesn't actually exist. We're pulled out of the now, which is the one moment where we can change everything. So pulling out of the regrets and the future, I am not what has happened to me. That is an experience that we have had to this point. And it's brought us to this point. And some of the things we haven't liked have been good for us because it's given us experiences that have helped us to become more understanding of everything. But I am not what has happened to me. I am where I am now. And at any point in the now, we can make a new start. And whatever has happened in the past, however bad it was, however we regret it, however we don't like it, we can start anew now anytime we choose and build a different world, a different reality, a different human experience for ourselves. We have the power to do that as long as we don't fall for the program that pulls us into the past and the future. I am not what I choose to, I am what I choose to be now. And tonight, anytime, we can choose to be something different. Oh, well, you weren't like that before. No, but that was another now. This is this now. I am now. And Leonardo da Vinci said, one can have no smaller or greater mastery other than mastery of oneself. This is the revolution. Mastery of oneself that takes us out of the program and ceases to have us being a computer terminal on someone else's matrix. And what we do is we don't accept externally downloaded perceptions of reality. We choose our own on our terms. Socrates said, the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old or fighting anything, but on building the new. And this revolution is about building the new. And by building the new, by the very definition of doing that, you're challenging the old by definition. You're replacing it with something else instead of fighting it and becoming an expression of what you're fighting. What you fight, you become. Remember who you are. That is the revolution. And having the initial courage, but you soon get past that and the need for it, to express who you are, no matter what people say about you, do about you. Because if we give away our right to be us because of what the program is doing to us, well, we might as well not even start. Can you remember who you were before the world told you what you should be? That's a starting point. Let's now, from this point, start to be who we are and not what the world is telling us we should be. People think that oneness People think that what we call oneness is like everyone's the same. That's the opposite. Oneness is the oneness of all possibility. So to express the diversity and the differences and the uniqueness of infinite points of attention is to celebrate oneness, to celebrate being part of all possibility. The opposite of that is the system in which you do invariably turn out people just the same because they're operating on such a narrow band of possibility. Expressing your uniqueness and being aware of oneness is not a contradiction because it's an expression of each other. This near-death experiencer said, "I detach myself from preconceived outcomes." That's a killer, that. Because once you have a preconceived outcome, this is what I want the outcome to be, and you're not kind of fluid, well, we'll go and see where it goes, then if that outcome doesn't happen, then you consider it a failure, you consider that it's not happened, and you consider life's terrible. And yet, if you just flowed with it, well, that possibility might manifest, a better one might manifest in somewhere else. So preconceived idea is such a trap, such a prison, preconceived outcomes. And trust that all is well. Being myself allows the wholeness of my unique magnificence to draw me in those directions most beneficial to me and to all others. This is really the only thing I have to do. And within that framework, everything that is truly mine comes into my life effortlessly, in the most magical and unexpected ways imaginable, demonstrating every day the power and love of who I truly am. One of the kind of experiences and the common themes through my life in the last 25 years, if it's easy and it flows, go with it. If there's blocks all over the place, go somewhere else. Because what that quote said, it's effortless once you get into the vibe, once you get into the flow of the self. Instead of having the mind have preconceived outcomes, so you're pushing against doors that will never open, getting more and more frustrated. When if you went in with the heart and just flowed with it, amazing things would unfold. Life becomes an adventure. Remember who you are by forgetting what they told you to be. Look, we look through our lives, how many bloody people have told us what we should be, what we should think, what we should do, how we should respond. Enough of this stuff. We decide what happens in our lives. We decide what we believe. That's what freedom is. It's not freedom to have imposed external beliefs. It's freedom from external imposed beliefs. We are one. We are expressions of an infinite awareness. If you don't become the sea or the ocean, you'll be seasick all your life. And when you open your heart and you open your mind to sync with the heart, then you start to interact with the sea. That sea of infinite knowledge, awareness, that sea of infinite intuitive knowing, where without looking in any academic direction, you just know. You just know. You just know what's right. You just know where you have to be tomorrow because this is telling you, and you follow it, and suddenly amazing things happen because you followed it. Where if you followed the head, oh, can't go there, that's silly, you will not have those amazing experiences because you've cut them off. This is Ibn Alexander from his near-death experience, in which he said, to experience thinking outside the brain is to enter a world of instantaneous connections that make ordinary thinking, those aspects limited by the physical brain and the speed of light, seem like some hopelessly asleep or sleepy and plodding event. Our truest, deepest self is completely free. It is not crippled or compromised by past actions or concerned with identity or status. It comprehends that it has no need to fear the earthly world, and therefore it has no need to build itself up through fame or wealth or conquest. The revolution is to take that awareness of self and bring it into the program. And with that, the program will dissolve in the sight and the power of that energetic change that it will undergo as a result of that energetic transformation that we bring. Here's another near-death experience. So I have never interviewed anyone who had a near-death experience who told me that they came back to make more money or to spend more time of their jobs, away from their families. Instead, they became convinced that they need to be more loving and kind. They react to their experience by living life to its fullest. They believe their lives have a purpose, even if that purpose is obscure to them. Invariably, it involves concepts such as love of family, service to others. They seem to know that the love they create while living will be reflected and radiated back to them when they die or when they change their point of observation. It's that awareness, that heart-centered awareness beyond the program, beyond body-mind, that we need to connect with, we need to become part of, because it's the true self anyway, and bring that in an expression in the way we live our lives into this program. That will dissolve the program and start to manifest that reality here. That's all it is. We don't need minutes and committees. I don't even really need vast protests. We need to transform the reality by becoming another reality and expressing that reality within this one. This reality will not survive that energetic onslaught of the natural order, of truth, of love, of peace. It won't. And it depends on us not doing that. A Jim Morrison quote, "The most important freedom is to be who you really are. You trade your reality for a role. You trade your sense for an act. You give up your ability to feel. In exchange, you put on a mask. There can't be any large-scale revolution until there is a personal revolution on an individual level. It has got to happen inside first." That is the revolution. It's so simple. We want a world of love and peace, then we have to be loving and peaceful with each other as well as those we don't like. That's it. That's it. It's rejecting the program and rejecting the impulses to follow the program and expressing our freedom, living what we want this world to be, and collectively we will be the world that we want it to be. It's that simple. It's about, as this quote says, breaking down all the pretenses, all the lies that we've been fed, rejecting them, coming to our own conclusions through the heart. This great quote from Osho, "The awakened man and woman. People are afraid, very much afraid of those who know themselves. They have a certain power, a certain aura. Why? Because they're accessing high-frequency, vibrational energy awareness information. They have a certain power, a certain aura, a certain magnetism, a charisma that can take out alive young people from their traditional imprisonment. The awakened man or woman cannot be enslaved. That is the difficulty, and he cannot be imprisoned. The awakened man is the greatest stranger in the world. He does not seem to belong to anybody. No organization confines him, no community, no society, no nation. That is the revolution. The revolution of freedom, of being our unique self without permission from anybody. Who's got to give me permission to be me? I don't need it, thank you. I am what I am, I shall express it. I am me, I am free. And this was, this lady, brilliant quote, "You cannot stand fully in the truth of your being as long as you continue to demand acceptance, approval, and validation from people outside of yourself. Be willing to piss people off if it means standing up for your truth of who you are." They told me 25 years ago, "You're finished. No way out of this. No way back from here. It's all over. What are you going to do with the rest of your life? It's over. You can't go any further after all that frickin' ridicule. Watch me. Watch me." That's the power we have. We don't have to compare ourselves with other people. We are our unique self. We have nothing to compare with. He's got more money, he's got that, he's more famous. Who gives a shit? I am my unique self. It doesn't matter. As long as I express my unique self, I am in my power. I don't need to be anyone else. I am me. I am unique. I am a unique point of attention within an infinite reality. We all are, but we forget that. As Jiddu Krishnamurti said, we are always comparing what we are with what we should be. We are what we are. Let's express what we are, celebrate what we are. And then the uniqueness, the spontaneity of expressing uniqueness will break the program, which is about suppression of uniqueness and oppression and conformity. We are the revolution if we cease to conform with traditional, programmed, this is how you do it reality. If you only stay in that area of expression where you are within the program, how can anything move forward? You're going round and round. All the great changes of society and changes of anything, the great visionaries, all of them, have been ones that have walked out of the program and taking the shit for doing so. Because out of the program is the only way you're going to push on in terms of understanding what life is about, who we are, and where we're coming from. The greatest fear in the world is the opinions of others, and the moment you are unafraid of the crowd, you are no longer a sheep. You become a lion, and a great roar rises from your heart. The roar of freedom, of being you and not someone else's version of you. Come out of the masses, stand alone like a lion and live your truth according to your own light, not someone else's version of it. Expressing our uniqueness is a revolution that will change everything because the program depends on that not happening. It is better to live one day as a lion than 100 years as a sheep. What's the point? Doing what is right, no matter what you are told, is the spirit of change. Because if you don't do that, you're just operating within the circle and nothing changes. You have to step out of the circle and do what you believe to be right rather than what you are told to do, to break out of the program, out of the circle, and thus move society forward. Do what is right, not what is easy. What a bore doing what is freaking easy all the time. It's easy on one level, though, not with opening up to consciousness, to actually stay with your head down. Oh yeah, I'll just conform. But if you want to express beyond the program, then we have to do things that sometimes we find challenging, like speaking our truth in a world that doesn't want to hear. It's just freaking smoke. Leaving the herd, that's the revolution, because the herd is the program. So if we leave the herd, we leave the program. Oh, it's so simple expressing our uniqueness. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. That's how you change the world. That's how you change the world. It's the only way. One who follows the crowd can go no further than the crowd. What is that saying? One who follows the program can go no further than the program. And you stay in the matrix. Those who walk alone are likely to find themselves in places that no one has gone before. And it's those that have gone there and brought that back, brought that awareness back, that have, through what we call human history, changed everything. And the only things that have changed everything. The first step to change is decide that where you are is not an option, and then go for it. Go for it. Not sitting around, well, what are the, jump! And you find you can fly. Doesn't mean there ain't challenges, but my God, you find your life changes, and it becomes the adventure and not the chore, not the round and round the garden. It takes nothing to join the crowd. It takes everything to stand alone. And it's those who stand alone that change everything, because those that stand alone are outside the program. As I said right at the start of the day, today's mighty oak is just yesterday's nut that held its ground long enough for perception to move and see that it wasn't a nut all along. Small minds cannot comprehend great spirits. To be great, you have to be willing to be mocked, hated, and misunderstood. And you need to stay strong, because otherwise you get pulled back in the program. What a great quote this is from Bob Marley. And I tell you what, even in recent times, I freaking learned this one. You never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. It's amazing what strength we can manifest when the situation demands it. Where in our minds, when we're thinking about it, we think, I don't have that strength. And then suddenly when it comes to it, you do. It's taking responsibility, because what we don't face, we cannot change. This is why the New Age is, oh, it's negative. They'll never change a freaking thing. Never change a thing. They're just in denial. They're just in escapism. You need to face what we need to face, and then we can change it. I can't see nothing wrong. Everything seems fine. Escapism. It's your road and it's yours alone. Others may walk it with you, but no one can walk it for you. We're all unique. Destination is a choice. Give up, give in, or give it all you've got and refuse to give in. And we're entering we're in these challenging times where we need the power of the heart that won't give in, that won't take a step back because things are happening that make it fearful. This doesn't do fear. The heart is the ultimate power. It won't stand back. It will stand up to what it believes to be right, no matter what the situation is, and that's what we need. Persistence. This great quote here. Now that we've exhausted all possibilities, let's get frickin' started. Persistence. If you have the power of the heart and the persistence of keeping with the power of the heart, no matter what we face, we can change anything. Together, we can change everything. The person who said it can't be done should not interrupt the person doing it. People say, there's nothing you can do about this conspiracy. The conspiracy depends on us believing there's nothing we can do about the conspiracy. Bollocks to that. The conspiracy is coming down. It's in the process of coming down. It may not seem like it, but my God, the cracks in the dam are becoming more and more obvious. There's a phenomenal wake-up going on around the world. Leonardo da Vinci, it's long come to my attention that people of accomplishment rarely sat back and let things happen to them. They went out and happened to things. I've been impressed by the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Being willing is not enough. We must do. People say knowledge is power. It's not. The use of knowledge is power. Having knowledge and not using it is might as well not frickin' have it. One of the responsibilities of starting to understand what is happening is to express that and communicate it so more and more people have access to it. It's a responsibility for the gift of knowledge, for the gift of awareness. The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. That is the revolution. This is what I believe is going on. This is what I believe about reality. Hey, you're bloody mad. This is what I believe. This is what I believe about reality. I just keep going. Keep communicating it. No matter what people say about you. They'll be saying something else tomorrow. A slave is one who waits for someone else to come and free him. How have we seen that through history? People under oppression waiting for someone else to come and do the business. We need to do the business together. And then, together, there'll be no more slavery. If we stop acting like slaves, there'll be no more slavery. Human race, get off your knees. We get off our knees, we look this system in the face, and we say no more. We're not cooperating anymore with our own enslavement. And the thing is, the power is with us in numbers alone. We don't understand our true power. I mean, look, don't panic, organize. I think I see an answer to this. It's in front of our faces. This system is a house of cards, a row of dominoes, however you want to symbolize it. Push one down, all the buggers have gone. Divide and rule is there to stop us responding to this in unity by fighting among ourselves. I mean, if you've not seen it, it's worth watching on YouTube. This is a video called The Tiny Dot. And what it does is show the numbers comparison between the American people, and this is only some of it, and that which is dictating to the people and dictating their lives and changing the laws that impose themselves on their lives. We are the many and they are the tiny few. And to stop us doing that, they have to divide and rule us. Look, 535 members of Congress dictating to 300 million people. What are we doing? And in fact, it's even less than that are actually doing the dictating. 650 MPs, 63 million people. What are we doing? And it's much less than that again, in fact, who are actually calling the shots. So what they have to do is divide and rule us. So we're fighting among ourselves, and therefore we don't focus ourselves together in unity on the common control system. So they play us off, religion against religion, politics against politics, income bracket against income bracket. And we need to understand that this conspiracy is not designed to enslave Jewish people, Muslim people, middle-class white people, conservatives, Labour, Republican, Democrat, whatever. It is designed to enslave all of us that are not in the 0.1%. That is, for goodness sake, let's concentrate our minds, put down our dividing belief systems, put them aside, and let's unify with what all of us are going to be affected by and increasingly are affected by. Let's look at the control system that wants to enslave us all, and let's work together to bring it to an end, because we have the unity, we have the numbers to do that. We fight among ourselves. Resentment, Carrie Fisher, great quote, resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. Well, let's put this aside, for goodness sake. All this internet stuff you see, all this abuse. You know, at Anonymous, typical example, at Food Nutrition, I'm a 30-year-old fitness fanatic and food expert, and you're wrong, you dumbass. All this is going on. All this abuse. All on these conspiracy sites where all this abuse is going on, and they say they want to change the frickin' world. They're just perpetuating the world that they say they want to change. Look at all this, slaves fighting slaves. Can't we see it? Can't we see that there's a common enemy, if you want to use that word? I don't like it, but there's a common focus that we need to look upon and deal with. And while we're fighting among ourselves, and while people in uniform within the 99% are policing on behalf of the 1% or less, the system goes on. And this is one of the biggest divide and rules of all. Me, me, me. At least, you know, if you're in a religious group or belief system or political, whatever, at least there's a group of you divided from a group. What me, me, me does is divide every individual in me, me, me mode from the rest of humanity. Because the only decision that's being made on actions is what is right for me, me, me. Therefore, the rest of humanity is excluded from the decision-making process. It just isolates every individual in a little island, a little bubble, outside the rest of humanity. And what would change this world overnight if we started doing what we believe to be right and not necessarily what we believe to be right in the moment? Not screwing someone because we can, but doing the fair thing because we can. And if we just do what we believe to be right as opposed to what we believe to be right for us in that moment, that will transform everything, because this world's been created by people making decisions for their own benefit instead of the benefit of the greater humanity, the greater oneness, the greater I. And when we cut off the energetic sustenance of this force, which depends on low vibrational distorted emotion and distorted thought, then the power is withdrawn from that which oppresses us. If we withdraw that energy source and bring in that energy source, the game is over. Because we turn the electricity off. We turn the nutrition off that feeds the beast. And again, we're back to the same thing in that Native American wolf image. Think love, think peace, think harmony. And then we turn the collective energy field, the energetic sea, into love, peace, and harmony. And the world is not what it used to be. kindness. It doesn't cost a thing. Sprinkle that shit everywhere. It's a choice. And I'm not standing here like, cross-legged Buddha on a mountain. We all have these challenges to deal with. Hug the world to sanity. Give me a hug. Hug the world to sanity. Isn't that nicer than a conflict? Isn't that nicer than shouting at each other? What are we doing? And it's only a choice. It's only a choice, and people think it's trite and it's weak and it's not very much. It will change the freaking world if we did this. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. When we realize that, we go outside the illusion. And I've been talking for years about the truth vibrations, right back in the early 90s, when I was told through a series of different psychics in different parts of the world at that time, the early 90s, that there was an energetic change coming that was going to act like a spiritual alarm clock. It was going to wake people up from the slumber, wake people up from the unconscious states that we have been manipulated into. And in 1990, when I started out and I heard that, there was no evidence at all that that was the case. Now, the evidence is massive. Well, I walked a lonely journey and there weren't many people on it, but now the number of people awakening, the number of people out of the mainstream that are awakening to things they would have rejected by reflex action is fantastic now. The truth vibrations are starting to tease open the programmed mind to perceive reality in its true sense and perceive self in its true sense. And like anything, momentum builds more momentum, it builds more momentum. And we are entering a period now in the next 10 years where much as the system will try more and more and more to oppress and suppress, the awakening is going to wash this away because we will cease to, all gold. I think I used to be a goalkeeper, getting down in freaking installments now. Oh, I've got the sweat in my eyes. Thank you ever so much. That's ever so kind. You see, that was the kindness. And this truth vibrational transformation is happening. What I was told 25 years ago is the more awake will be affected first, and then more people and more people and more people, and eventually people who were solid gold asleep at that time would be influenced by it. It's happening, and it's exponential. So this is a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive, to see this transformation happen. There will be times when we think it won't be. There are times when we think the system and the program is too powerful, but it won't be. We are going to bring this system to an end by changing who we are and therefore changing the nature of where we are. 'Twas always so. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Martin Luther King. And therefore stockpiling weapons and fighting the Illuminati is just joining in the very conflict that feeds the beast. We need to love this world into a state of love. There is no other way of doing it. And what is love? People think love is weak. It's not weak. It's the ultimate power. It will not walk backwards in the face of anything that it believes is right. And love is not always about lovey-dovey stuff. Love is also about putting yourself on the line, speaking your truth, standing up against oppression, standing up against all the shit that comes your way because you believe that what you're doing is right and serving the greater good. That's also love, even though you might lose your temper here and there. The reason you're doing it is because of love, because you want this world so badly to be what it can be. And as the man said, I've been to the top of the mountain and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you. I'll fricking get there with you. I'll get there frickin' with you. I'm not going until this change, this transformation is over. I've invested too much of my life in this. But if you talk about destruction, don't you know you can count me out? We don't have to fight. Critical thinking is not the manifestation of red mist. We need to stay calm. We need to stay in the heart. You don't fight for peace, you peace for peace. All the reasons I've talked about. I'm no longer accepting things that I cannot change. It's time to change things that I cannot accept and not accept anything less. Be a loose cog in the machine and the machine will cease to function. Stop cooperating if no one rules, if no one obeys. That's the point. And there's billions of us being oppressed by a few. If we stop cooperating with our own oppression, the game is over. Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of truth. Look at it. What if these sheep, these goats, whatever they are, refused to cooperate with these two? What would these two do? They would know what to do. It's all over. And this is a great quote from Gandhi. Don't cooperate with evil, he said. You assist an evil system most effectively by obeying its orders and decrees. An evil system never deserves such allegiance. Allegiance to that means partaking of this evil. A good person will resist an evil system with his or her own soul. We need to stop cooperating with our own enslavement together, and it will be over. It's our cooperation with our own enslavement that makes it possible. What happens if they stop complying, Mom? We're fucked. If they didn't comply, they're fucked. Stop complying, start defying. There will be no change. There is no change through the political system. We're not going to change anything through the political system because its very structure is there to stop anything changing. We have to change it by not cooperating with the system. Nothing strengthens authority so much as silence. Freedom or tyranny, that's the choice. Blue pill, red pill. And it is a choice, that's the wonder. We are in a situation where we are still in control of our destiny by the choices we make, but we need to make them together and work together. Mind prison or free thought, choice. Matrix has us or Matrix doesn't have us, choice. Awaken from the program. Open your mind to consciousness. Open your mind to all possibility. Open your heart to infinite forever. That, again, is the revolution, and this conspiracy and this fake matrix will not survive that revolution of perception, that revolution of energy, that revolution of frequency, that revolution of human society beyond the bounds of time and space. Open your heart. Open your heart. Make that the point that we interact with reality. Open your heart to beyond time and space so intuitively we get the inspiration, the insight, the knowing that is there to be tapped beyond time and space. Not ahead of our time, beyond time. It's all there just waiting to be tapped into. Saying, come to me, come to me, come to me. People say, when's the cavalry coming? If the cavalry came, it would not be the cavalry because it would be in our frequency and thus in our perceptions. Thus, we have to open our heart to the cavalry, and the cavalry is us. It's not some guy in a spaceship. It is the greater self that we've become disconnected from. Rise of the truth vibrations, this vibrational information change. The heart tunes us into them. The heart starts the revolution, the adventure, out of the program into true self. And we start to dance to a different drum. What a great line that is. Those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. More and more are starting to hear the music. Awaken, awaken, awaken. We now have a period of vibrational expansion coming up. If we can open our hearts and just tune with it and go with it. Lose yourself, girls, as we mate used to say in the 60s, go for it, girl. Open your heart and just see where it takes, where the vibration takes, out of mind, out of program, into heart, just flowing with the energy, the information, the awareness that this space is now pulsating with after the day that we've had. So let's dance to a different drum. Go for it. Love Tribe. Fantastic. See you in a minute. Oh. One of the great things that started to happen, you know, I've come across, mainstream musicians and stuff like that over the years. Some have been nice and some have had wonderful opportunities speaking to massive crowds to get this information out, which they say they believe in, and they've spurned every opportunity. But what's wonderful now is that there are bands and there are musicians coming forward with the information and expressing that information in their music, expressing the information in communicating the conspiracy, but also communicating the answer to the conspiracy. And here is a wonderful band all the way from Canada that brings together that unity of this is the problem, this is the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Canada, the Ancient Order.
Once upon a monarchy, poverty and tyrannies, the beggars in the street, the king, mighty king up in the castle, toast to a land of blood and gold, a royal feast, it crowns legacy, our eyes open to the devastation, the crisis caused by the corporation. They're building a wall, martial law, police state, big brother surveillance, citizen detaining, mass media manipulation, earthquake destruction, volcanic corruption, rain down hail to the terror storm, cloud, blizzard, hurricane, tidal wave, nature's warning now. Bridge the divide between you and I. We must unite. Hemispheric fusion of the human mind. Victorious resistance, decapitate this system of lies and join the alliance of nonviolent defiance and reclaim your pride like the heart of a lion's courageous sacrifice. Hear our battle cry. Welcome to the anarchy. Monsters under the bed smell the scent of fear. Shepherd kings wearing old black cows. Now bow down, feel the power of great old owl's deception. Ride the nightmare stallion through hell's fire. Flames rage, walking zombie brain slaves. Lab rats in a chaotic maze. Consume the culture, strip the skin off the bones. Carnivorous vultures gather the carcass of gold. Snakes, venom, and vampire bloodlust. A pig's greed for an ivory tusk. And the burden is on the few of us. So rise and wake me from this slumber. Break the spell I'm under. Light of day, love is the way. Illuminate, 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 illuminate. Prison planet full of starving souls, slavery systems, environmental control, puppet presidents, corporate clones, monetary gains, military war zones, Black Hawk helicopters serve the imperial throne. Trilateral apocalypse, esoteric agendas of the filthy rich, indiscriminate genocide, indigenous slaughter, nature's falling down. Can we tune into the frequency? There is love and inspiration if we aspire to a higher vibration. Ego had to go. See the phoenix soaring. Metamorphosis. Ceremonial morning. Ceremonial morning. 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 Rise and wake me from this slumber. Break the spell I'm under. Light of day, love is the way to illumination. Illumination. Original intention. A spiritual connection with the world tree and the flower of light, polar energy. Original intention. Spiritual connection with the world tree and the flower of light, polar energy shine. Recycle the mind. Recycle the mind. Recycle the mind. Recycle the mind. Thank you very much. Thank you, London. Thank you, David.
As I said, you know, we love to play Wembley. I mean, I heard their music and I said, I'd love you to play Wembley. So here they are. And we are looking for a video now so we can have a bit of a meditation with the heart. And there it comes. And just for a few minutes, if you just, if you want to, open your heart and see what it feels like to interact with the world beyond time and space, beyond the point where there are any Jews or Muslims or Christians or black or white or sky blue pink, because we are all one infinite awareness having a different experience. And when we realize that is who we are, then we see the madness of the world we are experiencing. A madness that comes from the illusion of disconnection from each other. The world of holographic illusion, which gives the impression that we are all isolated from each other, when actually we are all the same one infinite awareness having different experiences. And if our perceptions came from this world of the heart, then this world of the gut would cease to be. We have been manipulated to move from heart-centered reality to gut-centered reality. And as a result of that, we live in a world that comes from the gut. It's a choice just to change the point of interaction with the world. And in doing so, change the world we're interacting with. Because this reality is not a one-way download. We post and we receive. And what we post is our sense of being. When we come from the heart, that's what we put into the energetic field. That collectively is what the energetic field becomes. And this is happening, this is changing. Many years ago, I met a man in Canada called Kenneth Mills, who was coming from the heart and produced some beautiful music and some beautiful words that came from the heart about how there will be and there are breaking apart what he called the encrustations of the mind of man. And that's what the truth vibrations, that's what heart-centered reality is doing. It's breaking through the encrustations of mind and letting the true self in. And when this music is completed here, we'll hear Kenneth Mills with a beautiful description of this transformation of human reality.
The sound of a star. A star, it broke on the sky of time. It broke the horizon of the mind. A star, it came to birth as planned and caused a rift in the mentality of man. With the sound of the star on the dome of earth, heaven smiled with a chance of birth. The earth, it waited for a sound to be heard, and in the song it happened that a spoken word ascended aloft on the wings of power, given to inspiration of the bower where a rose could be found, and a message told of love to be found within its folds. The thorn of time, no flesh to prick, just held to stem, to support to the quick, the deed of the bud as it came, as planned, to birth through encrustations of the mind of man. A star was heard on the dome of time. It caused a rift in the mentality of the mind, and man became aware of a cause to spring beyond the star. What is to be found? Leap and find how a tone abounds. The tone 'tis found and soars as a song. A star is found and it sings so long, for on the dome of heaven's gown it beckons earth to be unbound. Among those who see on the dome in sight, there is the star, it shines so bright. It's not in the north, south, east, or west, but in the center of love that eye is addressed. There is found the balance divine, and every step that is taken in time is given to be. And thus rhythm is found, and truth is marching on earth unbound. In thoughtful reverence to the sound of a star, breaking the limits of earthen jar, may you take the contents and find the awe becoming a star divine. Look up and see. The star has a message for you and for me.
Yay.
What did I say to the people? Wake up.
The great Kenneth Mills, he's a wonderful, wonderful man. Okay, from London this time, another band really into the vibe and coming from that space of understanding about the awakening, the healing, the nature of reality. Rebel Control, ladies and gentlemen.
care about. We got to hold on to love. Yes, we got to hold on. Hold on to love. Oi, 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 oi. Hold on to love. Yes, we've got to hold on. Hold on to love. Oi, 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 oi. Give a little, give a lot. Give it everything you got. Give a little, give a lot. And give it everything you got. Come on, come on. Come here. Come on. What we gonna do? Hold on to love. Yes, we got to hold on. Hold on to love. Oi, 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 oi. Hold on to love. Yes, we've got to hold on. Hold on to love. Oi, 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 oi. Hold on to love.
Hello, Wembley! Hey, I have dreamt of saying that for years, man. In fact, to David, it's come true, you know, so big respect to David. And it's good to see you lot here, you know, because I think today is about enlightenment, you know, and so it's all good, man. Anyway, listen, we're Rebel Control. This is Marcus B, Fayola, Concrete Johnson, Robin, Jeff Scantlebury. My name's Andy. Yeah, we got some, listen. All right, listen, we got some CDs, okay? They're just down there. Please help yourself. They're free of charge, okay? But if you want to leave a donation, that's great, that's really cool. If you don't want to, that's cool too. So they're just somewhere down there at the front, somewhere there, you'll find them. So please do help yourself. Take a little bit of us home with you. All right? All right. So this one, I'm gonna give you one more. This song is a new song, it's the latest song we've written. It's called Healer, and I hope you like it.
Songs of love, singing songs of freedom. Songs of love, songs of freedom. Singing songs of love, songs of freedom.
You're up in times when your spirits are dropping down low. A meditation for the heart and soul, uplifting us all in a world that can be so cold. Share a little smile, share a little love, spread a little war, smoke a little bud, spread a little peace, love and understanding. Yeah, singing songs of freedom, singing songs that we believe in, as we're traveling together on this long and winding road. It's a healer, yeah. Reggae music is a healer, yeah. So it's a healer, yeah. Reggae music is a healer, yeah. It's a healer, yeah. Reggae music is a healer, yeah. It's a healer, yes. Reggae music is a healer, yes.
So how you feeling? I said, how you feeling? Well, I know David has entertained you for the day and the dances and the other bands. So we, as Rebel Control, just want to say thank you very much. Thank you, David, as well for having us here. Don't forget, we got some CDs there, so please help yourself. So from the band, from all of us, one love, peace and love, always. It's about the love, it's not about the money. It's always about the love. With us.
Songs of love, songs of freedom.
Rebel Control. Now, if anyone was here 2 years ago, they'll know I love me Irish music. And you know what I love about the Irish jig and the Irish music? Is Richie Allen here? Where are you, Rich? There you go. This is for you. This is for you, an Irish jig. Because what is it's about, it's joy. It's this freedom of expression, this wonderful joy that comes from the Irish jig type music. So, cue Irish jig type music. Go, here we go, here we go. Love Tribe. See you for gas. Whoa, thanks guys. Oh dear, I need a drink. Oh dear. Now, another thing that I love, and it's a wonderful, wonderful vibe, is the pure female voice, which has just a beautiful vibration of its own that for me is unbeatable. And here is a beautiful female voice, Louisa Love, just getting ready now. And all these different things, all these different expressions of music, they're all vibrations that awaken us, that open the heart, that open the soul, that open us to the joy of another level of awareness beyond, oh yes, it's so bad. Okay, Louisa Love, the beautiful voice of Louisa Love, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Wembley, we're ready to wake up. Do what it takes to wake up. In your eyes I see myself, I see the light. So much space between the two of us, and I'm lost. I'm waiting for as I search for a piece of you left in me. I lose myself, I lose my strength, I lose my dignity. It's with fear that I cling to a memory. And I search, so many lights are burning, so many dreams are turning. Time will make sure that I'm changing. Winter, spring, I'm yearning. Divided, 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 divided. We've been divided. So many lights burning, so many dreams are turning. I will make sure that I'm changing. Winter, spring, I'm yearning to be free, 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 to be to be
Thank you. Louisa Love, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful voice. Okay, before I say a few words to complete the day, one more song, and it's from Gareth Aiken. You know the words now. And it's for Palestine. Get Your Love On. Fantastic song. Get your love on. Get your love out there. Change the freaking world. Cue Gareth.
Something that you said, spin around my head. You said the goodness isn't dead. We believe I'm right. To you, bye-bye, Lords. To you, righteous, Lords. To you, bye-bye, Lords. To you, righteous. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love For your power is a mountain, reaching high into the clouds. To you bye-bye, Lords. To you righteous, Lords. To you bye-bye, Lords. To you righteous. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Take some man, to build all the walls, shatter apart. Take some man, build all the walls, shatter apart. Do you abide by laws? Do you write your laws? Do you abide by laws? Do you write yours? Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Just get your love on. Just get your Thank you.
Yay! Thank you, Love Tribe. Gareth, the boys, thank you. Hey, what did that guy say? You'll be in a wheelchair by the time you're 30. Love it. Losing me trousers, losing me shirt. Bloody hell, could clear the bloody room if I lose any more. Oh, okay. I love this day so much. Infinite power has always been within you, claim it. It's just there to be taken. They've kidded us that it's not. We are not this. This is a joke. This is a parody of who we are. That's who we are. Infinite awareness, all that is and has been. And I see now, I believe now that we are at the end of the beginning. The end of the beginning of the conscious awakening, the manifest awakening, where for a long time it seemed that there was nothing going on, that it was all a lost cause, and now suddenly the human mind has started to tease open in greater and greater numbers. We are beginning, or we are at the cusp of the end of the beginning, where enough people have now started to suss what's going on and to look at another level of self, another expression of self and awareness, to actually start making a difference. And from that, we need to kick on and make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger by people who have awoken or started to awaken. It's all about awakening, not awakened, full stop. Start to speak their truth and get this stuff out there, no matter who and what the stuff we get back for doing so, because persistence is the way we bring an end to this. We have the power. Awakened, we have the power. Asleep, we are what we have become. Open your heart, change the world. This is the key. This is the key. I am love. You are love. We are infinite consciousness. That is the true self. We are all one, and we are remembering we are all one. What a lovely way to interact with people. Put your weapons down. I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I am an expression of the highest source. I salute that source in you. Let's work together. That's the message of this day. When we come together, the tyranny is over. When we love each other, the tyranny is over. We will paint a new picture, a new tapestry of human experience because we have the power to do so. Human race, awaken, awaken, awaken! Thank you, good night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.